I like soccer. You ready for your Cody Bellinger fun fact of the week?
Connor Cook can sling it.
We're strikeout beer, and no one takes sports more seriously than us.
Yeah, I'm a bandwagoner.
Fall is calling. Make it your own at home with new and exclusive decor, on-trend florals, and fresh project ideas from Michaels. Visit Michaels.com to find a store near you.
It's the Worldwide Sports Radio Network. From roommates to co-hosts, this is the BS Sports Show with Brendan Azoff and Stefan Rosner. Your go-to destination for New York hockey and NHL news. And now it's time to drop the puck. Here are your hosts, Brendan Azoff and Stefan Rosner.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the BS Sports Show, a very unique BS Sports Show because this is the first one that is all hockey-based. And as you guys can see, we have a new setup here. It looks really good. I'm going to be joined in just a moment by Stefan Rosner. There he is, and we are ready to get things going today. I know, Stefan, you have a story to go to after what's been a little bit of a crazy week with us figuring out this whole new streaming platform and preparing for our first all-hockey show.
Yeah, not really much of a story. I just have an apology I need to make on behalf of myself at the BS Sports Show. So this is to Taylor Hall. So, dear Taylor Streba Hall, yes, that is your middle name, Streba. I would like to send out my sincerest apologies as I judged you immensely on signing with the Buffalo Sabres for $8 million. There were rumors that you turned down an offer from the Colorado Avalanche, a true contender, which was valued a little lower than $8 million. After more information surfaced, it was clear why you chose Buffalo, as the Avs offered you an offensive $5 million or so around there. So again, I'm sorry for getting on your case and saying you only cared about the money over winning. If I was in your shoes, I would have taken the $5 million, but that's coming from a guy that makes around $6,000 or has around $6,000 in their bank account. Keep doing you. That's the end. Sincerely, Stefan. So, Taylor Hall, I apologize.
I think that Taylor Hall is going to accept your apology, considering that he is now $8 million richer. So he might be a little more lenient because of that. And I was a little shocked, as I know you were too, when we found out just how low those two offers were from the other contending teams. And I mean, for Taylor Hall on a one-year deal, you do want to take that money and you want to prove yourself worth that type of contract over a longer term. So I think it was a good move for him. And the Sabres now have a 1-2 punch that rivals that of any other in the league.
I mean, you look at it, and it's clearly salary cap issues for every team. The Avalanche couldn't offer $8 million, which is why they went for around $5 million. You look at a Sabres team that had the opportunity to offer him more, and that's why he took it. But at the same time, I see things that people are saying, well, Avalanche lowballed them. Well, they offered as much as they probably could in order to keep staying competitive and add more pieces. And, a guy like Taylor Hall might cost – that might be it for some team in the free agency. You sign Taylor Hall, that's about it. The Avalanche had players they wanted to bring back. They did that. That's the available room they had. They offered it. Maybe they thought Taylor Hall would take it to join a true contender, but he goes north to Buffalo, and we'll see what happens with that this season.
Yeah, I mean, definitely. It's going to be interesting to see how he fits in there, and hopefully for them too, they gel him and Eichel, and if they do, I don't know why he wouldn't want to stay there, because that is a team that's starting to rise. I know we talk about this all the time. They still need to find that goaltender, but they are starting to rise. And I think that they may start to uptick in offense at least. Obviously, their net mining situation still needs a lot of work, and hopefully they could find that piece to their puzzle. But it's time for our first segment, Stefan. I want you to kick it off.
First segment, Brennan, what is it? It is NHL Rewind, so let's talk about that, okay? So on this date in NHL history, so we'll go in chronological order, okay? Through the years.
Let's do it.
October 20th, 1965. That was the last preseason All-Star game ever played, as the All-Star game now is played midway through, and that's when the All-Stars used to play the Stanley Cup winner. Now, how were those All-Stars selected? I have no idea. I'm assuming it's based on the season prior. That's how I'd have to bet. I know Gordie Howe had 2 goals in the last one, but then they finally moved to a midseason format that we all watch and love today. October 20th, 1974. Islander fans, get ready for this one. Islanders get their first shutout in team history in their 3rd season. Took 161 games. Billy Smith, 26 saves against the Caps, 5-0 shutout. And now, more recently, October 20th, 1993. Martin Brodeur gets his first NHL shutout, stopping 17 shots in a 4-0 victory over the Mighty Ducks.
Yeah, so you go to Marty Brodeur to finish it off there with his first out of over 100. And I mean, you're talking about the best goalie of all time. And that's interesting that today on this date was his first. And crazy that he only had to stop 17 shots in his first shutout. Talk about a pretty light workload to get your first shutout in. But that's a different time. That's when the Devils played trap defense, and they were very hard to score against. And I mean, you look at the other two, right? The Islanders' first shutout in team history in their third season. That's kind of crazy to think about too.
I mean, you look at it back then, and yes, goaltending wasn't the art form that it is today, and it was probably a lot harder to get shutouts. So I'll give them the benefit of the doubt. They got one though. It took 161 games, but they got one, and Billy Smith, the one to do it. So, I mean, that's great. But, yeah, NHL Rewind, Brendan, I like that. You know, it shows things that happened in the past. I didn't even know the All-Star game wasn't played halfway the whole entire time until I did the research. So, I mean, I think I knew something about that, but I didn't know they played the champs. I know that year the All-Stars played the Canadiens. The Canadiens won the Cup the year prior. So, interesting stuff.
Yeah, back then, the Canadiens won the Cup all the time, so that probably was a normal occurrence. But, I mean, when you think about that, right, what would you prefer? Would you prefer an All-Star game midseason like it is now, or kind of after the champion's been crowned to see how good they really are by playing the best of the best in the league?
Well, here's my take on this. I'm not a huge fan of having All-Star games midway through a season because it just rewards players for doing a great job in the first half. In every sport, they usually, besides football, which no one watches the Pro Bowl anyway, they play it after the season's over. I like that, but at the same time, risk of injury before the playoffs. So maybe it's something you should do after the Stanley Cup final, but then again, everybody's exhausted and tired. So I'm not sure. Before the season starts, if they had to play against the champions, I would still go with the All-Stars winning though every single time.
Well, I would believe that they took it a little more seriously back then. Although we didn't watch it, but I mean, you would think, because you watch it now, they're trying to monetize it to give them some compensation to entice competition. And it's still, because nobody wants to get hurt, especially at that halfway point. If you're an all-star and you're on a good team, that means you're having a good season, your team's having a good season, and you might want to take a chance at that cup run instead of risking an injury in a meaningless all-star game. But like you said, those were different times, and we move on now to the NHL wraparound, the modern NHL. And there's a lot going on, even though it's the off season. And I'll let you kick things off with one of the biggest names in broadcasting history, in Doc Emrick, regardless of sports, an absolute legend. And he hangs up the headset.
Yeah, it's pretty sad. When they took him off NHL 20, the video game, I was a little upset because that's Doc Emrick, and, hits the post with everything that he used to say, chasseed, catawampus. I don't know if that's a word.
Waffleboarded.
The stuff that he said would bring you into the game a lot more, even if you had I don't even know what catawampus means, but it sounded like a cool term and you went with it. But chasseed, all these little terms, something that really reminds me of like a Vince Scully, where he tells stories, he knows everything about every player. He goes onto these tangents while the game, hockey's a fast-paced game, and he still does it, pays attention to the play. I don't ever lose track going, oh, what is he talking about now? I just missed a goal. It's all collective and watching it, and it makes the experience that more exciting. And for an Islander fan, we didn't really see that many games from him because, the big market teams are the ones he did. But, the Wednesday night rivalry, when that was a thing, the Stanley Cup playoffs, it's just awesome. His calls, he's a legend.
He really is. And, for me, I'll always associate him with those big playoff games. And whenever it was a big game, whether it was like a rivalry night during the regular season or a Stanley Cup final, Stanley Cup playoffs, and it was Doc calling it, you knew that was a meaningful game with a lot of magnitude. And my favorite goal of all time is Derek Stepan's OT winner in Game 7 against the Caps, and Doc Emrick on that call. And I just remember how he pieced that whole play together, right? He goes, they've devoted all their energy to this one, talked about how Trotz and Vigneault said it stinks that there has to be a winner. And then all the way through that whole icing to the next draw, just a masterful job at broadcasting. And I don't think there's ever been somebody, at least in the NHL, that's done it. I know that Vince Scully in baseball is somebody that everyone respects, and rightfully so. He's a genius broadcaster. He would just tell stories the whole time. But Doc Emrick is the NHL version of that. So it's going to be really hard to listen to a game without him on the call.
Well, the good news is there are a lot of guys that are very good at what they do. The Islanders, he's not a huge name yet, but Brennan Burke will be because he's just a very good broadcaster. But I want to go back to the video that was made, the Doc Emrick video that NBC played. That was one of the coolest video. It took you through pretty much when he started broadcasting, when they didn't wear helmets. There was, a lot less teams, obviously. It brings you up to now. It was a cool 5 minutes of just an update of how much hockey has transformed, and Doc being at the helm of the entirety of the growth of the sport.
Yeah, one of the coolest ways to exit too, right? Obviously, he's a broadcaster. Everyone wants to hear his voice, and it stinks because his last Stanley Cup final was done from home, so it wasn't the same. But now we get to hear him narrate his life through the sport, and it was a really great job. And his favorite memories were in it, and I thought it was awesome that they took the time out to do it, and that he was as willing as he was, because that was a long video. That was like a 5.5-minute video. So, but good on NBC. That was an awesome way to have him gracefully step out.
And I think if this was a normal year, he might not be done. But given the fact of COVID, his age, the questions of if there will be a season, we all want to say yes, but if things go bad quick, I mean, you never know what's going to happen. So I think that really played into the part of why he's hanging it up. I think as a person watching him, I would have loved for him to have like a final tour. Maybe they give him a one game for every team. I don't know, do something interesting like that. But obviously, this is something that he really thought about. He decides to hang it up, and we wish him nothing but the best.
Yeah, agreed. And hopefully they have him come back on maybe a game-by-game basis where they say, oh, this is a huge game. Are you willing to call it? That would be really awesome just to hear like a guest appearance. But moving on to somebody now that should have retired but is still kicking at the can, and that's Joe Thornton. And he signs a $700,000 deal with the Toronto Maple Leafs for 1 year. And while he's already in Switzerland playing for free, which is just absolutely awesome. The guy just loves hockey, and you love to see that. But he, on signing with the Toronto Maple Leafs, raised some eyebrows, and people are like, at your age, you should want to compete for a cup. But he thinks Toronto's ready, and he said, it's the hardest hockey decision I've ever had to make. But I truly would believe that with the roster they have, with the guys they picked up this offseason, I think this team is ready to win now. So he believes in what they're doing. Obviously, we've seen this team that gets to the playoffs. That's not the problem anymore. The problem is getting over that first-round hump. And if they can get over that hump, how far can they go? I really do think that offensively, we already know they're stacked. Defensively, picking up Brody was a good move. And the question still remains about Frederik Andersen in goal. I know he didn't want to be there anymore. He wanted to move on. But without him, I don't know how they're going to even make the playoffs, because he's their backbone right now in net. They don't have anybody behind him. So that part remains a little bit up in flux. But they did make a lot of good moves, bringing a lot of veteran presence. We'll see if it pans out.
I mean, they need more leadership, because clearly Tavares isn't getting it done. And a guy like Thornton's been around the block. Yes, he's never won, but he knows what it takes to get to that point. I think he'll, it's a nice signing. It's not a backbreaker. You're not expecting him to score 30 goals, but he does play a better. Maybe you help out on the defensive side, even though he's an offensive player. Getting back, positioned hockey, that's something he's done very well. But one thing he mentioned, and tell me if this is a knock on Martin Jones or not. Okay. He said, though, that he goes, I'm a real big fan of Frederik Andersen. I like what he does. And he was raving about Frederik Andersen, about how good of a goalie he is. And he wanted to play with pretty much wanted to play with a good goalie behind him. That was one of his points on deciding to go with the Leafs. So is that a knock on Martin Jones there?
I don't think so. I mean, Martin Jones, when Joe Thornton was there and they were going on the runs, he was playing well. I think it's more of just him talking up a new teammate. And, I mean, the Leafs haven't won a playoff series since 2004. And like you said, he is a veteran. So he's going to come in there, try to lift everybody's spirits. And the one thing that I really want to see, I know that Thornton's up there in age, but this guy is an absolute assist machine. And I don't think there's ever been somebody in the NHL that's as crisp and clean with all their passes as Thornton is. And now he's going to be passing to Marner, Matthews, Tavares, all these guys that are just absolute snipers. So him to Matthews on a one-timer, I mean, Matthews is going to have a lot of goals this year. Even Nylander.
Yeah, it's funny. Thornton reminds me so much of Jágr, minus the 2 cups. But just the fact that I think Thornton said, I'm paraphrasing, he said something that, I love this game and I don't have any thoughts of stopping soon. I think we could see this guy play till he's in his 50s, wherever it's going to be. Obviously, it won't be in the NHL because it's impossible to play at such a high level and stay there. But you said it right now. He's playing for free because he just loves the game, and you love that. Just, we think about it as people and saying, oh, this player should retire. This player should retire. I mean, this guy's been playing in the NHL longer than we've been alive.
Yeah,
or close to it. This is his life. He doesn't know anything else besides hockey. So in order for him to go, yeah, I'm done, that takes so much mental. Yeah, some players physically you look at it and they go, okay, I have to retire. It makes the decision for them a lot easier. But for Thornton, I'm mentally ready to go. I know I can still contribute and play the game I love, whether it's in the NHL or in a lower league somewhere else. And it'll be interesting to see how long he does play for.
Yeah, I agree. And somebody that used to play for the Maple Leafs is now on the Pittsburgh Penguins, and Cody Ceci. And we're going to dive into this more later on because we have some discussion to have about that. But he signs a 1-year deal with the Penguins. He had a goal and 7 assists last year. Not a huge move. Somebody that I don't necessarily know how much he helps them on the back end, but Pittsburgh has been trying to get these veteran guys that have done it before to come in and help their defensive system. And Cody Ceci's not that old. He doesn't have that much experience, and he hasn't proven a whole lot in this league. So it's definitely a little bit of a head scratcher there in Pittsburgh.
Well, good news, though, because they didn't overpay like they overpaid Tanev.
Yeah.
They gave him $1.25 million. And this is a guy, though, he's been in the league for 7 years, and he averages 21 minutes per game. So if anything, he eats ice. He has a fair amount of ice time, and the fact that we don't know a lot about him and he's not that noticeable means he's probably doing something right on more nights than not, which is a good sign for Penguins defense. Was 11th. They led the 11th fewest goals in the league this past season, and defense has been a problem for the Penguins. Even Chris Letang has not been the same. They had Mata, traded him. They've always had an issue with their defense the last couple of years. So maybe Ceci finds a home in Pittsburgh and helps them solidify their back end. I know Jari's still a young netminder, and he's going to need all the help he can get. So if this guy can do that for him and help him out, this team's going to be a lot better.
Definitely, and I think that the back end needs to be solidified for them to have success. We know what they can do offensively, but, I mean, outside of Chris Letang over the years, they really haven't had that one guy. Obviously, they have Marino now with a great rookie season, so you have that 1-2 kind of combination, but you still got 4 other spots that have to be filled by serviceable defensemen, and it's been tough for them. Moving on to somebody now that used to be in Pittsburgh and has become a figure in Vegas after that whole first year, taking them to the Cup. And then he got kind of replaced by Robin Lehner. And we thought that Fleury was going to get moved. That seemed to be the right decision, right? You just signed Lehner to an extension. You don't need 2 starting goaltenders. But Fleury's staying, and he seems to be content with being Lehner's backup.
Yeah, he pretty much said right now Lehner's the guy. They didn't even say right now. He said Lehner is the guy. This is the guy they want. I want to back him up. I want to be there. I don't think Fleury at his age wants to leave. He said he doesn't know how many years he has left. Vegas is a true Cup contender, if not the favorite right now. I know it's between them and Colorado, and we'll get to that shortly. But you look at Fleury, 2.77 goals against average last season. It's not good. I think he had around a 905, 907.
Yep.
So it wasn't Fleury that we're used to, and the questions all loom. Oh, is he done? Is that it? But now if Robin Lehner plays the majority of the games and you have Fleury on the back end rested as your 1B, I'm not even going to call him a backup because he's still a serviceable starting goaltender in this league, I think. You have Pietrangelo now on the team. The team is just, again, it's better. So I think that Fleury could still be a dominant force. I mean, he said, I don't have a lot of years left ahead of me. I know that Lehner is their goalie. They place their trust in Lehner. I don't think I'll be able to regain the starting job, but I will nevertheless compete to win it back. And I love that. He came to grips with the reality, but he's not saying that just because Lehner's the starter right now doesn't mean Fleury still can't be good. You think sometimes, well, Fleury's just hoping Lehner goes down with an injury. That way you get back in there. That's not the case at the NHL level. It's all about teamwork. You've seen Fleury take the back seat on Stanley Cup runs with the Penguins. Not that he wants to. Of course he wants to be out there, but he knows what he has to do for the team. If he could help this team get to the playoffs and have Lehner run through it and they win the whole thing, he's going to be just as satisfied, and that's great to see.
Yeah, I mean, he does seem like the ultimate teammate, right? Everybody he's played with raves about him. And then you think about his time in Pittsburgh, and he took the backseat to Murray there on 2 Cup runs. And if it works, right, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. So obviously him being that backup role, mentoring, he's okay with it. He's comfortable with it. And he knows that, hey, if I show up to training camp and play hard, and Lehner does too, and he gets that starting job, and he gets that opening night start but struggles, I'm going to have to come in and hold down the fort. And I think that he kind of relishes in that role where he doesn't have to play a lot. He is getting older, so he gets to stay fresher. And it's similar to what Henrik Lundqvist is going to be doing in Washington now, where he's going to come in, hold the fort down until the starter can right the ship. And I mean, for Vegas, you can't ask for a better 1A, 1B than that. You got a guy with a lot of Cup experience. You have a guy in Lehner who's found himself over the last 3 years, become a fan favorite, really played well for you all postseason. And now he's going to get a full stretch run with this team. They add Pietrangelo. So just a really great situation in Vegas right now.
And you look at Fleury, he can't leave because his pad setup's too nice.
That's exactly right. And so is Leonard's. Now I think that black
Leonard.
and gold with the pads is just oof, so fresh.
Fleury's is straight gold, and you just love it. And he's done so much for the franchise, and it feels like he's been with them forever, but they haven't been around that long. And I think that, is there a chance if Fleury does really well halfway through that maybe they trade him? Maybe. But I can't. For Vegas right now, why? There's zero reason to do it. If let's say they're rolling as we get to the trade deadline, why are you going to trade? Like, why? You need those two goalies. You know what it takes to win in this league. You need two goaltenders in case you got a back-to-back in the playoffs. We don't know what the format's going to be for this playoff. We saw this year they had back-to-backs and stuff like that and less time off. So I think Fleury will stay there, and I think Fleury will stay with Vegas for the rest of his career. But again, you'd love to see him being a model teammate right there.
Yeah, definitely. I think that his contract with a flat cap is pretty immovable. I don't think that they're going to be able to find a team, especially at a deadline, that's willing to take that on. When at that point, you're going to be calling up younger players who might be getting bonuses. Like, there's a whole situation there. So I think that plays into the reason why they're keeping him and why he has to be content with being a backup. But like we said, it is a good problem to have. So now let's move on to a couple of signings. You have Nolan Patrick, who has been kind of MIA and obviously out of his control with migraines the last couple of years, accepts a qualifying offer from the Flyers. And Evgeny Dadonov signs with the Senators on a 3-year, $15 million deal. Another very low-key move by the Senators that is really nice. They're adding a 25-goal scorer to their roster.
To go to Nolan Patrick real quick, for someone he's suffering from migraine disorder, and I'd suffered with that when I was younger. And I remember there was one time where I was getting ready to go in net, hop in net, ice hockey, and all of a sudden I couldn't see. That's one of the side effects is you get blurry vision, you can't see. And I didn't play. Obviously, I can't see, I can't play. Yep. And I thought to myself, well, can I still play hockey? Like, if I can't see and do anything, and that I'm useless, and maybe it's because of the cold, whatever it was. Fortunately, I grew out of it. But for some guy like Nolan Patrick, who's getting it now, I got it when I was younger. He's getting it now. It's hell. You wake up. Once you get the migraine, it's pretty much lock yourself in a room, turn off the lights. You can't do anything. Everything's sensitive. Everything hurts. And then you wake up. And for me, I got them maybe like once a month. But clearly he's getting them all the time. And it's sad. But fortunately, he accepted qualifying offer. He seems to be making strides that he'll play this upcoming season. I mean, he hasn't played since April 29th.
That's a long time.
Not even of this year, of last year.
It's crazy how long that is. Now
the question is, great, and he's healthy, but how can he contribute on the ice if he has been out of it for such a long time? So it'll definitely take some adjustment. For Dadonov, you said it, low-key signing. I mean, you look at the Senators, and they're one of those teams that it's like salary cap's turned off. They can sign everybody they want. They have the opportunity to do so. I mean, this guy Dadonov, did you know, Brendan, that he played in the NHL a while back?
That I did not know. I've just known him from his Florida days. That's it.
Oh, wait. It gets more interesting. He's 31 years old. From 2009 to 2012, he played for Florida. He didn't get that much playing time. Left for the KHL after the 2011-2012 season. Then he goes and plays in the KHL, bouncing around from teams. Comes back in 2017. Since returning, he has scored 25 or more goals in each of the last 3 seasons, 70 points in 2018-2019. And this is a guy that he's shown he's consistently a scorer. And I think for the Senators, they got a lot they got to do. They have Murray in net. You got to see how he plays in a new home. They got a young defense. They got young forwards. Again, they moved on for practically everyone. This is a veteran guy they brought in at not a bad cost at all, I don't think. And he's a consistent scorer. So if he could help this team and these young guys grow, he's a professional, he's been around, good for him. Now, this leaves up the thing with Hoffman. Hoffman is unsigned. The question is, does he go back to Florida or does he find a new team? He said he's looking for a 1-year deal, so he's trying to do what Hall did. I really could see him going back to Florida because if he doesn't go back to Florida, I mean, they're losing 2 guys that are consistent 25, 20 goal scorers.
Yeah, I think they have to sign him.
I mean, I think they have to. As much as I want the Islanders to get him, this guy has scored 25 or more goals in 5 of the last 6 seasons.
Yeah, his numbers are always crazy.
The one problem, and plus minus does not dictate a player's worth, but he is negative plus minus the last 3 seasons. He was a -5 last year. It's gotten as high as a -25. And I'm going to credit that to how bad Bobrovsky was at points. Some goals shouldn't going in. But there's been a consistent thing with his game is that he's not a defensive-minded player when he needs to be. That's something we saw with Ovechkin earlier in his career. So does it take the right coach? Who knows? But Hoffman's known for his offensive ability, a sniper in this league, and I think Florida has to bring him back because they've lost too much.
Well, I mean, just watching their qualifying round, even though they lost against the Islanders, you saw how accurate Mike Hoffman's wrist shot is and how lethal he could be from that sidewall. So I think that just bringing him back, the chemistry he had on that power play with Barkov and other people, it's going to add an immense amount of offense to that team. And it's something that they're going to have to continue to get if they're going to be successful, because their defense and goaltending was a little shaky last year. So, ladies and gentlemen, stay with us. After the commercial break, we will go to our puck picks, look at the Stanley Cup favorites for next season, and then get into a little bit of your fan questions. So stay with us.
It's the Worldwide Sports Radio Network. You're listening to the BS Sports Show on the Worldwide Sports Radio Network.
All right, everybody. Welcome back to the BS Sports Show. I'm Brendan Azoff with Stefan Rosner. As always, please download the Worldwide Sports Radio Network app, available on Apple and Google Play. Obviously, it is a big app if you like the show and want to follow the network's other shows as well. So download that. You won't be disappointed. All right, Stefan, now we're going to get to our puck picks. Obviously, you can't bet on any of the games. Fantasy hockey hasn't started yet, but we can look at futures, which are the Stanley Cup odds right now. Plus money means that they're all no one's going to be favorites to win a Stanley Cup. And the favorite right now is the Colorado Avalanche at plus 800, which means $100 on that team will win you $800. And to me, Colorado's my favorite as well. So I think that Vegas got this one right. After the moves that they made, getting Saad, that team is very, very good and very, very deep.
You think them over Vegas?
Yeah, just because I think that Vegas gave up Stastny and they gave up Schmidt. Those were two pieces for them that had gelled. You know, Schmidt has been a part of that team since their franchise started. And I know they got Pietrangelo. I know they have great goaltending, but losing two and only adding one still doesn't sit right. Colorado got better and they're healthy.
I just don't trust the goaltending enough. But I still think they're going to be in a Western Conference Finals with Vegas. I mean, we say that now. We all know in hockey that the best teams usually don't ever win.
Yep. Ever.
So, I don't know. It's between me and Vegas at plus 850. And you look down the list, Stanley Cup champions Lightning are plus 900. Bruins at plus 1100. Philadelphia Flyers plus 1400. St. Louis Blues plus 1400. That rounds out your top six. For the Flyers, though, very, very interesting because I don't
like them.
First off, we talked about this earlier, is that Carter Hart is good. Wasn't great this season, is good. Played big minutes, played a big role this year in the playoffs. But what about the Flyers, to me, puts them over a team like the Blues? Yes, I know Binnington struggled. Still the St. Louis Blues. But there are other teams, like why the Islanders not favored over a
because
Flyers
they're not good.
No, but I'm serious. Like, what did the Islanders didn't add any superstar caliber, high caliber offensive weapon that they wanted to add. They still have to lock up Barzal, Pulak. They still had to bring back Matt Martin, maybe sign or trade for a guy like Palmieri, stuff like that. But what puts the Flyers ahead of the Islanders?
The Flyers finished higher, and yes, I know they struggled, but they're taking that postseason with a little bit of a grain of salt. And the Islanders didn't get better. Right, I know that Niskanen retired. The Flyers have mixed around a couple of pieces. Hart's having another year. But the team that I'm the most surprised about not seeing there is who Tampa just beat in the Cup final.
Yeah, Dallas.
And they're not in the top six to win the Stanley Cup. Like, to me, that's a little bit of a head-scratcher. We know their goaltending situation is phenomenal. They have their star power. They have their Heiskanen-Klingberg defensive combination. They got Alexiak there still. And that's a good team.
I know why.
Why?
Ben Bishop now becomes a starter again, and he's not come up in big moments.
I think they would have won the Stanley Cup had Ben Bishop played.
I don't like him. I know he's very good. I just don't like him.
His numbers are so good every single year.
He's just
you've talked about how much you don't like him, and I understand it because he's like a big clunky netminder. But at the same time, I mean, I don't think I've ever looked at Ben Bishop's stats and seen higher than a 2.2 something goals against.
No, I think I'm just jealous because he's got like 10 inches on me and he doesn't have to work as hard to stop the puck because he just, boom, boom. I just think the biggest issue for him was that he seemed off balance at times. I feel like out of every goal in the NHL, he's the one that's always falling backwards. 5-hole goals. Obviously, he's got probably the biggest 5-hole in the NHL. Do they win with him in it? I don't know, but could that be a consideration why they're not on this list? Do they think Khudobin and that magic that happened last year with this Dallas team was just magic for one season?
I mean, that's fair, right? And obviously, you don't know. They still have an interim head coach. They kind of caught fire, so maybe they're weighing what they did more in the regular season, how they struggled at the end more than what they did in the postseason because it was a weird circumstance. But I look at that team; they had success last year in the postseason too. They wound up losing to the eventual Stanley Cup champion, so that's back-to-back seasons where that's happened to them. And the only team that's been able to knock them out has won the cup. To me, that's the top 6 odds to win a cup the next season, even if they don't do it, which I don't think they will. We talked about the Vegas Golden Knights and Avalanche being the best teams in the West, and I think that will remain true up until the end of the season. But to not have them up there, it's a little bit questionable. And that means that they're higher than plus 1,400. That's worth a bet. It's worth taking a chance on them going on another run.
Well, you know what? You want to know what's worth taking a chance? Betting 100 to win 10,000, Brendan. Detroit Red Wings coming back into
that is called giving up $100.
I'm kidding. But you look at the local teams and the Islanders, Rangers, and Devils. Islanders plus 2,200, Rangers plus 2,800, Devils plus 5,000. Now let's start with the Devils because I do like what they did. I liked what they did a lot this offseason. I like that they brought in Crawford. It gives a little pressure off of Blackwood. They bring in what's his name from the Leafs?
You gotta help me out.
Come on, they just traded for him.
From the Leafs?
Yeah, the winger.
Oh, Andreas Janssen.
Yes.
I'm thinking of Ryan Murray from Columbus, and you had me all messed up.
Oh, well, that too. That's a huge move. And
I like more than the other one because they need help defensively.
They do, and I think that for Subban, you kind of have a worse year. I just really like the Crawford signing. I don't know why. I don't think that he's going to be overly impressive, but just having a guy back that's won for a guy like Blackwood that you're looking for him to take that next step. I like that. Hughes, a second year in the league, trying to figure himself out. The one thing for Devils is Palmieri still going to be on the team when it starts. Consistent goal scorer. His name's been thrown out in trade rumors. I know the Islanders are going after him or want to, but this they're not competing for the cup, but I definitely think they're going to be a lot better than they were this past year. And for the Islanders and Rangers, not off by that much.
No,
it's going to be very interesting to see where both these teams finish because as much as the Islander fan of me wants to say the Rangers aren't going to do much, they probably will be neck and neck the entirety of the season, and it could come down to the last couple of games to decide who's on top of who. I just don't know how much I trust the Rangers defense, but at the same time, the Islanders offense really didn't do much during the regular season, found themselves in the playoffs. But also, you have Sorokin's first year in net for the Islanders. You want to hope that he's going to be that superstar guy they've been longing for since Rick DiPietro first came up. But at the same time, that's a bit of the unknown. And yes, Varlamov's there just in case, as a precautionary, in case he can't handle it or struggles early, whatever the case may be. You just got to see that stuff happen before you could start talking about it.
Yeah, I agree. And is Sorokin going to be the full-time starter, or are they going to split time with him and Varlamov? I think they still have to split time.
Right now, the plan is they're going to sign Corey Schneider, and I think it comes down to I don't think that management is going to let Sorokin step into the crease if he doesn't feel completely comfortable. So if he needs games in the AHL, so be it. I don't think he will. He's been practicing with the team since the bubble. He's been here. He's getting used to it. But again, see when preseason rolls around. At the same time, I think once Sorokin does come up, it'll be a split with Varlamov and Sorokin getting, let's say, the first 20 or so games. They'll split it. And then, yes, you want Sorokin to get in there and be that number one goalie. But if the tandem's working and they're both playing well, it's not just about one player. You want to see this team play to the top of their game. Everyone that can play. If Varlamov has better stats, Sorokin over the first 20 games, 10 games split, whatever, just because you want to see Sorokin in there a lot doesn't mean that's the best thing for the team. So it's going to come down to where the Islanders are right off the bat. If they are off to a really slow start, God forbid, hopefully that doesn't happen. But if they're off to a slow start and Sorokin's struggling, let him sit back and watch for a little bit. I think it's all about his growth, but at the same time, you can't really jeopardize playing him if he's not feeling perfect over the team's success. That's the hard part because you don't know until you see what he can do on the ice in the NHL.
Yeah, I agree with that. And I'm doing an article now for Puck Pros where I'm going to be comparing and ranking all the goalies in each division. And you look at, Corey Crawford's numbers last year. he was really good, especially in the advanced stats department. Like, didn't have many really bad starts, a lot of quality starts, and a lot of goals saved above average. So the Devils got a great backup there. I think his numbers last year were actually better analytically than Mackenzie Blackwood. And that was on a bad Chicago team. Well,
that's why they traded Leonard. They realized that they thought, Corey Crawford's coming back from injury after injury with his head. You never want to have that. We have Leonard here. Let's see what they do. And they realized, one, Leonard's obviously worth more. Crawford's getting up there in age and his injuries and all that stuff. But Corey Crawford showed that he could still play. And that's why Leonard was moved, because they can get something for Leonard. We talk about the Blackhawks right now. They're going into rebuild. The ownership sent out that whole long letter like the Rangers did a couple of seasons ago. And I think that Crawford showed that he can still be a force in this league, whether it be a starter or a backup. He split time this year. But I really think he's going to be such a good role model for Blackwood. And this will be a test. If Blackwood plays very well under Crawford, then it shows that he's taking the next step. If Blackwood struggles and some reason Crawford becomes the number one in Devils, that's the worst thing that the Devils want to see.
Yep.
That happens. That's not good. That's not why you brought Crawford in here. You brought Crawford in here to relieve some stress and teach him a thing or two to help him get better. So it's interesting to see the Devils, again, long way away from being a true contender. But, I mean, you look at these picks, and obviously this is going to change significantly. If some team, let's say Hoffman goes to the Islanders, maybe they get a little bump up there. Not significant, but maybe a bump. Or if some other teams, like you said, the Dallas. What if Dallas signs a guy like Hoffman? I'm not saying it's going to happen at all, but maybe they bump up. So it's cool to see right now, though, after a COVID-riddled regular season to bubble playoff hockey. This is where Vegas has it. So again, plus 800, Avalanche leading it for the Cup. And again, the best team never wins. But
that's not true. Tampa Bay was the best team last year.
That's not true.
I mean, Boston had a good regular season, but people look at Tampa Bay as the best team in the league.
But fine, the best team in the standings doesn't win, but this doesn't take into consideration for that.
Exactly, this is not standings.
No.
I can tell you right now that I will be putting money on the Avalanche as my pick, and I was going to do this before I even saw this list. I just think that I thought that they were going to win the Cup last year, and then obviously that second round they had a lot of injuries. They still forced a Game 7 against Dallas, and they should have won that game. They blew the lead late. But I think if they're fully healthy, we questioned their goaltending this year, and it wound up holding up. The Grubauer played very
good.
well.
I just don't trust them for – I don't know. I don't trust them in the bigger moments.
I think that fully healthy, you add Saad, who's done a lot in his career. He's been around. He's played with a lot of veteran leadership, so he only helps that offense. To me, you can't stop them from scoring. We already saw that. And now they're adding, a little bit of a health factor to it. They added Devon Taves to the bottom pairing there. They got so much, they got better, but not like noticeably, but it's going to help their roster. To me, they're the favorites, and I think they do win. I just want to throw a little bit on Detroit just for, don't do it. Just for like a giggle, I mean, what's his name? Kevin Malone in The Office says if somebody gives you 10,000 to 1 odds, you take it.
Yeah, right? Let's not take advice from him.
That this is not the 10,000 to 1 odds. They took on Mark Stahl's contract, but let's get to our fan questions now. We are going to Chirping With. This is our segment where usually we're going to have an interview, but today we're going to take some fan questions. And our first question is from Corey DeLucia at Corey DeLucia 27. It says, who finishes with a better record this upcoming season, the Rangers or the Islanders?
You go first.
Well, you had talked about how it's going to be neck and neck. This season, they finished 1 point apart in the standings, and I think you're going to have something similar next year. So I'm going to say whichever team wins the rivalry games is going to finish ahead. I know that last week I had ranked the Islanders ahead of the Rangers, and I still believe that because I'm not sure how the Rangers defense will react. But point-wise, I'm going to say the Rangers finish 1 point ahead of the Islanders this year.
I'm going to say the Islanders finish ahead just again because I just don't trust the Rangers defense. And, the thing is also streaks. We saw the Islanders go on a streak this year, which pretty much saved their season. And you look back, minus those points, give them, average what the NHL would do during that length, and they're probably not even in the playoffs. So, the question is, how streaky can these teams be? The Islanders struggle to score. But if they figure out how to score and they go on a little streak like that, that's a big bump for a Rangers team that's probably going to be – I feel like the Rangers are more consistent effort out there than the Islanders at times, and that goes back to injuries riddled Islanders this season. But I'm going to say the Islanders finished with a 3-point lead.
You remember, you're talking about a team that was 10-2 with Shesterkin in goal. Now he's their everyday starter. So
again, it comes back to Sorokin. Can Sorokin do what Shesterkin's doing? That's the big key, because Varlamov was good during the regular season. He's not going to make the saves though, like those crazy saves. But this guy like Sorokin, we hear, could make those crazy saves and then some. And those are 2 points or 1 point, 0 points. You got
to remember, it took Shesterkin half a year
I know.
to adjust. So that's why, like, I know Islanders fans want to have Sorokin in, and rightfully so. You want to see that guy, and he's going to make that NHL team. But I think Varlamov is your number one, because Sorokin has to adjust. He's going to have to do it in practices, not necessarily in games. And he's going to come into a game, and if he gives up 1 or 2 weak goals at first, don't get angry at him, because he's still adjusting. It's a completely different ice surface. But it'll be – I just want to watch a Rangers-Islanders game where it's Sorokin versus Shesterkin, and just the fan base, the atmosphere, hopefully we could be there, is going to be unreal, because we've been waiting for that matchup. We've heard about it for so long, and now it's finally here.
You know what's going to happen? The backup, one of the team's backups is going to start one of those.
Georgiev,
games.
probably, because Georgiev's numbers against the Islanders are absurd.
And then my Islanders might start. I don't know. Again, Trotz isn't going to play let's give what the fans want, because if he did what the fans wanted, the Islanders would be in the ground.
That is very true.
And probably for the Rangers, so let's move on.
Yep. Our next question comes from Jordan Rosner at JBros8_. And the question is, with the Rangers' young core becoming set in place and 2 alternate captains departing in Stahl and Fost, who will the Rangers now give the A's to, and will they finally name someone to be the captain? If so, who?
All right,
so
let me start with this, because I'm not watching the Rangers as realist as you do. On a very big into that, but I don't think you go captain. I think what you do is you give 2 A's to who has the A's right now.
Well, 2 of them just left.
Yeah, so who's the other one that has the A?
Mika or Kreider.
Does.
Well, both. Okay. They rotated a road.
All right, so I keep Kreider the A. I think you give Zibanejad and Panarin the other 2. Or I really believe that I think Zibanejad should wear the C.
I think it's going to be Kreider who gets the captaincy. I think that Zibanejad is going to be the other A, and that Trouba is going to be an A. Because you do want to have
You don't want to stock up on.
Yeah, you want to have a defenseman. Yeah. The Rangers have historically rotated road and home alternates. So Foss was a road alternate, and he would switch at home with either Stahl or Zibanejad, one of those 2. I could see them doing that with Panarin and Mika. Whoever, like, if Mika doesn't get the C, then they could rotate up front. But to me, the question of captaincy comes down to Kreider or Zibanejad. Yeah. Kreider signed longer term. He's been there the longest. He's that leader now. And I think that by them awarding him that contract, they're kind of saying, you're our leader now. You're the guy that we're going to look towards. As close as Zibanejad is to that, I think they're going to lean towards Kreider when making that decision, just because he's seen a lot more. He's been on those competitive Rangers squads that have gone all the way. He knows what it takes, and he does appear to have a great relationship with everybody.
No, I like that. If Kreider got it, I would like that. I just think what we've seen from Zibanejad, yes, you don't want to pick the best player on the ice as your captain. That's not usually how it works. It's just that you wanted the best teammate, but the leadership skills on the ice translated to his stat line and the big moments. He came through in big. What was that game? We had 5 goals, right?
Against Washington in OT, yep.
But he mounted it. The Capitals kept scoring. He kept scoring. He picked up the slack when his team wasn't doing anything. He comes through in the big moments. That's a captain.
Yep. I mean, I could tell you that when the Rangers made the playoffs, some of the goals that Kreider scored would dictate captaincy.
Oh, yes, that's true. Yes.
So to me, it's a good problem to have. I don't know if they will award a captain this year, but I think it's been 3 years since McDonough left that they haven't had to see. I think with a young core, you need a captain. Let somebody get solidified in that role. All right, our next question comes from at Azoff Ethan. If the Rangers don't re-sign Strome, how will they use him to trade, and what would they want in return? So I don't think they're going to trade him at this point, just because that kind of passed after the draft, after free agency started. So I do think they work out a deal. But to me, if they were going to trade him, they would look for a either replacement center and a pick, so not take a lesser center on, or look to improve that left side of the defense and then move somebody like a Tony DeAngelo, who they just re-signed, for a center. But that's why, because they just signed DeAngelo, they have these young guys coming up, I think they're going to keep Ryan Strome.
I think they're going to keep Strome just because this guy bounces around from, he was on the Islanders, then the Oilers. He couldn't find a true home, and he found it with the Rangers. He played very well. And I think that, again, on this young team, why are you going to move on from a guy that really showed that he has a good fit there? I mean, he's going to arbitration, right? So you have to see what he's worth. He did it with the Islanders before, and I think he gets I don't think there's a reason to trade him. It's not like he's going to be worth a lot, and at the same time, he just gives your team, the Rangers, more depth. And, if their defense is going to struggle, they're going to need as much offense as possible. Look at Colorado. I mean, when goaltending is not great, they don't have to be amazing because they score X amount of goals a game that just blow teams out of the water. That's what they did in the playoffs. They scored a lot, gave up a few, but if they could score more than the opponents, you're going to win every single night. So I think Strome, though, found a home with the Rangers, and I think he's there to stay.
All right, our final question is from Charging Rhino. Players like Jesper Fast often go as unsung heroes for a team and are very important. Which player on the 3 local teams, the Rangers, Islanders, and Devils, will be next year's unsung heroes?
All right, well, I'll start with the Islanders just because. So I got 2. He has not been signed back yet, but Derek Brassard is a guy I really think is going to be brought back. They have to figure out their money situation. If Brassard comes back, the way he finished off the postseason, I mean, he showed that he's not just an old aging veteran, and he could still contribute. And for a team like the Islanders, where depth scoring is so crucial, I think he'll be a key part. But my dark horse is Noah Dobson, because he's now going from being a 7th defenseman at times to not even, he played 1 playoff game, and now he's now in your top 4 defensive pairing. And it's going to be a real test if he can handle it. And if he can handle it, giving up Devon Taves for 2 picks is not going to hurt as much. And also, he's a very young guy. I think he's 20 years old. If he could play top 4 D minutes and play very well, he's just going to make this team a lot stronger. And, it takes the stress off the back of a lot of players on this team that maybe don't know what to expect from Dobson. We saw glimpses of greatness. We also saw glimpses of, oh, God, you can't be on the ice. Like, there's stuff like that. And you think with more ice time, he'll improve his skills. I think he's going to be a big contributor to this Island. He's going to have to.
Yep.
They lost Taves. They're probably going to try to deal Boychuk. Letty's going to stay. You have Aho in the minors that you're going to bring up. He just got a contract extension. So the defense on the back end, the bottom pairing's a question mark. But Dobson has to play really well because he's your top 4, and you can't expect him to play less minutes, and he's got to contribute.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I think that it would be obvious to say their 4th line because they're not really unsung anymore. All Islanders fans know exactly what they do. But that Dobson pick does make a lot of sense because of that trade that they just made with Devon Taves. For me, for the Rangers, I'll start with, I think that Brendan Lemieux is the unsung hero. Next season, if he gets re-signed, right now he's still currently going through that whole process of being an RFA, but he was suspended the first 2 games of the postseason, and the Rangers got pushed around physically by the Carolina Hurricanes. And if he's in that game, especially that game 1 right after Foss gets hit, they come down and score, he's going to calm down that tone, almost like a Tom Wilson-esque or a Matt Martin for the Islanders, right, where the other team gets a little more cautious when he's on the ice. They know that if I step up and throw a big hit, I'm going to have to answer to him. And he's one of the tougher guys now in the NHL, and he could hold his own. So I think that him playing within the lines where he stands up for his teammates, throws the body, but does it clean, where he's not getting suspended or penalized for it, will be a huge factor in the Rangers' success in the season, letting their skilled guys have some room to work with on the ice. For the Devils, I'm going to go with Ryan Murray, who I talked about briefly earlier. I think that him going on to that second line of defense, maybe playing with PK Subban, maybe playing with Severson, we'll see how that works out. But if he can be good defensively and minimize the chances that are given up by the New Jersey Devils, it's definitely going to help them go the other way offensively, help a young guy like Jack Hughes get on the rush, Nico Hischier pick up the puck and score more. So I think that Ryan Murray is going to play a key role for the Devils.
Well, I'm going to take someone you just mentioned. I was going to take PK Subban because I think that he can't have a worse year than last year. I think that he knows that can't happen. The way he played this year, it's just you can't have that again because of the money that they're paying him. And also, what does it do to your team? Your team looks at you and sees, okay, turnover here, turnover there. Not playing, you're a defender. Play defense. And I think that this team has a lot more question marks. How is Jack Hughes going to play? How is Blackwood going to play? Murray's coming over. How is he going to play? Hischier going to take that next step. Subban, maybe you don't want him to stand out, but that's a good thing. You just want him to be consistent. I think that he will help. If this Devils team wants to take the next step, it's going to come from their rookies and their young players, but also their veterans. And P.K. Subban's a veteran at this point in his career, and he's got to find a way to figure it out. And if he could play serviceable on D and contribute a lot more offensively, this team becomes more of a force than maybe people would give them credit.
I agree. I think that P.K. Subban will definitely have a big impact next season, and they expected him to have it this year, and he struggled. There's no two ways around it. He was not good this year on defense and offensively. They put him on the power play. He wound up getting demoted to the second unit, so just not a good all-around year, and he has to turn it around for them to bounce back. But those three unsung heroes, I think, all will have key roles with their teams. Dobson, to me, might be the most important just because of the trade aspect. Obviously, the Islanders are banking on him being able to move into that role. And he played one game in the postseason last year, and I thought he looked very good for somebody that was coming into all that pressure without really playing in a little bit. So we'll see how he can adjust this year. Obviously, we have a lot more to talk about. Still another hour to go on this show. When we come back, we're going to get into our hometown hockey. We're going to dive into the Rangers and the Islanders. We're going to talk about all the moves that they've made, what they still have to do. And then we're going to get into a little other stuff later on with the speed skate, some questions to go into, and we're going to talk about what's BS around the league. So don't go anywhere. Stay with us.
You're listening to the Worldwide Sports Radio Network. You're listening to the BS Sports Show on the Worldwide Sports Radio Network.
Welcome back to the BS Sports Show, everybody. I'm Brendan Azoff. With me, as always, is Stefan Rosner. And let me tell you something. We're really excited to get into the New York Rangers and New York Islanders right now because there was so much action that went on over the last week with free agency signings, the Islanders making a trade, and what's going to happen in the future because the Rangers are on the come up. They're young. They're improving, but they still have to get these key RFAs signed. The Islanders move on from a defenseman that's been there a couple of years. They got another young guy coming up in Noah Dobson. They have Sebastian Aho as well. So there's a lot to go on right now and exciting to be a fan of hockey in the tri-state area, especially the two New York teams. And when they meet this year, it's going to be a lot of fun to watch. So we'll kick things off with the New York Rangers. Stefan, you want to break down the two signings for us? Yeah,
so big guys they bring back, I think crucial players to their success. And Alexander Georgiev's back, 2 years, $4.85 million, 24 years old, and Tony DeAngelo, who was one of the best defensemen in the league last season. 2 years, $9.6 million. They avoid arbitration with both of them. Look at Georgiev's stats: 3.04 goals against average, 9.10 save, 0.12 goals saved above average. But that stats we'll talk about in a second because there's some things we need to know about that stat. But he's a solid netminder behind Shesterkin, and I think losing Lundqvist, you knew that was going to happen. Having him back there, he seems comfortable in the Rangers sweater in their system. He plays very well. So I think he's a perfect person to have behind Shesterkin. Then DeAngelo, 15 goals, 30 assists, and 68 games played. Averaged 19-17 of ice time. Tied fourth in NHL defenseman in points. So I think these two moves, key moves, especially for a team that's still on the rise and trying to make an impact. You can't say enough. I know Tony DeAngelo may speak too much on Twitter about his personal opinions, and people don't like that. That is what it is. But his game speaks. Yes, he got walked against, who is it, Aho?
It was Aho, yeah. The other Sebastian Aho.
Yeah, he got walked, and, young players are going to make mistakes like that. It's a learning experience. He knows what he did wrong on that play, clearly. And I think, though, bringing back a guy like that, I mean, how could you not? The other thing we could have done was what's one of the questions we answered about trading Tony DeAngelo maybe for forward or something like that. But I think he showed you how good he is and that the ceiling's still the limit. The sky's the limit. And, you think about the best defensemen in the league and up and coming, Makar, Hughes, Heiskanen. Why can't you throw Tony DeAngelo's name into that equation?
Well, his teammate Adam Fox is in that equation. I think that for Tony DeAngelo, getting him back and for only $4.8 million over per year for 2 years is a good deal for them because if it doesn't pan out, it's only 2 years, right? That's still a contract you can move next season or at a deadline because after it expires, DeAngelo is still an RFA. So that gives them a lot of control over his situation. Obviously, the Rangers have a ton of prospects coming up defensively as well as offensively. And to me, that's why what they're doing here makes sense. You don't want to go out and start spending a ton of money, trading all these people, because you have the prospects coming in. You have on both sides of the puck people that you plan on being a big part of your future. So why not bridge the gap this year with these RFAs? Hopefully you can compete like they did last year, and then next season really start to get all these young guys coming in. And for Georgiev, re-signing him was a no-brainer after letting Lundqvist go. You now have one of the best goaltending tandems in the league, especially young goaltending tandems in the league. Both these guys are 24 years old. And then you look at the defense with DeAngelo. The left side still becomes a little bit of an issue. Do they move him over? Do they keep him on the right and go with Smith, Johnson, and Lindgren on the left? It remains to be seen. Do they let Keandre Miller come up after a little bit? A lot of issues to solidify there. But DeAngelo was 4th in the league in points for a defenseman. Great season, received a Norris vote. So you really can't let a guy like that just walk for free. It was either you trade him or re-sign him, and I'm very content with that deal. He was the first New York defenseman since Brian Leach in 2000 2001 to score 15 goals, which to me is crazy that it's been that long.
Yeah, I mean, when you're comparing someone to a guy like Brian Leach, that's good company. That's
heavy air
when you want to be in. And I think, is it too pricey? I don't think so. I mean, paying him what they paid him, DeAngelo, I'm speaking, is he played well. It's not like you're overpaying a guy. Yes, maybe he hasn't had the hugest sample size, but at the same time, the Rangers are banging that for at least 2 years. He'll play to that or maybe a little lower. But I think Tony DeAngelo is a very good hockey player. I saw what he did against the Islanders when he sniped late in the game. I forgot what game it was, but he sniped him, and I was like, okay, he can shoot.
I think that was the first game at Nassau Coliseum.
I want to say that was the game Kreider scored with seconds left to win.
Yes, I agree with that. I think that they had tied it up, and then that was a goal to give the Rangers a 2-1 lead.
Oh, okay, yes, he's right out of the penalty box.
Yes.
Yeah, that's when I realized I hate Tony DeAngelo. But then again, I hate more the Islanders taking penalties. But, I don't think it's too pricey. Again, both these guys are going to really help this team grow. And you look at Ryan Strome and Brendan Lemieux still unsigned. And you have around $10 million to sign both of those guys. So you already talked about how Lemieux's your guy that you think is going to be a big difference maker, especially when he's out there, because we saw that he was suspended. So you obviously think that they re-sign him, and we think Strome gets re-signed as well. The cap just creates so many issues for so many teams. We'll get to the Islanders in a second because it's really hurting them. And due to bonuses and salary, Kravtsov and Barron will likely be held off the roster. Kravtsov's played well. You're seeing all the videos of what he's doing and everything like that. You think that there's a role for him on this team this season or like later on in the year, or you think that he's still a little bit, maybe 2 years away?
It's tough because there is definitely a role for him. They're planning the role for him as we speak. And that third line right wing seems to be that vacancy that he could fill. And to me, it would be an ideal scenario to have him come in and play on the right wing with Lafreniere on the left and Edel in the middle. That young trio could just put up some serious numbers if they all play to their level. But he's playing so well in Russia right now. He's destroying the KHL, and he's building up so much confidence that with the bonus situation and the cap situation this year, you might be better off leaving him there, especially with the way that the Rangers front office appears to be believing that this year is another year in the rebuild and that next year starts their competitive balance. So I think that you're going to see them keep him overseas. And remember, he's on loan, so he could be recalled whenever they want, and he got to come over. But to me, the whole bonus situation with him, it's like an $800,000 contract, but if he winds up playing in a certain amount of games, it jumps up to $1.75 million, and you don't want to have to pay that to a young kid. You don't want to take a year off his contract either with the expansion draft and everything coming up. There's just so many factors around it that I think you're going to see him stay out. I think you're going to see Barron stay in the AHL because Howden's already up at that fourth line center. But don't be mistaken, if these guys struggle at the NHL level, Kravtsov and Barron will get called up. I mean, there comes a point where you got to choke on the bonuses and just say, hey, we're going to let our best guys play.
And then you look at it also, too, with COVID. When is this season beginning? Rather him play over there and get to work. And, I mean, a lot of NHL players taking the time off.
Yep.
A young guy like that has got a lot to prove, and he wants to showcase that he can be a force in the NHL, a very young guy. He's so talented. The raw skill that he has, I mean, it reminds you of a guy like Panarin or anyone else in the Rangers on their top there. And not Kreider. Well, Kreider, too, but I'm thinking more of Zibanejad.
Yep.
Just the offensive awareness and ability of this guy. But if he needs more time and the Rangers want to do that, I don't think there's a reason to rush it. Your rebuild's already going probably as successful. Obviously, we'll have to see if they win a cup or how long that takes. But you look around every sports league, and the Rangers probably had the quickest rebuild to the Yankees in the recent memory. And I think the Rangers becoming a dominant force are going to be – I don't think they're a year away. I think they're going to be a really hard team to play against this season. I think they're going to be competing for – I don't think they're going to be a wild card spot. I really don't. I don't trust the Penguins.
So you think they're going to finish in the top 3 in the Metro?
Well, I'm sort of also thinking that we might have expanded again.
Well, what if the Metro isn't the Metro? Because we've seen these types of scenarios with COVID where they're lessening travel, in which case they're going to switch it around a little bit. And if they do, that division is stacked.
Well, I was thinking more of like where the Flyers finished this year with the 4th spot. I'm thinking that the Rangers could be at that 4th spot.
Well,
if they continue.
Remember, the Flyers finished 2nd, and they played a round robin.
No. They finished the 4th, and they finished.
Well, they finished after. No, they were the 4th overall seed in the East, but they finished 2nd in their division.
Oh yes. I think if the situation's the same, they'll be that 4th seed going in. I don't. It's so hard. I don't know. The Rangers just. You look at their offense and you think that's at least a top 5 offense in the league. It should be. You're looking at their offense, and then the defense, so you're like, all right, they're probably like 20th to 22nd in the league.
That all depends on Shesterkin. I think that we're going to see a situation where in 2005, 2006, Henrik Lundqvist was a rookie goaltender that had to win 30 games, stand on his head, and they wound up getting swept in the first round by the Devils. Shesterkin's going to have to fill that exact role and be that rookie goaltender that comes in and just solidifies the net and stops these chances, because they're going to give up glorious chances. I mean, that's just not a question. They have too many defensemen that are going to have lapses. They're too young. Their top pair is Ryan Lindgren and Adam Fox. Both are under 23 years old. So you're going to have some defensive lapses there. But to me, the Capitals are still a better team. The Flyers are a better team. And the Hurricanes are a better team. And I think that those 3 teams are going to be the top 3 in the Metro. And then you're battling with the Islanders and Penguins for that last 1 or 2 spots, because the Atlantic is still very good also. So it's going to be tough to get in. Do they have the ability to sneak in? Of course. Goaltending and offense. They scored 3.5 goals a game last year, 3.3 maybe, whatever it was. They're going to be closer to 3.6, because if everybody increases, their goal total will increase. Defensively is where it becomes a little bit of a problem, but they have guys that could wind up stepping up. If Smith plays the way he did when they first traded for him, that playoff run, they have a good guy right there, and they have young kids that'll be up, but it'll be interesting to see if they'll make the playoffs, but they will be battling with the Islanders.
I mean, it's just so exciting to be a hockey fan from this area. I mean, even go 8 hours up to Buffalo.
Yeah.
Buffalo Sabre fans must be going nuts that, yes, they know they have an issue in goal and they need to solidify their defense and they need a lot to work on. They just got a superstar to play alongside Eichel. So if anything, if they're not going to win games, it's going to be damn near a lot more exciting than they've seen in quite some time. But let's go to the Islanders now.
Definitely.
It's been pretty quiet. They've had few minor signings. You have 27-year-old Austin Czarnik and 25-year-old Grant Hutton both get 2-year deals. Czarnik, 8 games played with the Flames last season. Got 121 career games over the last 4 seasons. He was an undrafted player, a depth guy. Will he crack the roster? Probably not. Probably an AHL guy. You look at Grant Hutton, 6 goals, 15 assists, and 55 games played for Bridgeport. He was the captain at Miami University in Ohio. In his senior year, he is also undrafted. He's been with the team the last 2 years. So he's been a guy that's played in Bridgeport, but he's a defenseman. And I like those numbers from a defenseman as well. And I think that, the Islanders have a lot of questions on defense. Will he be at training camp? Probably. Will have to fight for a job. Don't think he'll win one, but it's good to have guys like that in your system. One rumor going around before we get to Devon Taves trade is that Schneider will be brought in, Corey Schneider. They're just trying to work on all the money and everything involved with that. But we talked about it last episode, is the fact that Corey Schneider is trying to resurrect his career. And the last time he joined the new team was with the Devils, and Lamoriello was at the helm. And Lamoriello believes in him. And I think with Sorokin potentially not being ready to start in the NHL when next season begins, it'll be very easy to put Schneider in there backing up Varlamov, see limited workload. Obviously, we'll see how his numbers go. If he plays the way he played with the Devils, he will not. It'll probably force the hand of Sorokin coming up and playing the backup role until he's fully ready. But that's a rumor. Lou Lamoriello said that rumor is probably going to come to fruition, and he doesn't usually give away anything, so you could probably bet money on that will happen.
I think it's pretty much done at this point. It's just the minute details have to be worked out.
There's also quote-unquote gentleman's agreement in place for Matt Martin to return on a 2-year deal. I'm not saying that's realistic. I think he should come back. 2 years, I'm not sure about 2 years, but you have to keep this fourth line intact if you want to see this team go anywhere. And then also with Devon Toews being traded, Lamoriello also said there's a big chance that Andy Green returns. In his age and where he's living and his family, he doesn't want to move. I don't think he's going to move. I think he will be back with the Islanders. All right, let's go to the Devon Toews trade. Happened last week. 2 second-round picks, a 2021 and a 2022, come to the Islanders for Devon Toews, who played top 4 minutes for the Islanders last season. He struggled in the playoffs at times with some dumb, boneheaded plays like icing the puck. Face-off happens. Islanders give up a goal. Happened a couple of times. But, a guy like that, not a rookie, but he hasn't played playoff hockey, and he finally gets to do that. I mean, he played the year before that, but he's still a young guy trying to find his way in the NHL. Avalanche got a great defenseman. That trade, you won't know how it pays off until you see how Dobson plays, because if Dobson plays better than Toews, then it worked out. If Dobson struggles and the Islanders go, dang, we need a defenseman, oh, you gave one away. And then with Toews, too, he's joining a very good team where his role is going to be a little different, but if he gets to play with a guy like Makar or anyone on that team for that matter, I mean, that's a winning culture right there, and you hope nothing but the best for him. The problem here is, let's look at Islanders have 2 RFAs that need to be re-signed in Ryan Pulock and Matt Barzal. And, I did a lot of research today looking around at projections, and I came up with 5 years, $5.5 million for Pulock, and 4 to 5 years for Barzal at around $8 million. And, do the math. That's $13.50 between them. And the Islanders have $8.9 million in cap space. That's a problem. Now, the Islanders have players that they need to move. Boychuk's getting $6 million annually. They got to move him. Komarov's getting $3 million annually. And Ladd's getting $5.5 million annually.
Who's going to take that contract?
No, exactly. The question is, Boychuk was being shopped. You're assuming you're going to have to throw in a pick there. You have to look at teams. But the thing is, though, if the Islanders want to sign those guys to that money, which that's a stretch, hopefully you look at one of these guys, maybe Barzal takes less. They want to, Lamoriello explains, hey, look what's happening with COVID. I feel a lot of athletes pay attention to what's going on around them in their communities. Look what's happening. Maybe take 1 or 2 year deal to help us out or take less money. I think they'll find a way to work it out financially, but at the same time, though, they need to clear. Boychuk's probably the biggest contract they have to try to get rid of. And
now let me ask you a question. Yeah. If they follow the Rangers model of what they did with Stahl, they traded Stahl and a second-round pick to Detroit. Do you think that the 2 second-round picks they acquired for Devon Toews could be utilized now to move somebody like a Boychuk?
Definitely. And I think that obviously we don't know what's inside the head of Lou Lamoriello at all times because he's very secretive. But no question about it. I think that one or both of those picks could be moved with a Boychuk. I even think that I read about that too, with Boychuk and a second-round pick going somewhere. The only question is, will the Islanders have to eat up anyone's cap? If they trade Boychuk, are they going to have to eat some of that? Well, not that they want to eat half of it, but even taking half of that off leaves a lot of cap space. It's an extra $3 million. But it's tough. It's tough.
If the Rangers were able to move Stahl's full contract with a second, then the Islanders should be able to as well. But the cool thing here is that these are 2 rivals that had a similar situation. The Rangers kind of beat the Islanders to the punch there by getting rid of Stahl, getting his cap unloaded onto a team like the Red Wings that at the time had all this space. Now they've gone and signed players, and they still have cap space, but will they be willing to take on a second contract like that? Probably not. So the market becomes a little smaller to move Boychuk, but obviously Boychuk, I think, has a little more to his game still than Stahl may. So giving a second-round pick might be willing to take a team. But it's tough, too, because he didn't wind up playing in the postseason after that, a little bit of an injury. And will a team want to take a flyer? So I don't think the Ladd contract, even with the second, gets moved with the way he played. Komarov, when they signed him, they gave him too much money. But do they move Aletty?
Well, they said they're not gonna do that, and I don't hate that. He's very young. He is 29 years old.
Makes no sense. We talked about this yesterday.
Since he was 18, everyone has to comment, "Oh, this guy's so old. He sucks. He doesn't have the legs that he used to have." Well, that might be true. He might not have the legs he had when he was 18, 11 years ago. But this guy's only 29 years old. Yeah. If he's struggling to play, it's not because of his age. It's because maybe he's just not as good. But you cannot contribute that to his age. Maybe it's the amount of ice time he's played because, again, he started so young. But they can't afford to lose. You can't get rid of Boychuk to clear cap space, and then you can't get rid of Leddy. There are too much holes on defense. But one place I do potentially see Boychuk landing is the Senators. Why not? They have so many young guys. They bring Dadonov in, which was you didn't see that coming.
Nope.
They still got the cap room. They can use some help on defense. Boychuk's not the same player he used to be. He's very injury-riddled. He's old. But, again, he's a leader. And the Islanders brought him and Leddy. The Islanders got Boychuk and Leddy the same offseason, I think it was 5 years ago. I don't remember. I can't do the math. But they brought them in because they both had won. They both knew what it take to win at this level. And I think Boychuk's done his job with the Islanders. He's got them to being a consistent playoff team. He's played his minutes. He's taken a back seat, but you definitely know he was speaking in the locker room. He's watching him from a different perspective. He gives his insights. And now, like we saw with Greiss turned the Islanders franchise around. He helped out on the goaltending, helped the Islanders become a team year after year that's going to be successful. And now he joins the Detroit Red Wings team trying to do the same thing. Can Boychuk do that with the Senators team that's trying to turn the page? So I think that might be a nice landing spot for him. But the Islanders, their biggest concern is clearing the cap space because at what point does Barzal – well, Barzal has no choice. Okay, they have no choice. They're RFAs. They have to offer. But the same thing is you don't want – if they're miserable –
if he holds to arbitration, though.
Yes, his worth is going to be –
his worth now gets determined by a third party.
Yes.
And based on what Barzal's done over the last couple of years, based on the contracts that have been signed by players similar to him, and based on the fact that the Islanders haven't given him really a number one weapon around him to help his numbers even increase further, I would tend to believe that an arbitrator would side with him. So that could put the Islanders in further financial distress. So I think if I'm sitting in the Islanders front office, I want to get his contract done before he gets to that arbitration hearing.
Well, that's the problem, though. They have to make moves now.
Yeah. So it's very they have time technically because, like you said, he is an RFA and he does have the arbitration hearing that he has to go through if it gets to that point. But you got to start maneuvering some cap flexibility right now if you want to make sure that Barzal comes back, Pulak comes back, and that you're solidified before all this stuff turns to out of your control.
I'm telling you right now, Barzal and Pulak are both coming back. The question is, when is that going to be official? Because, I don't know when arbitration, I think it's coming up. The hearings.
The hearings are spread out over the next 3.5 weeks. So players they vary depending on team, whenever they're scheduled. So honestly, they might not even be near each other. They could be 2.5 weeks apart, but they're starting soon.
The problem is when you look at a team like maybe the Senators and they say, okay, well, the Islanders don't have any leverage in any of the trades they need to make because the other teams know, well, they need the cap room. So let's force them to give us as much as they possibly can. And that's the problem. There's Boychuk. They go, okay, can I have Boychuk a second-round pick? Oh, give me someone else. And where the Islanders have to look in themselves and go, we don't want to, but we need to clear this cap room. That's more important. And does that go above a player that they asked for? I'm not sure what the case would be there. But
I mean, the Kings have cap space, right? I mean, I'm trying to look at teams that have it. The Predators have a little bit. The Blue Jackets still have cap space, but I don't know if that's the team that he's going to go towards. It really comes down to the Devils, Red Wings, and Senators are the three teams that have the most cap space. And will the Devils want to help out the Islanders? Probably not. So now you're left with two, one of which already helped the Rangers. So a lot of maneuverability still has to occur for the Islanders to get where they want to be next season. But I think that they will get there. When we come back from this commercial break, we will go into our speed skate. We got a few questions to answer, a lot of controversial takes, so stay with us.
It's the Worldwide Sports Radio Network. You're listening to the BS Sports Show on the Worldwide Sports Radio Network.
Welcome back to the BS Sports Show, everybody. I'm Brendan. With me is Stefan. And now we're going to get into the fun portion of the show, which is the speed skate. We got a couple of questions here that we're going to dive into. We're each going to have a minute to give our spiel on what's going to go on with our answer to that question. And then after we both answer, we'll have another minute each to kind of rebut or agree with what our partner has to say here. So, Stefan, I'm going to ask you the first question. You get to answer it first. The first question is, with COVID-19 still a major concern, should fighting be allowed in the NHL next season? You got a minute. Go for it.
Well, you look at it and it is technically fighting allowed because you get a penalty for it. So technically it goes against the rule books. But I think it'll come down to how this COVID is going on, because the last thing you want to see is two guys drop the gloves, spitting in each other's faces, getting all, close, and then one of them tests positive and you spread it. But you look at the, hockey in the bubble. That's what it was. No one was positive because they were in a bubble. The regular season, though, is not bubble hockey. They're going to be traveling, hopefully limited travel, but they're going to be traveling to new arenas, different hotels, all that stuff. And I think you will see players test positive, unlike you saw in the playoffs. That being said, you're not going to take hitting out of the game. Face-offs are as close to the face as fighting is, but I think that it comes down to maybe take the season off of fighting just for the sole factor of, you drop the gloves. Now it's hand contact, with gloves on and all that kind of stuff. You're not going to transfer the virus, as we that's what we think. But if you're dropping the gloves and fighting and punching someone and blood gets on you, all that kind of stuff, I don't want to see it gone. I think fighting is the right thing to do, but the NHL has already shown that they are a leader in fighting this virus and they take the precautionary steps. And if fighting is going to expose more players, families, all that kind of stuff to it, I don't think it should be in it. So my final answer is I don't think fighting should be in it because it is close-to-close interaction and it does not involve gloves being worn. Now, if they're fighting with gloves on, fine, keep it. But at the same time, I think it's a little too close. But then you look at face-offs. I'm going to go with fighting. Let's base it off the virus. But if the virus is still bad and they're trying to play the season, I think fighting should not be allowed.
Well, if the virus is still bad and they're trying to play the season, yeah. I think they're going to go back to bubbles. It worked already. Why wouldn't they do it? I think bubble is hard, though, when it's 30-plus teams. Yes, but it was 24. You could just do four. You could just do 4 separate bubbles if they're doing divisional play. They'll fix the schedule accordingly. But my answer is yes, fighting will be allowed. The game is already played in close contact and close quarters. You already said face-offs. What about when they're all in the crease together? What about when they're throwing a body check? The body check is as close as you're going to get. It's even closer than fighting in some instances because at least fighting you have your hand and your distance a tiny bit. But to me, I think that fighting is going to be there. It's so significantly less prevalent than it was 5-10 years ago, even, let alone 25-30 years. But I think that you're still going to see players go at it. Just the heat of the moment, the passion of the game. They're going to be sitting shoulder to shoulder on the bench. There's so many other instances where they're in close contact that not allowing fighting because of that, I think, is a little ridiculous. Not allowing fighting because of other reasons, I could see why. But I say yes, fighting will be allowed. All right, I will go back on that and say, okay, I like fighting being part of the game. I want it to happen. I just don't, like you said, fighting is not as prevalent. I guess, face-offs, they're right in each other's faces. My biggest thing, though, is the gloves coming off. That's the only thing where, you're rocking someone in the face. For instance, you get in someone's mouth. It's just, you don't want someone to fight and then they blame, let's say players fight and then you hear a week later someone tests positive and they go, it was the fighting. Obviously, it could have been anything else, the travel from the hotel, all that kind of stuff. But say, well, where were players exposed? Well, they did drop the gloves and they fought in the hands. That could have been it. I don't want them to blame fighting for a reason if there is a breakout. But at the same time, though, fighting is a big part of the game. Like, same thing, a big hit. You need to rile up a team. And I don't think it will get eliminated. But if I'm basing it off just with COVID and everything like that, just be as safe as you possibly can. Scrums after whistles, I think, will be a little bit – they'll have quicker whistles and breaking that up because they don't want that face-to-face. It just, you have to see. If it's a bubble format, though, go for it. If they do and they want to travel and do all that kind of stuff, there's a lot of things I think teams might not be able to do. I have the perfect solution. If you're worried about the germs on the hands, the refs have to carry around hand sanitizer, and if you're going to drop the gloves, they got to spray a little hand sanitizer in each of your hands. You rub it up together, and then go at it, full tilt. Yeah, I'm down with that. Okay, so Purell is going to sponsor the fighting part of the NHL hockey this season, and we are going to – you heard it here first. We have created this idea of what makes fighting healthy during COVID-19. But I think that in all seriousness, it's hard to rule it out. If they haven't ruled it out yet for the concussion reasons and all the other safety precautions that it should be ruled out for, they're looking at head contact and all this stuff, then I don't think this is going to change that. But at the same time, you do see a lot more guys coming in that are skilled that don't fight. And in a regular season, when the intensity is not as heightened, I think fighting will be less anyway, especially as the players are a little aware of what's going on. So the regular season, I don't think it'll be disallowed, but I don't think you'll see as much as you have in the past. Postseason, once that starts up, though, that's when you'll start to see it more again.
I think the league will speak to the players and just say, listen, just be smart. Just be smart. Don't do what Gobert did after in his post-game conference and touch everything. It's just not the smart thing to do.
No,
definitely not. I got a question for you.
Okay.
Who will have more points this upcoming season? Jack Hughes, who scored 21 points last season, or Capo Caco, who had 23 points last season?
Now, this is tough because I think both are going to increase their totals. I like Hughes and I like Caco a lot. And I'm not saying Caco just because I'm a Rangers fan. I'm saying it because he is likely to get promoted to the second line, which means he will be playing with Artemi Panarin and Ryan Strome. Panarin's a Hart Trophy finalist. He had 95 points. Over 60 of those points were assists, right? So there's a reason that he is that good at passing the puck. He finds open teammates. And somebody like a Capo Caco, who went from playing with other young guys, playing with Di Giuseppe and Edel, he's now going to be able to just find a little bit of open ice. And if you find that open ice, Panarin will find you. And I think that naturally that will increase his point total. So I know that Hughes is playing with Nico Hischier, who's also very talented. That top line there is good also, but they don't have a Panarin, right? Nico Hischier is not Panarin. So I think that just because Caco's playing with Panarin, his point total will be higher than that of Jack Hughes.
All right, well, I'm going to agree with you. Just for the fact that I'm going more to a physical aspect of their games. I think, I wrote it down here, actually, the height difference and the weight difference, but Caco's a bigger player. I think he's got 20-something pounds on Hughes and a couple inches, and I think he is more likely to go to those dirty areas, and a lot more goals are scored in the dirty areas than anywhere else on the ice. Jack Hughes, I think he's a great player. He's got great vision, great shot, all that and stuff, but crashing the net is not one of his things that he could do. He's just not a big enough guy. And I think with a guy like Panarin and a guy like Zibanejad, first, like you said, Panarin finds you. And I think with Capo Caco on whether it be maybe a power play opportunity or going and getting those dirty rebounds, that's going to add a lot more points to his stat sheet. And a Jack Hughes guy's going to have to rely on his shot. Maybe making a cross-seam pass on the power play or a quick pass. But Jack Hughes' game is not in tight. It's around the offensive zone and using his skill and his skating ability to do so. I just think Capo Caco, you said he's got a Panarin. You have Palmieri, Hischier, and Hughes. That's who's on that top line. But you don't know if Palmieri is going to be there when the season begins. He's talked about in trade rumors. I think Hughes has a lot of upside. I think he's going to be a great player. But the way this Rangers team is going from their rebuild and the young guys they have around them, and Capo Caco, no, he didn't have a great season. Neither did Hughes. But, it's like saying, all right, playing with a guy like Panarin or playing with a guy like Palmieri. They're both great players. One of them is a lot better and a lot better at finding you. And I think for that reason, like you said, Capo Caco is going to have a better year.
Now, when we saw the Rangers participate in a brief appearance in the postseason, Capo Caco, for the first time, really in over a year, had rest, right? He had played with Finland in the World Tournaments. He had played in the Finnish Elite League before coming to the Rangers and then playing there. So that was a lot of hockey for an 18-year-old to play. All the travel he had to do around the world. He was tired. He came out in that 3-game postseason stint and went off. Like, not point-wise, he didn't have a point. But at the same time, he was physically prevalent. He was crashing the net. He was going to the dirty areas. He was taking shots, stuff we hadn't seen from him all year. He was very passive in his first season with the Rangers. And then come the postseason time, he turned it up. He had the ability to find the puck, find those loose areas. And now you do that when you're playing with Panarin. You're going to guarantee to get yourself more points. It doesn't matter who it was. If you switch Hughes and Caco and Hughes is playing with Panarin, he's going to finish with more points. This is not a player versus player battle here. It's who he's playing with. And I think that, like you mentioned, with Caco's ability to get to the dirty areas a little bit more than Jack Hughes, that does help him in next season having even more points. Because, listen, if you crash that net on a Panarin shot, you have the ability to tip it. You have the ability to get the rebound. And we saw Strome, who had struggled over the last 3 years to find a home on a line, all of a sudden his point total is at 59 because he played with Panarin. So I think you're going to see something similar with Caco.
It's also a better team.
Yeah.
The Rangers are just a better team than the Devils at this point. They could surprise us. The Devils, with their moves they made, and Crawford could play out of his mind behind Blackwood, and this team could be a lot better than we expect. But Jack Hughes is going to have to play a part in that. He's going to have to take a step up in his career. I just think for this, the only reason I could seeing Hughes score maybe more points is the fact that he's one of their go-to guys.
Yeah.
Look at the Rangers, and they have so many weapons that Caco's there but he's not, I'm a top guy. For Hughes, if the Devils are going to win and be successful, he's going to have to rack up a lot of points. And that, doing the percentage on the team, Hughes might have to score like 20% of the goal, 20% of the points. For a guy like Capo, he doesn't have to get such a high percentage of the points for the team to be successful. So that's the only way you may see Hughes get more, but I think that Capo's in a better position to succeed points-wise.
I would completely agree with you. Before we move on to the next question, reminder to please download the Worldwide Sports Radio Network app. It is available on Apple, on the iTunes App Store. It's available on Google Play for Android, all phones. Download it. You'll never miss a show. It's the way to go. All right, so back to the third and now final question of the Speed Skate. And this one, to me, is the most exciting one that we have planned because you can go a lot of ways. There's really no wrong answer, and there's a lot of good goaltending tandems in the league. So, Stefan, I'll turn it to you. Which goalie tandem in the NHL is the best one starting next season?
Yeah, so after hearing what Fleury had to say and the way Leonard played when he got to Vegas and in the postseason, it's hard to not want to go with them. I think that Fleury has a bounce-back year. Last season, 27, 16, and 5, 2.77 goals against average, 905 save. That's not great for Fleury. Fleury can do better. I know he'll do better in a lesser role. And for Robin Leonard, 19, 10, and 5, 2.89 goals against average, 920 save. When he first got to Vegas, he was 3-0. I think he was allowing under 1.5 goals per game, 940, 935 save percentage. And in the playoffs, he played well, had a little hiccups here and there. But he is so good, and I can't wait to see what he does. And both of them, if you want to say who has the best, you look around the league, there's a lot of good goalie tandems, but you also have a lot of teams where there's a number one goalie and that's it.
Yep.
A guy like Vasilevsky, where he might be the best goalie in the league, but you can't count him a goalie tandem when his backup's probably going to play maybe 10 games, 15 games, and he's a no-name or whoever the case may be. So you look at this, and it's not a backup starter. It's a 1A and a 1B, and I think that Fleury he's got a lot more left in the tank, I think. And in the lesser role, I think you see his stats climbing with the Pietrangelo joining the team.
Yep.
Yes, they lose Schmidt, but overall, the way this Vegas team plays, it bodes well. It's a similar system to that of the Islanders where the goaltenders they find a way to make the lives a lot easier for the netminders. And I think that, yes, comparing it, well, who's going to goal saved above average? Some teams are going to have their goaltenders stand out and play absolutely unreal. Like, look at Detroit. You have Thomas Greiss and Bernier on a team that's abysmal. But they might play really freaking well. Both those goals saved above average, Greiss is very good at that, is controlling his rebounds, all that kind of stuff. They might put up great numbers despite the winning-loss record. But for me, I think it's going to be Robin Leonard and a bounce-back year for Fleury to make the best tandem in the league and take that Jennings trophy.
So this was very tough for me because there's a lot. We talked about all of them. You mentioned a few of them, but Bishop Khudobin is a great one in Dallas, right? Rask Halak, Leonard Fleury, your pick, Shesterkin Georgiev now, Price and Allen, even Blackwood and Crawford. But my pick is going to be the tandem in Arizona, which to me is one of the most underrated goalie tandems in the whole entire league, in Darcy Kemper and Antti Raanta. And last year they were terrific. Darcy Kemper finally got the recognition he deserved in the postseason, absolutely standing on his head and carrying an Arizona team to, even though they were eliminated, he was the only reason they were even competitive in that series. So you look at their numbers last year. Kemper went 16-11-2. He had a 2.22 goals against average and a 928 save percentage. He had a goal saved above average of 16.65 and led all netminders with over 25 starts. He had 75.9% of his 39 starts were quality starts, which is unreal. His counterpart and backup, if you want to call him that, is Antti Raanta. He had a 59.4 quality start percentage, had 15 wins, a 2.63 goals against average, and had a goal saved above average of 11.69. So you look at those numbers, the two of them combined had over 67% of their starts were quality, and the league average is 53 for a goaltender. So the two of them combined had better than one goalie's average, which to me is absurd. You look at how good they were together. They're still together this year. When Raanta gets a little banged up, Kemper steps in. When Kemper gets banged up, Raanta steps in. They don't seem to miss a beat. So for me, they're going to have to stand on their head this year because of the lack of offense around them now with Taylor Hall's departure. But they are good enough to carry and get a couple of wins for their teams, regardless of which guy's in goal.
I think it's a sin that Kemper does not get enough credit.
Yep.
He comes up with the Wild. No, doesn't really do much there. He gets dealt. He's now with Arizona, and at times he looks unbeatable. When he's locked on, he went on a stretch this year, earlier on in the season, where he was just locked in shutouts, less than 2 goals a game, making unreal saves. I mean, this is the Kemper, the league's been waiting for. And I think that there was, you talk about Markstrom with Vancouver now on Calgary. Both of those two were surprising. I don't know if it's surprisingly. You knew Markstrom, how good he was. You knew Kemper. Obviously, they're in the NHL. But they took an extra level to their play, and they played so well. And you look at Vancouver with Markstrom, and he was a main reason why they were where they were. Yep. And for Arizona, Kemper needs to get a lot of the credit because he kept them in games. And even in the playoffs, it wasn't easy. And Kemper did all he could.
Well, they were completely outmatched by Colorado.
Yeah. Oh, completely.
He was facing – I've never seen a goalie actually have to face that many point-blank shots from absolute snipers. And the one thing we were saying the whole time was don't take penalties, don't take penalties. And they just kept running out Colorado's power play unit, which was just torching them the whole series. You know who we left off this list out of examples too for a tandem? Yeah.
Martin Jones and Devin Dubnyk.
No, definitely not. They're probably the worst tandem I actually ever seen. But at the same time, there's another Metro Division team that showcased a goaltending tandem, which was completely unexpected.
I wonder what I'll do now that I don't have to share the stage with my co-host from Twist, the Weekend Sports Talk. Whatever I want. Tune in to Mike on the Mic for a fresh take on sports and life on the RTF Sports Network.
What's going on, Triple Shot Sports family? This is Brandon Combs, host of the best podcast on the planet. That's the Triple Shot Sports Podcast. Be sure to join myself and Soup Boss Chad Lounder live for 2 hours. Yes, I said 2 hours every Sunday, Tuesday, and Thursday at 8 p.m. Eastern and 7 p.m. Central on the RTF Sports Network Facebook page and YouTube. And if you miss any part of the show, you can hear us every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday on your drive home at 5 p.m. Eastern on rtfsportsnetwork.com.
Do you want to get inside the mind of Matt Benz, co-host of Twist, the Weekend Sports Talk? Well, tune in to Benzy's Bit to find out what he really thinks about sports and life on the one and only RTF Sports Network.
Amazon is now hiring near you. We're looking for team members who know that delivering important packages is important work. Ready to work hard and make someone's every day? Ready for benefits and flexible shifts? Immediate hourly roles are available at amazon.com/apply. That's amazon.com/apply. Amazon is an equal opportunity employer.
It's the Worldwide Sports Radio Network.
Oh yeah, we're hitting right.
CJ, the Painkiller.
Kevin Jackson. So we need to start acting like a big football. It's time for the jet tax to die.
You're listening to Weapons Hot on Sports War Radio and the Worldwide Sports Radio Network.
Darnold fires one into the end zone. It is caught. That's a jet touchdown.
And now here is your host, CJ, the Painkiller, D. Simone, and Kevin Jackson.
You are a factory of sadness.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the edition of Weapons Hot, a New York Jets fan broadcast here on the Worldwide Sports Radio Network, Sports War Radio, Snowman Digital Media, and quite frankly, any place where you get your New York Jets fix. I'm your host, CJ the Painkiller D. Simone, and I'm joined tonight, as always, by my co-host, my partner in crime, my right seater. I'm bringing him in on a little bit different note today because I think after today's game and just the events of everything that has gone on this week, I think it's just more appropriate. So ladies and gentlemen, it gives me great pleasure to introduce the man, myth, the legend. Put your hands together for Mr. Kevin Jackson! Jax, what's going on tonight, my man?
Man, we begin the episode of Weapons Out tonight in a little bit of a different place than we did last week. First off, excuse me. I'm out with my family this weekend, and I had the misfortune of watching this horrible piece of shit game go on today in the company of people that I love who, unfortunately, are also experiencing this drama. We are waddling in the shit right now. So it's a rough day, man. It's a rough damn day. And I know everybody's expressing different levels of festivity right now, but the way this stands, I'm not sure really what it is that they're trying to justify for the remainder of the season. I know we got stuff to talk about. I'm not going to go on and on about that, but I'm glad to be here. But I guess I'm glad to be here. I'm glad the game is over. We'll just put it that way.
Well, you know, as if anybody expected a different result today, the New York Jets get shut out 24-0 by the Miami Dolphins. And I kind of joked around within our little chat that, you know, Joe Flacco has an undefeated record against the Miami Dolphins, you know, because our good buddy Joshua Silverberg brought that up. Joe Flacco's never lost to the Dolphins. And I'm like, yeah, well, you know, today when the Jets lose by 20 plus or whatever, you know, that'll be his first loss. And I was kind of kidding around, saying it tongue in cheek. But you know what? I mean, this game almost became I don't even know what I really want to say. But this game almost became 28-0 at halftime without that pick from Brian Poole. And you know what? In a way, I wish he didn't intercept that ball. I wish that it was 28-0. And I know that that's probably going to rub a lot of fans the wrong way. But you know what? I don't care. Because at this point, this team is just a complete waste of effort. There is zero effort on the sideline. And what I thought was comical was they started the broadcast off today by saying, oh, Adam Gase and Greg Williams had a heated discussion and during pregame warm-ups on the sideline, and they actually showed up. How do you know they had a heated discussion? The two of them were wearing masks. Yeah. Can't read lips anymore thanks to COVID-19 because everybody's got to wear a friggin' mask. Okay, so how do you know if they're pissed off? Okay? And as far as Adam Gase is concerned with his comments about what Greg Williams said, Greg Williams basically called him out on the carpet. And I don't blame him. You know, and then Adam Gase decided to shoot back and decided to say, well, you know, we all just need to shut up and play. We can't finger point. Okay, all right, jackass. Yeah. How about you start with taking some responsibility for this shit show that we're watching week in and week out? How about starting with that before you're going to sit there and you're going to start bashing your defensive coordinator?
That's the problem. That literally is the problem. The person who actually would have all of the fingers pointing at him doesn't want anybody to discuss pointing fingers. Absolutely. Why wouldn't you? Look, this is the problem. We've recognized this as being a problem. It's not the first time any of us has ever said this, but the Adam Gase hire was strategically and problematically one of the worst that we have ever made here. And there is a reality to that really it just can't be denied. We have to contend with the fact that this is the guy that we entrusted the future of our franchise when we were discussing at the time the future of that franchise being at one of its most critical points in history. We have a franchise quarterback. We have a situation where we have talented players on the roster: Jamal Adams, Marcus May. We at that point in time, we had Le'Veon Bell. We had all of this opportunity. We had all of this hope. We had all of this, upward trajectory, possibility, this momentum. And this is who we gave it to. This fucking guy. All right. So the problem lies with him. You are making a great point in saying that his accountability is absolute zero right now, literally, because not once have I really ever heard him say anything akin to, you know what, this is all me. I'm the head coach. I'm responsible. If it doesn't work, it's my fault. Period. So it doesn't appear we're going to get that. It doesn't appear we're going to get anything resembling I guess a response or a reaction from the front office that kind of amounts to what it is that we should get from something like that. This is bad all around. And again, we're talking about Brian Poole making an interception, and Brian Poole is the guy that they're talking about shopping and trying to get rid of because at this point, we don't have any use for him because we're obviously tanking.
Yeah, it's just frustrating right now because, I mean, the team is going out there and there are times when you see the team play hard and then when you see them give up that first touchdown and they know that there's no possible way that they're going to be able to get back into it, they just end up punting. You know, and it's frustrating because then you start seeing guys start to come alive in garbage time when the game is out of reach. Well, what's the point? What's the point then? You know, if you're not going to play hard for a full 60 minutes, if you're just going to dog it, you know, then why are you even putting the effort in to begin with? And
how about what type of mentality is down by 20 points? It really feels like, okay, this is a great opportunity now to put our young guys out there to see what it is that they can do. When we have an idea that we need to say what they're going to do in crunch time, we need to see what they're going to do at the beginning of the first quarter, at the beginning of the second quarter. That's when we need to see those guys. We don't need to see them when there's only 12 minutes left in the game and we're so far behind that, you know, we're looking at them again, or excuse me, they're right behind us again, getting ready to lap us. This is ridiculous.
You know, and it's incredibly frustrating when you go down to Miami. I mean, I know that they just got off of just absolutely destroying the San Francisco 49ers. But, I mean, this is a team that last year for 2 games, despite how shitty our roster was last year, you put up a fight against them. And it just seemed like you went down to Miami and just had no interest in playing the game. And Joe Flacco, to be honest with you, looks probably the worst than I think I've ever seen him. I was joking around that he kind of looks like a serial killer, which there are times when you watch him on the sidelines that he just looks like he's lost in space. Like he must have found Todd Bolt's Thorazine or something somewhere underneath the bench. And he decided to pop a couple of tabs because he just stands there like he looks like he's completely clueless, like he doesn't know what he's supposed to do out there. And then Rashard Perryman had an appearance in this game, got hurt, got pulled out, went back in, started doing some damage again in garbage time. Supposedly, you know, we were going to see LaMichael Pirine. We saw LaMichael Pirine, and in my opinion, was limited action, and they really didn't utilize the kid the way that they should have. It's just, again, just a calamity of errors. And then, oh, man, the first half of the game, okay, the Jets have a total of 59 yards of offense. Okay, I want people to wrap their head around this number. 59 yards in 30 minutes of football of total offense. Okay?
Offensive genius.
Right. Dude, I'm going to get to that in a second because you know what? I'm absolutely getting sick and tired of that offensive genius bullshit. I'm going to get to that in a second. All right? Now, on the penalties alone that the Jets amassed just in the first half, they had 6 penalties for 57 yards. Really? So you have 59 yards of total offense, 57 yards given to your opponent because of penalties. I mean, look, if that doesn't scream that this team has quit and that Adam Gase has lost the locker room, then I don't know what is. And I don't know what more Christopher Johnston or Joe Douglas needs to see in order to get this man out of the fucking building. But whatever it is,
I wanted to kind of point to something, and again, we were in the chat earlier, and that picture, the meme, because you know it's going to be everywhere, including my AVI on Twitter right now. Check me out at Spotty Blackman. But it's that meme of Joe Douglas, you know, with his head down and his face in his hand, and just absolute dejection. And I'm starting to wonder, really, again, the limitations of what he has available to him to make the necessary changes here. I was questioning it, and I mean, if you listen to the show, you follow us, you know I've been saying this for weeks. I've been critical of Joe Douglas because I really need to understand what he is capable of doing to right this ship. We are, at this point in time, we are damaging the upward trajectory of any talent that even he brought into this roster. Think about it that way, right? Because these are guys that he drafted. And if as much as we all talk about, getting rid of guys or stunting the growth of guys that you didn't bring in, that they're not your guys, you're not responsible for them, and then to do what it is that he's done to his own draft picks, including the generational talent that we truly think, and it really looks like when we've seen him play, it looks like we drafted in Mekhi Becton. He's hurt specifically because of this head coach and because of the decision making of this staff. And we're talking about an injury that for the position that he plays, come on, man. You're honestly risking the career of these kids by doing what it is that he's doing. And now he's I don't even know what the hell you want to call his game plan. And everybody wants to talk about how quickly we need to get rid of Sam Darnold, when we actually saw a Super Bowl winning quarterback come out today who is supposed to at least be technically better than Sam Darnold. Maybe functionally if he's not physically better than Sam Darnold, but we would expect that Joe Flacco would be able to do something that would look better than a third-year quarterback. And look what we got. And all of this, actually, again, it falls at the feet of damn Adam Gase, man. I'm sick of this shit. I'm telling you. Now, the heated debate with him and Greg Williams, if that's what they want to call it. No, I didn't see it specifically, but I'll just be honest with you. If Adam Gase is deciding that, this is the opportunity for him to take to hash those beefs out on the sideline in front of everyone before the fucking game is getting ready to jump off, this is leadership.
Yeah,
I'll say this also, just in the spirit of fairness. If Greg Williams said some dumb shit to him about, we'll need you guys to put up some points today, you don't poke the bear before the game either.
I'm surprised that Greg Williams didn't punch him in the face. I was kind of joking around with Joshua in our group chat about, what's the over-under that, Greg Williams just punches Adam Gase in the face. And he said like 46.5. I was like, I'll take the over.
Right.
Because
look, reminded me of Buddy Ryan back in the day taking the swing.
There are even certain spots, you see him that he's just what you call it, just friggin' he's sitting on he's sitting on the bench and he's got that damn Denny's menu playbook in front of him, and all he's doing is scribbling, and he's not talking to anybody, and he's not doing anything. So it's a joke right now.
It is. How can you expect it to improve or make changes if you're not even getting any input from the guys, who are really responsible for running the staff? Come on now. This is a genius. This is a guy that's mature enough to handle the situation that comes with running an NFL franchise. Come on now. Get his ass out of here.
So, ladies and gentlemen, really quick, I want to welcome Mr. Dave Hanna to the show. Dave, how you doing today?
I'm doing very well. Thank you for having me back on. I apologize for the technical issues last week. I'm assuming you're hearing me and seeing me better than you were last week.
Yes, right now, I mean, you're a little bit of a shadow figure, but you know what? As long as your audio is not sounding like you're talking out of a tin can and a couple of tin cans and a piece of twine, I'll be happy with that. So
let me pull a maneuver.
Tell me what your thoughts are on today's game.
Yeah, give me 1 second.
All right. So, one other thing that I wanted to talk about today is just the fact that both the Jets and Miami could not convert a third down to save their life today. That the Jets actually converted, like they were like 3 for 3 after going like 0 for 13 for third down conversions, and I think like this game actually set an NFL record of actually going a certain amount of time with teams not being able to convert a third down. I mean, so the third down defense has showed up, but I mean, it really didn't make a difference because the game was over at halftime. So when the game's over at halftime and this offense can't get out of its own way, then what's the difference? Dave, really quick, I want to get your thoughts on today's so
let me air a couple of grievances right away. One, I actually was at work today. I was only really able to catch I watched it on my phone via NFL Network app. I'll be honest, I put $1,000 on the Dolphins at the start of the week because I figured I might as well, make some money off of this misery. At this point, it's just you go into the game and there's no hope. I went into this game and there was absolutely no hope whatsoever. So, I mean, I didn't get to catch the entire thing, but this is the first time in my life that I didn't even care. I genuinely didn't care not being able to watch. Typically, it's like I get anxiety and get upset about the fact that if I would never miss a game, but my current position, I work weekends, and I didn't even, think twice of missing this game because you knew exactly how this was going to unfold. It's just despicable that we continue to trot out Adam Gase out there.
Facts. Look, this is we've actually moved so far beyond apathy when it comes to this. I'll just be honest with you. It as much as I enjoy doing this and I love doing the show and I love interacting with the folks that follow and new folks that come in. But it's hard when this is what it is that we have to discuss. I mean, it's not even real football. We're not really discussing football right now. We're discussing abject failure and public embarrassment right now. That's exactly what it is that we're discussing every week because for whatever reason, the football gods have shined down upon us and dropped whatever ineptitude is actually running this organization in our laps. And as fans, we don't deserve this. How many polls do you see now? Are you still going to buy Jets merch? Or, would you prefer to go 0-16 right now? And again, earlier, I can't remember who actually made the point, but saying that we want Adam Gase to actually finish out the season with the level of trash that he actually brings in each game, just so he can feel the sting and have on his resume the 0-16.
I think that's a great segue, man, because I am a firm believer. I have completely flipped right now. I honestly want to see Adam Gase finish out the year because I am a strong believer that a couple meaningless wins does nothing for the team moving forward. If anything, it will just hurt them. So Adam Gase gives the Jets the best chance to go 0-16. And at this point, that's what, in my opinion, a true Jets fan wants the team to go 0-16. I would love to hear an argument of how winning a couple meaningless games would help them.
Yeah, it's hard to argue that point. It really is.
It's very hard to argue that point. I mean, right now at this juncture, I mean, I think personally, if you would have fired Adam Gase at the end of the Broncos game, okay, if there would have been a press conference that Adam Gase had been relieved of his duties during the Broncos game, I think that right now Jets fans wouldn't care about the losses, about the wins and losses. They would just know that Adam Gase is gone. They would just know that change is coming. But right now, they don't really feel like anything is going to happen. It's just Adam Gase just getting more and more belligerent, more and more, more and more aggressive with the media a little bit, his responses to his questions. And basically, you're hearing players speak out. You're hearing now coaches speak out. So, I mean, eventually, all of this is going to get to a point where it just becomes a pressure cooker. So, regardless whether or not the first pick in the NFL draft is on the line or not, if Joe Douglas has got it in his head that Sam Darnold is not the future of this franchise, then just get rid of him now. Get rid of him now.
Yeah, I mean, it's difficult. It's difficult to pull it, but I think he needs to try. There needs to be something done.
Everything seems to be circling around. Forget Sam. Sam sucks. Let's get him out of here. Let's go get Trevor Lawrence because Trevor Lawrence is going to come in here and going to fix everything. Okay? let me explain something to you guys. And I know I'm going to get blasted on social media for what I'm about to say, and I really don't care at this point. Okay? Trevor Lawrence is not going to be the savior for the New York Jets franchise if the current coaching staff is still in place. Plain and simple. And if Joe Douglas is going to make a fair evaluation of Sam Darnold, and I said this last night on the Weekend Crunch, then you know what? Get rid of Adam Gase. You give the play calling duties and the head coaching duties to Jim Bob Cooter or to Greg Williams or whoever it is that you feel is going to be the interim head coach, Brant Boyer or whoever. Okay?
Mark.
You look Sam Darnold in the eye and you say, look, you got X number of games to prove to us that you're the guy. Okay? And if at the end of the year, either Sam is going to sink or Sam is going to swim. Plain and simple.
But CJ,
if this is going to be an evaluation, if this is going to be an evaluation period for the remainder of games in this season, do it the right fucking way. Don't pass backwards in.
You bring up a very, very interesting point because that's where I think the $1 million question comes in, especially if you're going from Joe Douglas's perspective. And let me preface this with the fact that I believe Sam Darnold is going to be a good quarterback in the NFL, and I think the Jets have done absolutely nothing to help him. Now, if you're in Joe Douglas's shoes, what is more important? Firing Adam Gase and giving Sam Darnold essentially that tryout period to prove if he's the guy or not, or keeping Adam Gase because the season's already an embarrassment and allowing the team to essentially just, for lack of a better term, tank, go 0-16 and get that number one pick. Because then let me just very quickly explain. You would be 0-16 and most likely Gase is, 99% getting fired if they go, no matter what, Gase is gone at the end of the year. So do you let Gase finish out the year and just struggle through the embarrassment of the next, 9 or 10 weeks and go 0-16, secure the number one pick, or do you essentially take pride in the fact that you're worried about giving Sam Darnold a chance and then firing Gase right now, promoting, Jim Bob Cooter and allowing him to get Mims back and Becton back and Perriman back and having some semblance of an offense and allowing Sam some sort of tryout period. That's
I fired Adam Gase yesterday. I'm sick of this shit. Look, you have a reasoned argument, but I'll say this first and foremost: Joe Douglas, his responsibility is to have a franchise quarterback. There's no question. That's going to be the mark of whatever GM is ever going to take any job. Does he solidify the most important position in football? All right, we get that. But Joe Douglas's responsibility is also to fill out a roster. And with the players that we have on the roster, to evaluate them and put them in the best position to win. If Joe Douglas's idea of managing an organization is to say, you know what, we can sacrifice a year of development for these guys in order to get one pick that may or may not pan out to be exactly what it is that we need. We're not one pick away from being a good team. We're just not. We're not even a first round, a number one pick draft haul away from being a competent organization at this point in time. And then let me ration this out for you, okay? Because the fact of the matter is that we're depleted at wide receiver, we're depleted at running back, we're depleted in the defensive backfield, we're depleted in our linebacking core, we're depleted on our offensive line. And don't let the fact that some of the names that we brought in fool you. Joe Douglas did bring in some guys. He didn't bring in enough guys. And if you really think about it, he really only kind of brought in 2 or maybe 3 guys because George Fant is a name that I always had questions about, but he's actually proven to be a decent player at what it is that he's been asked to do on the right side. McGovern has been hurt. He hasn't actually been playing up to snuff. And Mekhi Becton at this point in time, who is playing like a man amongst boys, is hurt because of this stupid-ass head coach. Now, this is where I'm at. All right? We still have players on this team that need to grow. Because if you don't, then it's going to require replacing those players further on down the line. And as a GM, it's not easy to pick and choose talent. We can see that all over the league. But very acutely and very specifically, we've seen that here also. Mike McCagnon rings all kinds of bells and has entered the chat. All right, so here we are with recognizing that we have talent. Now, Michael P. Ryan, he's not getting burned because our head coach is a moron. Because there is no offensive hierarchy. Adam Gase and Darryl Loggins, who the hell is Darryl Loggins? And at this point in time, who the hell is Adam Gase? But more specifically, let me get back to the point. Joe Douglas has a responsibility to this locker room. And seeing some of the moves that he's made, especially some of those moves that have included bringing in nobody players because Adam Gase is comfortable with them, that's detrimental to not only the foundation, but it's detrimental to the morale. It's detrimental to the heart, to the soul, to the fight that these guys are supposed to have every week. And Joe Douglas is responsible for that shit to an extent because, Adam Gase has his power. And again, that's arguable, debatable, but I really would like to know at some point in time here that Joe Douglas is going to be the man and it ain't going to be about what Adam Gase wants. And if it is another head coach, and if that head coach is not necessarily some super powerhouse, then, I need to know that Joe Douglas as the GM has control to be able to make the moves that he needs to make. Right now, we don't have no idea what Joe Douglas is capable or not capable of doing because he hasn't done shit.
So, all right, really quick, I want to get to some of these comments over here. Shout out to John Suggs. He has a question that I want to pose to the panel over here. Fire Joe Douglas and Gase and get Greg Patton from the Vikings and draft Trevor and a different coach. He's a genius on cap space, wants to know our thoughts on that. Dave, I want to start with that one really quick, and then we'll get back to Kevin. And I got more comments in here that I want to get to.
I do not at all think of the idea of firing Joe Douglas. He has barely even got his feet wet here. He walked into a messy situation. I agree completely with Kevin that it really comes down to, are you going to lose? They've already lost the locker room with Gase, but it's like, does Joe Douglas have any semblance of pride and try to convince? But that's the thing. You got to understand, Joe Douglas is in a tough spot. He was essentially brought on because Adam Gase was his biggest supporter. And Joe Douglas, you got to understand, Joe Douglas is not Adam Gase's boss. Christopher Johnson is the one that's pulling the strings. I'm sure deep down, Joe Douglas would have probably fired Adam Gase before the start of the season. But it's not like it's Joe Douglas's decision. This is Christopher Johnson. He's the one that owns the team. And I guarantee you, Christopher Johnson is currently a puppet of Woody Johnson, his brother, who's overseas, and he has no decision. So it's just basically allow them to embarrass themselves.
He's a pussy.
Yeah.
But what is he supposed to do? You got to put yourself in his shoes.
He's a pussy, and he's content to go down with the ship. He's content with all the negative headlines. He's content with the negative PR that's being pointed in the New York Jets' direction. He's content with the amount of fans that have canceled their season tickets, that are canceling their PSLs in droves because they are just sick and tired of the pathetic product that's being put out on that football field.
Period.
Okay, so
but you got to. I mean, listen. I'm not defending Joe Douglas, but you got to put yourself in his shoes. He just got hired. He's been here for a cup of coffee. What he doesn't have the type of control I think that you're thinking of.
All right. That's the problem. Isn't that the problem, though? I mean, that's kind of the point we're making. All right, but just because specifically, this is it. Joe Douglas's job is on the line here. If you really think about it, because again, if his role and responsibility is to build the players and personnel here, then his job is looking like he's not doing a good job just because of the product that we're putting on the field. So his responsibility is to be at the table about that. Even if his role is not to actually make the decision, his role was to put together what he needs to build a winner. And his job, again, would be to bang the table. Look, this guy's got to get out of here. There's no way that I'm going to be able to put together any talent that is going to be able to win under this guy, because this guy is not it. That's the whole issue right now.
You also have to take a step back and understand what Joe Douglas inherited. He inherited Mike McCagnon's mess.
Oh, yeah.
So it's not like Joe Douglas didn't walk in with like a blueprint of, a perfect situation of cap space and guys that were happy to be on the team. He had a lot of tough decisions right off the bat. He has not been here long. You got to give Joe Douglas a little bit more time. Don't get me wrong. I want Adam Gase gone. I think there was a small window in which they could have fired Adam Gase, and that was essentially between like week 2 and the Broncos game. And now that has gone and passed, I believe they're better off just letting Gase just embarrass the team for the rest of the year, go 0-16 and get the best pick. Because I'm questioning what good comes out of firing Adam Gase tomorrow and then allowing, Jim Bob Cooter to take over the offense and Sam Darnold to lead them to 3, maybe 4. Even I don't even see how that would happen.
The downward trajectory of the entire organization would cease. The flat spin, the tail spin, the literally critical direction of this team that is taking right now would be squashed. It would mean that we've come to a point where this shit is no longer acceptable. Look, we continue to say we want to give these guys time. Look, we gave Idzik time. We gave McCagnon time. At least enough to show that they were horrible at what it is that they are doing. I don't believe that Joe Douglas should be in that conversation. Let me just clarify that. But what it is that I am saying is that if Joe Douglas is going to be good at his job, he's going to have to do what they couldn't do. He's going to have to be able to make these changes. He's going to have to be able to be the guy that, and think about it again in terms of what Christopher Johnson decided to do in the negotiating process with Joe Douglas. He gave Joe Douglas contractual kind of a vote of confidence in saying, we believe that you're going to do this. We're going to give you everything that you need, and we're going to give you time to do it. And Joe Douglas at this point should be saying, you know what? I'm wasting time. We're all wasting time. What good is it going to do to get Sam Darnold out of the room with Dowell fucking Loggins? Yeah, it's a world of difference. It is a world of difference. And I'll just say this again, because if what we're talking about is Trevor Lawrence coming in with a brand new everything, I don't necessarily know, do I trust that anyway? Not to mention the fact that we are talking about Sam Darnold, a guy that we believe could be the guy if we put everything around him that we were supposed to put. And we haven't. We haven't done shit. At this point, we've done nothing to help him. It is a negative-sum game right now because the loss of talent that we've had instead of the influx of talent that we needed to build what it is that we were hopeful for at the beginning of the season is gone. It's gone. Yep. The new guys that we brought in, either they're an afterthought or they're not playing well. All of the stuff that we said that was going to help us going into this season, none of it is coming to pass other than Jamison Crowder, the possibility of Mekhi Becton. And again, when he's been on the field, he's been a beast. And again, the only jersey that I would even consider buying right now is Braden Mann.
No, I agree.
So here we are. This is the worst case scenario for us. Period.
Well, but at the end of the day, this all boils down to the fact that Adam Gase being here for 2 years has completely set this franchise back X number of years. And if we had made the right decision, if they had made the right decision at the start of last year and did not hire Adam Gase, we wouldn't be doing this right now.
Right.
They can make the right decision now, though.
The right decision now is to fire Adam Gase now, because you know what? Jim Bob Cooter is probably not going to get you 2-3 wins. Take a look at the rest of the Jets schedule. Okay, the rest of the Jets schedule does not get easier. And in a team that is offensively inept at this point, you sit your veterans. You sit those players who you think may or may not be with this franchise going forward. You sit them. You play your kids. You do your full evaluation from top to bottom. You have somebody else in Sam Darnold's ear because at least you know for the amount of 1-year contracts that Joe Douglas made at the beginning of this season,
which was smart.
Chances are not going to be here next year.
I think that was perfectly said. I think, honestly, ideal situation. We're talking right now, sitting here 0-6. Perfect situation is that tomorrow morning, Adam Gase gets fired. Whoever gets, elevated to head coach, interim head coach, whatever. Perfect situation is that Sam Darnold shows signs of, looking like he could be the guy. The team plays hard, but they lose. That is the best case scenario. Winning the game is not a good thing. We do not want to do that.
That's the world we live in right now, because I kind of can't argue that point at all. I do believe the problem that we would encounter in that was that now you have the number 1 pick, and you have no choice but to draft Trevor Lawrence.
But I would say a perfect situation, in my opinion. This is me speaking from the heart. Perfect situation. You fire Adam Gase tomorrow. Darnold looks great down the stretch, but we still lose every game because we just don't have the personnel. We get the number 1 pick, and then there's a team behind us that is quarterback needy, and they're willing to trade up for the number 1 spot to give us a boatload of picks, and we just trade back and we surround Darnold with some talent because we have not done that yet.
Every scenario for me that involves keeping Sam Darnold is a plus for me. I'm going to say this as somebody who really likes Trevor Lawrence, man. I'm just going to keep it real. I think the kid is a beast. I mean, all of the hype around him is justified, and when you watch the tape. There's a couple of things. I'm just being honest. I really do like Justin Fields. I'm just going to throw it out there. I like Justin Fields a lot, and I think that that guy is a talented playmaker also. So to me, it's a little 1A 1B for me when it comes to that. But Sam Darnold, I again, so many folks don't have any belief in Sam Darnold. I don't necessarily think that a lot of that is justified. I think Sam Darnold has shown that he has the ability to put stuff together. I'll say this. Even some of the most talented historically quarterbacks have made bonehead errors. Brett Favre. I'm not putting Sam and Brett Favre in the same category, but I'm just saying it's not like there isn't precedent for it. Okay, but I also think that if the Jets do what it is that they need to do, and I think we've all kind of touched on this point, the talent on this team right now is just, it's not good enough to do what anybody, I think, at this point would need to do to win consistently. But the best case scenario is for me, we do, play well down the stretch, or Sam, plays well down the stretch. Rashard Perriman isn't necessarily a factor, but Mills comes back and shows some things. I would like to see Ashton Davis get run. I would like to see P. Ryan get run. If we can see all of that happen, if we can see all of the guys that got drafted, if we can see Zuniga maybe actually get on the field, if we can see, if he's hurt, I can't remember. But
nobody seems to know what the hell is going on with it. He was ready to play week 4, and for some reason he's still inactive.
Yeah. Greg Williams has a lot to answer for too, to be honest with you.
Are you redshirting the kid? Is the injury maybe a lot worse than people thought, or what was originally supported? What is it? Because you know what? I got to give Johnny Suggs again another shout out. The majority of Joe Douglas's draft class is injured. Denzel Mims, Jabari Zuniga, Cameron Clark. Okay.
Yeah.
Who are these people?
The only thing I'll say in Douglas's defense, you can't really get on him about Mims. Mims barely was ever injured in college, and he handled that perfectly. We could have had Mims. We then traded back, got more picks, and still got Mims. And then all of a sudden he has a hammy. Why is it that everything seems to follow Adam Gase? Injury history, players doing great elsewhere. Ryan Tannehill, Devontae Parker, Kenyon Drake. The list goes on and on.
The common denominator is Adam Gase.
Yeah, Adam Gase he's got to be out of here.
Fucking black cloud, dude.
As soon as you get him out of the building, I'm telling you right now, the Jets fan uproar will cease. It'll be like the skies parted. The sun will finally shine from the sky. There'll be blue sky in the back. You know why? Because then we know that there's a light at the end of the tunnel, that the suffering, that the change is on the horizon. But right now, everything that's being reported, and I don't give a shit who's reporting it, everything's reported that Adam Gase is going to be fired at the end of the season. You know what? These same people said the same bullshit that right after the Colts game, that if Adam Gase didn't win the Denver Broncos game, that he was going to be fired on Friday. And you know what happened? As soon as the clock hit triple zeros at the Denver game and Jet fans were about to rejoice that this asshole was finally going to be out of here, the Jets released a press conference that Adam Gase is not being fired. What can you believe and what can't you believe? That's the point. We want this garbage to end. This guy is the biggest fucking problem on this team. Get rid of him.
Getting rid of Gase invigorates this fan base. And we may actually even be able to save the fan base by the end of the season and not just the team.
Even if it's eyewash, Dan, you follow where I'm going with this? Even if this is eyewash.
Yeah.
Even if
100%. Now, that brings it.
Are the sacrificial lambs right now? You save whatever's left of this fan base, because this fan base is leaving this team in droves.
But listen, that brings up a great point. How much does the ownership even care? Because listen, nobody's in the stands. This is, of all years for COVID to occur, this is the worst year for Jets fans, because you know what? At least if there was half the stadium empty, that would send a message, and the half that were there would be booing the hell out of Adam Gase. And at least maybe that could be on television and embarrass the Johnsons. How much do you think Christopher Johnson really cares? Do you think he really cares about the organization, or is it about making money? Because that's a great question too.
I think that in itself is why it does make sense for them to be paying attention. They're losing all of that revenue. Them PSLs, which I'll be honest with you, I know they're a little costly. That why would you have to pay for a contract to buy seats to watch this team? And if what it is that you have is the people who were willing to do that are now telling you that the product that you're putting forth is making me want to go watch another team.
Right. It's a truth.
How could you tell them that and have them say, okay, yeah, well, no, this is, look, I don't get it. Yeah, is it a tax write-off for them? Who knows? Do they have the most devoted fan base? I think, yeah, you can't question if that's true, because we've been bad for so long, and we've endured it. We've actually gotten stronger, I think, through some of a lot of this as a fan base, but we've actually gotten a lot crazier too. So let me just kind of get back to this point. The Johnsons, they have an obligation to do something about this, and if they don't, and when people stop buying those PSLs, when people stop buying the jerseys because we don't know if the guys are going to be here, when people stop buying the hats and the T-shirts and the car decals and all of that, when people stop doing that, it'll no longer become profitable for them, and hopefully they'll sell the team. I'm not going to hold my breath, but I'm saying.
Go sit down.
Look, it's crazy.
It really is, because, I mean, it's like, this is what you want to tell him every time he takes the podium.
Shut the hell up.
Christopher Johnson takes the podium and he says something. That's what you want to say to him.
Yeah. Oh, my God. I rewatched Gase's introductory press conference. It made me sick to my stomach. It's an absolute joke. Quote, unquote, coaching to where football's going. Quote, unquote, brilliant offensive mind. This guy has made a living off of 1 year of being Peyton Manning's offensive coordinator. Meanwhile, he allowed Peyton Manning to make any sort of check or audible at the line of scrimmage when this guy, Peyton Manning had been already like 15 years in the league. So he's lived off of Peyton Manning's coattails. Let's not forget, Peyton Manning is a major reason the Jets are in this mess. Not only because of the funny fact that he stayed at college, but he promoted Gase.
Peyton Manning hates the Jets. Whoever didn't recognize that is an idiot.
Peyton Manning was the first guy in Christopher Johnson's ear saying how great Adam Gase was. The two worst things that happened were Peyton Manning giving his, nod of approval to Adam Gase, and number two, the fact that Adam Gase immediately got fired and never had a moment to take a year off, look himself in the mirror, and say, "What am I doing wrong?" He's doing the same exact thing that he did in Miami here in New York. It's ridiculous.
So basically, what you're saying that Adam Gase sat at the knee of Peyton Manning for 1 year, copied down everything that he did, including the audibles that he called, and then formed it into his own offense, and forced everybody to just blindly go along with everything and not be able to change it because it's the logic of Peyton Manning.
Yeah, and then the real kicker is that
fucking idiot.
So when Adam Gase was offensive coordinator in Denver under Peyton Manning, the year that they had a huge year with Demaryius Thomas, Eric Decker, etc., when they went to the Super Bowl, the idea was Adam Gase was some sort of offensive genius. Meanwhile, he allowed Peyton Manning to do any audible that he wanted at the line of scrimmage, change the play, whatever. The real hypocrisy of it all is then he makes his living off of that. His reputation, Adam Gase's reputation, is off this idea that he's a brilliant offensive mind after 1 year with Peyton Manning, Eric Decker, Demaryius Thomas, etc. Then he comes to the he goes to Miami and then goes to the Jets. And, what was it, 2-3 weeks ago? There was a big controversy about how, Darnold should have been allowed to audible on 4th and 1 to a quarterback sneak. And in the press conference, Adam Gase says, no, he's not allowed to do that.
Right. And you know what? That is the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard, because you know what? Your quarterback is out there, and if he sees that whatever play that Adam Gase called from his geniusness is about to get blown up in his face, and Sam Darnold sees something where if he calls an audible, he could probably get that first down and keep that drive alive, he should have that freedom to do so.
Of course.
Adam Gase is not Bill Belichick. Adam Gase is not Bill Parcells. He hasn't fucking done shit in this league.
No, it's a joke. I mean, the moment, like you said, Kevin, the moment Adam Gase is gone, the fan base it's like a weight lifted off your shoulder. It's like, all right. In the meantime, as long as Adam Gase is the head coach, I have 0% interest of watching any game. And I am the type of guy that would not miss a game if my life depended on it. I'd take off work. I'd do whatever I had to do to watch the Jets. I'd sneak into the back room and watch them on my phone. I have no interest in watching Jets football until Adam Gase is gone.
That's where we're at.
I mean, think about it. Guys, we trotted out 35-year-old Joe Flacco and 37-year-old Frank Gore as our quarterback running back combo today in the year of 2020. I was in high school, and those two could have been playing together.
All right, so really quick, let me just go over the game stats over here. Joe Flacco actually finished the day 21 of 44 for 186 yards, averaged 4.2 yards per play. He was sacked 3 times for 38 yards, including losing 28 yards on a sack in the fourth quarter, which pretty much killed probably one of the best drives that the Jets had all day. Ryan Fitzpatrick was 18 for 27, 191 yards, 7.1 average per play, 3 touchdowns, 2 picks. Tua Tagovailoa, who actually came in toward the end of the game, was 2 for 2 for 9 yards. He actually had a handoff for Myles Gaskin. Gaskin, 18 carries for 91 yards. Ryan Fitzpatrick had 1 carry for 4 yards. Frank Gore had 11 carries for 46 yards. Ty Johnson had 3 carries for 42 yards. He had a big 34-yarder in the fourth quarter when he was brought in. LaMichael Piron, 7 carries for 27 yards. Again, completely freaking just underutilized. I'm not even going to go into it. But Rashad Perriman finished the day 4 receptions for 62 yards. He was targeted 8 times. Jamison Crowder, 7 receptions for 48 yards. He was targeted 13 times. Braxton Berrios had a one reception for 18 yards. So, you know, I mean, they tried to spread the ball around, but it just didn't work. You know, I mean, you had picks today, one by Marcus May, where he used his right butt cheek to secure the ball. So now we have the buttception, okay? And you know, you had Brian Poole, who had an interception just before going into halftime of Ryan Fitzpatrick, but the Jets really couldn't do anything with it. So, hence, those are your game stats. It's trash.
CJ, not to interrupt you, I'm sorry, but just a real quick breaking news. The Jets have traded nose tackle Steve McClendon to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
God, man, get rid of all the leaders on the team.
Yeah, honestly, you know what? McClendon deserves better than this at this late in his career.
Actually, McClendon just went to a really good situation, so I'm not sure how much better it is that we go say he deserves. But they're doing right by him, that's for sure. They're definitely doing right by him.
Yeah, McClendon, it was like, you know, all you could ask for in the classic soldier when it was like he was a leader. He's the kind of guy that doesn't put up big stats, but he was, you know, a huge run, you know, would eat up blocks. You can't not love Steve McClendon for the time he was.
And again, another leader, another professional leader, somebody who these young guys would have been able to look up to. So again, just another piece that we add on, another log that we add into the dumpster fire that is the New York Jets at this point. Okay. Now, Jax, you started something at the beginning of the show, and I'm going to address this. I know Dave wasn't here for this. Okay. So I'm about to go on a little bit of a 5-minute rant here. So just bear with me, okay? If there is another person who is going to call Adam Gase a quarterback whisperer or offensive guru, I'm absolutely going to lose my shit. Because this guy should not be allowed to coach organized sports ever again. Period. Somebody put a thing out there. I think it was Joshua who said something in the group chat that he'll get an offensive coordinator's job somewhere. I wouldn't trust this fucking guy to coach a peewee team. Because if you're going to get this out of professionals, what have you done to be called a quarterback whisperer, an offensive guru, an innovative play caller? You haven't done shit. So I swear to God, if somebody calls Adam Gase the offensive guru, the quarterback whisperer, I swear I'm going to punch them in the face. Because it's just ridiculous. Okay, because the man has done anything but. You're seeing him run Joe Flacco into the ground. He was already broken down when the Jets picked him up. Okay, Sam Darnold has a shoulder injury now, thanks to Adam Gase. Okay, so what else is he going to ruin? We gave Le'Veon Bell away for a song. We couldn't even get anything to trade. That's another friggin' thing that I didn't even go into. You mean to tell me you couldn't find somebody who would give you a 7th-round pick or a 6th-round pick for Le'Veon Bell? Seriously, I want to know.
I think it's been reported that he'd at least gone a late first or 2nd-round pick at least. And I mean, look, the fact that Sam Darnold is a talented quarterback isn't lost on anyone. But again, because this always seems to get lost in the framework of our conversations, this is the Jets. Come on now. I mean, how many times does it really take for us to, kind of recognize what the reality of this situation is? All of this stuff needs to be viewed in the frame of this organization and how it is that this is being run, how it is that this is being mismanaged, the players, coaches, in its entirety. So, I mean, I don't necessarily, allow much weight to be placed on people who don't follow this team maybe the way that we do. And you can tell some of the commentary on national television, they don't follow this team the way that we do, and they don't get it. This is
interesting to follow. It's not news.
It's not. You're right.
It's a giant dumpster fire, and right now we're the laughingstock of the NFL. And the thing that really aggravates me as a fan is that Christopher Johnson and Woody Johnson don't seem to mind. And that's what aggravates. That's what I find insulting to me as a fan. And I've heard it before. CJ, the owners don't report to you. They don't have to report to you. They don't care what you think.
Yada, yada.
You know, and I'm like, you know what? Okay, so they'll start to care when people like me, like you, like everybody else, stop spending money on this team, stops watching games, stops buying gear. But even then, it still won't matter because they're still making money off the rest of the NFL because they get a portion of they get a portion of the contract. So the game is rigged. So it's like, what is it that we can do short of billboards, flying planes, screaming and yelling at Adam Gase, screaming and yelling at players, screaming and yelling on social media, that's going to get across to them? Because if this is the way that the Johnsons are going to operate this franchise, at some point, when do you ask yourself, when does the NFL step in?
That's a good question. Because you have to understand that the NFL, more than anything, is still.
Are you sick of listening to podcasts where all you get is the same old guy whining, complaining, talking about his fantasy team and his favorite team? Well, I got a solution for you. This is Green Bay Greg from the Green Bay Greg Show, found on the RTF Network, Wednesdays, 2 p.m., 1 p.m. Central, Wednesday afternoon. So here's the thing. Eat lunch, slack off, take the rest of the day off. Green Bay Greg.
You know a lot about golf.
We're waiting.
Trust me, it's worth the wait. Those Weekend Golf Guys, every Monday night at 5 here on RTF Sports Network. Join me, John Ashton, and my co-host, Jeff Smith, Golf Digest's #1 golf instructor in Indiana. You'll learn how to play better, you'll learn how to lower your scores, and you'll learn how to laugh for a full hour. Every Monday night at 5, Those Weekend Golf Guys, here on RTF Sports Network.
Hey, what's going on, everybody? It's Durf from On and Off the Field with Durf and Dylan on the RTF Sports Network. And if you're looking for the best NFL podcast that gives you the on-the-field news as well as off-the-field issues, then make sure to catch On and Off the Field on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays from 11 a.m. to 12 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. And if you're looking for more information about the show, head on over to onandoffthefield.com.
The Medicare annual election period deadline is almost here. I'm Meredith Vieira, here with examples of people who started their search for coverage at myhealthpolicy.com. Meet Larry. He likes doing things online, so he started
at myhealthpolicy.com. I took my time and found the coverage I was looking for. And done.
Next is Mary. When she wanted answers, she picked up the phone.
I wanted a local perspective on plans, so I called myhealthpolicy.com and done. Switched to a better plan.
And Michael.
I met with a local licensed insurance agent face-to-face and done.
Go to myhealthpolicy.com to compare top-rated Medicare Advantage plans in your area, including $0 premium plans, or call 1-800-GO-START. That's 1-800-GO-START. Meredith Vieira is a paid endorser. KF Agency operates myhealthpolicy.com, not connected with or endorsed by the U.S. government or the federal Medicare program. A licensed insurance agent may call.
You know a lot about golf.
We're waiting.
It is time for us. Who are we, you ask? Come on. Those Weekend Golf Guys. I'm John Ashton in studio. He is Jeff Smith at the Golf Cave Timberlake Golf Course in Edinburgh, Indiana.
Whoa.
No, wrong.
Timbergate Golf Course in Edinburgh, Indiana?
Isn't that what I said?
Not Timber Lake?
I said Timbergate.
No, you said lake.
You better clean your ears out, buddy.
You'll check it when you edit it.
I do not make mistakes. And that's why I edit, because I can prove I do not make mistakes. Wherever he is, who cares where he is? Because he's there. And wherever he is, that's where he is. You know? What is that? No matter where you go, there you are?
I'm always here.
Bunch of stuff has happened in the past couple of weeks that we need to revisit. First off, man, the last couple of weeks shows, two consecutive shows with Joe Bosco, man, they're going over big.
Not surprising.
God, that man is good, man.
Not surprising.
Man. Okay, can we all, if you haven't listened, then you're not going to understand this and you're going to want to go listen to last week's show at thoseweekendgolfguys.com. But, all right, together now, 9. I feel better already.
You know what? It keeps you in the present.
Yes, it does.
Isn't that amazing?
And it keeps you calm. It is real life. You said, well, that sounds like meditation. No, it is meditation. Uh-huh. And if you don't like 9, try Om. But I think someone else got that. So I don't know. You have to pay royalties.
I think somebody else does. They probably got some copyright on it or something.
Probably. Right? But anyhow, just go back and listen if you haven't already, because you can take the stuff that you hear from Joe on that show or those 2 shows and take it out to the course right now and be better. And that's the voice of experience talking. I have done it, man.
That's amazing, isn't it?
Such a great way to just clear your head, clear your mind, talk yourself into a better game.
We knew that something was holding you back because all this information that I've been dumping on you for the last 7 years has been great stuff.
It has.
And we knew that there was some sort of block in between those ears, that something was going on, that he managed to get in there.
As a performance coach should. Exactly. So you take all the years of training and advice I've gotten from you and take that with the advice from Joe Bosco on how to basically let that stuff actually work without thinking about it. And Viola, you have a much better golf game. Check it out.
Isn't that nice?
We are going to talk about some of the results. We're going to talk about some of the other things that we have done in the past couple of weeks that will help you get better at golf. Stick with us. We are those weekend golf guys, and we're coming right back. You know, if you want a good cigar, you go to a good cigar shop. You want the best cigar, you go to Famous Smoke Shop. So let Famous Smoke deliver your favorite cigars right to your doorstep at America's lowest prices. Now, Famous opened back in 1939, so that's 80 years experience in the cigar business. And they're putting that experience to work for you, making deals on the cigars that you love, from affordable everyday smokes to your favorite cigars for out on the course, to high-end luxury cigars for your next special occasion. And here's an exclusive offer just for our listeners. You take $20 off your purchase of $100 or more when you use the promo code GOLF20. That's GOLF20. Go to famous-smoke.com/golfguys and click the activate button to apply the promo code. You can pick from more than 1,000 cigar brands. They're all fresh and ready to ship from Famous Smoke's climate-controlled 24,000 square foot humidor. So check out with the promo code GOLF20. That's famous-smoke.com/golfguys. Every time you hit the course, you're looking for your best possible performance. You can't be too low energy. You can't be too high strung. You have to find the perfect sweet spot, the Goldilocks zone. Now, most golfers experience residual aches and pains from playing. You know, your elbow, your knee, your wrist, they may not be career-ending, but these issues will and can affect your game. That's why WellCare Botanicals provides premium CBD products that can help with concentration, that can improve sleep, and help you recover from aches and pains that'll help improve your golf game. The ingredients list has no additives, no pesticides, no parabens, and once harvested, the hemp is processed by CO2 extraction that ensures zero residual solvents. Lose your first tee jitters and get on the level you deserve. Well-being starts with WellCare. Use code WEEKEND and get 20% off your first purchase. Visit us at wellcarebotanicals.com or call 888-211-2011. That's 888-211-2011 or visit wellcarebotanicals.com. Use code WEEKEND. It's us, those weekend golf guys. I am John Ashton in the studio. He is Jeff Smith at Timber Gate Golf Course in Edinburgh, Indiana. There, I said it right. Did you hear it right that time, man? Okay.
I did. As a matter of fact, it was very good. You turned that into a gate. It's like Watergate, Timber Gate.
Timber Gate.
Right? We got the whole gate thing going on here, right?
Man, one of the things that I am so jealous of is that you on many an occasion will take time and actually go out and do a playing lesson.
I do. Lots of people love the fact that I can get them to hit a ball so well, and I can get the club head speed up, and I can make them putt better and chip better and do all this stuff better. But you know what? There is no better learning environment than the golf course to learn how to put it together. I teach pieces, little things about it here or there, but there is no substitute for being shown and told, how do I hit it off this downhill lie, ball below my feet, also tilted down the hill, and it's in thick rough. How do I deal with that shot? Heaven forbid, they're always in situations like that. But interestingly enough, John, if I took you to the golf course right now, I could show you those pieces as well.
You have.
And it would take strokes off your game. There's a difference, though. Like, for example, we went through this when we were on the golf course. So I take you to a place and I chuck a ball down into a lousy scenario. You instantly get shown how to do it, and then you step up and then you do it. But you know what's missing in that? The emotion that you carry with you to that shot. For example, when you know it's the two of us are together and I'm just chucking a ball down into this situation going, here's how we're going to hit this out. You're in your logic mind. You're sitting there paying attention and you're taking it all in because you're not mad at yourself for hitting it there in the game.
Right.
That's where the stuff we talked about in the last couple of weeks kicks in. And that's how I help people to get them to not be in that frame of mind when they're walking up to their ball. So I have this great tip for people that they're playing with an invisible partner. Well, I have this invisible friend that I play golf with. And every time I hit a shot that the ball is not going where I want it to go, the other guy hit it. So the other guy, I have a name for him. Of course, his name is John.
Of course.
And so every time, of course, well, because that's just how this show works.
Sure.
That every time that there's a ball being struck, I'm standing there looking at it like I'm the spectator. And John actually hit the shot. I have disassociated myself with the shot. So I can go up to it and realize that I'm playing in this alternate shot format. And John, my partner, has decided, yes, Jeff, I'll make you hit this lousy shot to see how good you are. It works because you're not blaming yourself. You've thrown that off to somebody else.
You're blaming me. John.
I'm not going to talk about whether this mythical John has a bushy mustache or not. I'm just going to say, hey, This is not me who hit that shot. I didn't. I'm a spectator and I'm watching it, and I got to see where that thing's going because John can't find it because clearly he's blind. By the time I get there, I've never got all stirred up emotionally about it.
Yeah.
I was never there. I was just the guy going, yep, it's right over here. And then somebody hands me a club, goes, here, you do this. It's your shot. Now all of a sudden the situation goes back to how when you and I are on the golf course and I'm showing you the shot, and now you have a better chance of pulling it off because you're realizing there's no emotion involved in the shot. It's just, okay, Jeff just threw this ball in this situation for me. I got to go hit it. That's how you lie to yourself. It really works.
The other side of that that's beneficial, while you're walking up to or traveling to where the shot landed, you're not berating yourself. You're not thinking, why did it do that?
No.
How do I make sure that doesn't happen again? But you were thinking about, okay, how do I get out of this shot now? So you're approaching it much.
And that's the thing. Sometimes you're thinking about nothing until you get up to it and actually see it. But you're right. You're no longer berating yourself because I'm berating you.
Of course. John.
John. That's who I'm like, oh, yeah, thanks, John. It's interesting how many people, that play golf with him and they look at this and how many other people that I've gotten to blame John. All of my students blame John.
That John guy's going to be famous, man.
Infamous.
I do want to say something, though. You had alluded to the shot that John guy had gotten you into, which was a side hill ball below your feet, side hill lie. You actually put me in that position once.
I did. I went out, I threw a ball down there and said, here, look at this.
And I will have you know that I have gotten myself in those positions since then. And I have extricated myself quite effectively.
It's just because you wanted to go there and practice that shot again because it's so cool to hit it out.
It surprises everybody when you hit it out.
Yeah.
Because the ball's below your feet, first off. And I'll tell you, I'll see if I remember correctly what you tell me to do because everybody could stand to learn this. But first off, your stance gets a little bit wider because you need to balance yourself more because you're leaning over a little bit more. You make sure that your shoulders are parallel to the ground. So if it's a downhill lie, your right shoulder or the shoulder.
Left shoulder.
should be higher than whatever. You just make sure that
you're matching your shoulder level to the slope that you're standing on.
Right. Thank you very much for putting it that way. That's the words I was looking for.
I have a tendency to say these things a lot, so I found a good way.
And then depending on what club you're using, you may or may not want to aim further to the left if you're on the left-hand rough and you're shooting into the green or something.
That's right, depending on the club, the lie.
Right.
But remember, stabilize the heck out of the downhill leg.
Yeah, that's where your weight is, basically, so you don't get all funky moving. But with the aiming thing, so many people make the mistake. So many of us think that, okay, well, we've heard it's a fade lie. You're on the side of a hill and the ball's below your feet. The ball's going to fade. Well, if you're using a wood or a hybrid or, a 5-iron or 6-iron or something, probably not. But if it's a lofted club, then yes, it will.
Yeah. So let's think about it in this way. A really great way to make sure that you get the straightest ball flight possible is to, step one, place the club on the ground behind the ball and make the face point exactly where you want your ball to start flying. Before you grip it, stabilize your body. Place your body, aim, get your ball position, stabilize the heck, spread your legs in this case, drop your rear end in this case, stabilize the heck out of the downhill leg, and then drop your arms straight down. And then, and only then, grip the club. Because now what we've done is we've got a club that's going to send the ball in the direction we want the thing to start flying as soon as it makes contact.
Mm-hmm.
But we've also got the correct length of club in our hands so that we're perfectly balanced.
Right. And it all
so
works.
We stand the best chance of our best contact.
And when it all comes together, man, it's a thing of beauty. And
it really is.
And the guys playing with you go, how the heck did you do that? You mentioned a little earlier too about, if you can blame everything on that John guy, then
we can, and we do.
Then you clear your mind and your performance happens at a higher level. There's another way.
I agree.
There's another way you can go about doing that if you prefer not to blame John.
But that's the fun part.
but this is just as effective, if not more so. When you play golf, you need a delicate balance between, your nerves and alertness and knowing what you're doing and being upset and everything like that. You don't want to be low energy. You don't want to be, okay, well, it's just John's fault, no problem. Or you don't want to be all high strung and tense. You want to be really perfect. You want to find that sweet spot in there. And you can do that, by taking some WellCare botanicals, some premium CBD products, because they help with that concentration. They also, as a side effect, I don't know if it's a side effect or a main effect, you can use whichever you want to use it for. Do you want to help your concentration or do you want to relieve aches and pains? Because golfers have aches and pains, starting at about hole number 5 for most of us.
I get the aches and pains. I don't know. It depends on who you're playing with. It can start a little earlier.
Yeah, that's true. And a lot of them could be mental, which again, you could just chill out a little bit and take it. Ingredients: no additives, pesticides, or parabens. And once they harvest the hemp, it's processed by CO2 extraction, and that ensures zero residual solvents. And then they test it by industry-leading chemists. You got to check this stuff out. You got to try it. I want you to lose your first tree jitters or your middle fairway jitters or your thinking too hard jitters and get the game you deserve.
You're playing with John jitters, whatever that is.
And that starts with WellCare. Use the code WEEKEND. Get 20% off your first purchase. You just go to wellcarebotanicals.com. Did I say botanicals? I think I pronounced that incorrectly. You go to wellcarebotanicals.com. Or you can call 888-211-2011. I like that. 888-211-2011. WellCareBotanicals.com. Use the code WEEKEND. Get 20% off your first purchase. And hang out here because we got a lot more great advice coming up. Don't you move. Every time you hit the course, you're looking for your best possible performance. You can't be too low energy. You can't be too high strung. You have to find the perfect sweet spot, the Goldilocks zone. Now, most golfers experience residual aches and pains from playing. Your elbow, your knee, your wrist. They may not be career ending, but these issues will and can affect your game. That's why WellCare Botanicals provides premium CBD products that can help with concentration, that can improve sleep and help you recover from aches and pains that'll help improve your golf game. The ingredients list has no additives, no pesticides, no parabens, and once harvested, the hemp is processed by CO2 extraction that ensures zero residual solvents. Lose your your first tee jitters and get on the level you deserve. Well-being starts with WellCare. Use code WEEKEND and get 20% off your first purchase. Visit us at wellcarebotanicals.com or call 888-211-2011. That's 888-211-2011 or visit wellcarebotanicals.com. Use code WEEKEND.
If you owe back taxes, there's a lot you need to know, starting with rule number 1. Don't mess with the IRS. They are cracking down this year by sending out heart-stopping letters, actively garnishing paychecks, levying bank accounts, and putting liens on homes and businesses. That's all true, but it's also true there's a way out. It's called the Fresh Start Initiative, an important government program for tax debt assistance. It's one of the biggest breaks the IRS has ever offered, so now's the time. You could qualify for tax relief that saves you thousands, even tens of thousands. Nobody knows this program like the award-winning experts at Optima Tax Relief. They have an A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau and will fight to get you the best deal possible. Don't mess with the IRS. For tax help you need, for tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-559-8226. 800-559-8226. 800-559-8226.
Optima Tax Relief. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
You know, if you want a good cigar, you go to a good cigar shop. You want the best cigar, you go to Famous Smoke Shop. So let Famous Smoke deliver your favorite cigars right to your doorstep at America's lowest prices. Now, Famous opened back in 1939, so that's 80 years experience in the cigar business. And they're putting that experience to work for you, making deals on the cigars that you love, from affordable everyday smokes to your favorite cigars for out on the course, to high-end luxury cigars for your next special occasion. And here's an exclusive offer just for our listeners. You take $20 off your purchase of $100 or more when you use the promo code GOLF20. That's GOLF20. Go to famous-smoke.com/golfguys and click the activate button to apply the promo code. You can pick from more than 1,000 cigar brands. They're all fresh and ready to ship from Famous Smoke's climate-controlled 24,000 square foot humidor. So check out with the promo code GOLF20. That's famous-smoke.com/golfguys. And we're back, those weekend golf guys. I'm John Ashton in the studio. He is Jeff Smith in the golf studio at the Golf Cave at Timber Gate Golf Course in Edinburgh, Indiana. And he goes out and takes clients out to play golf. It's a bit intimidating playing golf with Jeff Smith. I don't care how good you are. It's a bit intimidating. Because one of the things, he won't laugh at you. He will laugh next to you.
And I will laugh with you.
He will tell
the art here. The art form here is for me to get you laughing about it.
That's right.
So that way nobody feels bad. So that way I can feel free to just laugh whenever it's necessary.
Yeah. And he doesn't tell you you're doing something wrong. He'll just ask you if you really think that's what you want to do.
Just really kind of fun, actually. You know, when I stand there and I look at you, John, we did this, and I'll just share this with our listeners. When I stand there and I watch you pull out the club and line it all up to do your thing, and then I just walk up and I look at you and I get your attention, I just look at you and I go, really?
Interesting
and then
choice.
All of a sudden, yeah, it changes things. I don't know exactly what about that scenario that I just painted, but all of a sudden people change what they're doing.
Strange. You start to think about it. You go, wait a minute.
Yeah.
Jeff's looking at me funny. What am I doing wrong? You need to be a little.
You ask someone in that fun tone that I just had. That would be the sarcasm tone for those of you listening at home. It would be, really?
Yeah.
And you haven't done anything yet. So you know that it's somewhere in the process of deciding what shot to hit, what club to hit. And normally I see that. Oddly enough, I think the most interesting times that I see it is when it's clearly a 2-shot to the green kind of situation.
Okay.
And so I see so many people playing golf making a lousy, terrible decision based on distance alone. Let's just say, John, that you are out at 195 yards out, you're in thick rough, and you're behind a tree. And you walk in there with your 3-wood, and I'll just look at you. And I know this is ringing a bell here because this is somewhat the scenario we were talking about that brought this along. I know.
Yeah.
John, your face is red. I can see it all the way from from Louisville all the way up here. You're
like
glowing, sir.
I like that. Where do you actually think you're going to go with that? Mm-hmm.
Yeah, right. Like, how do you see this one playing out?
Yeah. Best case scenario, where are you going to end up with that? Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And what are the odds of that best case scenario happening? And then people kind of get the point. And like, okay, so let's sit back and look at this. The reality of it is I asked myself this question and I asked students this question. And I said, okay, so let's play smart caddy here for a second. And let's inject this into your game. If I can't knock it in the hole from here, where do I want my next shot to be played from?
Mm-hmm.
And they kind of look at me and go, oh, well, yeah, that seems to make sense.
Yeah.
And then I say, okay, so now that we've talked about that, we've essentially admitted that this is a two-shot situation.
Mm-hmm.
Which two shots do you want? Now, a lot of them will begin to describe to me and effectively defend your decision that was based in ego and nothing more than that. I can get it up there. I'm going to knock this up as close to I can to the green. And then I say, and what if you don't?
Mm-hmm.
And then they look at me and go, I'm like, so what are you left with if this shot right here does not get pulled off in the way that you envision? What's the scenario?
2 more shots
Odds
to the
are,
green.
Yeah, right. Odds are good that it'll be an ugly outcome and not a good outcome. So why don't we think of it this way? Instead of taking your 2-shot scenario and saying, I want to hit the longest one first, why don't we take it and see which are the 2 easiest shots in a row? Because when somebody says, hey, you got a 2-shot scenario, I want the first one to be easy and the second one to be easy.
Mm-hmm.
So if I can play an easy shot to an easy to get onto the green closer to the flag scenario, those are the 2 shots I'm taking.
Yeah.
Because I'm going to make the easiest, I'm going to make the best contact, and I'm going to have not the worst outcome of either of them.
Yeah. You're going to
do
it smart. Play smart. That's the one thing you learn to do when you play with Jeff. Just for basically self-defense, you learn to play smart.
But whatever it is that's in coaching that makes it work, right? But people get better as a result of it. And if it happens to be because of a little bit of prodding, let's say.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, a little bit of prodding never hurt, right?
Look, it doesn't have to be where I hit you over the head with a baseball bat. I mean, other people, no. But in your case, well, anyway. But the point is that there's got to be something that rattles your cage enough to make you play the game better.
Right.
Use better strategy because your scores get better. But people have this aversion to say it's a 2-shot scenario and they still think, oh, I'm going to make par from this.
Mm-hmm.
Yet they don't realize that it's possible to make par from the easy combination of shots.
Yeah.
Because you still have a chance to make the putt. But so many people say, oh, well, I don't want to play for bogey. And I've heard people say that to me. I'm like, oh, so you like doubles and triples instead. And then they stop trying to defend what's going on because they realize that I'm pointing out something that is going to happen.
Right.
And I didn't just say that for my own amusement. Although I was amused when I said it, I'm not saying it.
The Medicare annual election period deadline is almost here. I'm Meredith Vieira, here with examples of people who started their search for coverage at myhealthpolicy.com. Meet Larry. He likes doing things online, so he started
at myhealthpolicy.com. I took my time and found the coverage I was looking for. And done.
Next is Mary. When she wanted answers, she picked up the phone.
I wanted a local perspective on plans, so I called myhealthpolicy.com and done. Switched to a better plan.
And Michael.
I met with a local licensed insurance agent face-to-face. And done.
Go to myhealthpolicy.com to compare top-rated Medicare Advantage plans in your area, including $0 premium plans. Or call 1-800-GO-START. That's 1-800-GO-START. Meredith Vieira is a paid endorser. KF Agency operates myhealthpolicy.com, not connected with or endorsed by the U.S. government or the federal Medicare program. A licensed insurance agent may call.
just for my own amusement.
Right,
I'm actually telling the truth.
There's a lesson to be learned here. This is the case in point. I mentioned this before, but I'm going to tell the exact scenario in which this first happened with you and I. Really nice par 4, simple little slight dogleg to the right, trees all along the right-hand side. Old trees, tall trees, big ones. Who thought I could have hit a ball over those trees?
You did.
I did.
I didn't.
And this was the 6th hole, and it's parallel to the 3rd hole, and I wound up in the 3rd fairway. So I'm up there trying to find a window, trying to find 2 trees wide enough apart to get my ball back on the fairway. Why is it that we feel we're on the 6th hole, we got to play the 6th fairway? Because the 3rd fairway is parallel all the way to the green. And as you pointed out to me very nicely, the tree stopped about 30 yards short of the green. So why do a shot that you've got a maybe 1 in 10 chance of making and still going to just get the ball out in the middle of the fairway when you can have a very nice shot right up the 3rd fairway without being encumbered by having to get over trees, clear the trees, and then have a chip onto the green? Who'd have thunk it?
Right. And it was interesting because that was like a real awakening for you.
It was.
And you'd actually played golf for quite some time before we'd ever met.
Yes. Not well, but I had played golf.
But it made me at that time question things about you.
He told me he had a high IQ, but I'm doubting it now.
Right. One was, do I really want to do a radio show with this guy? or is this not for me? Here we are 7 years later, and God knows that question still keeps out.
Jury's still out, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah. But I mean,
but it's strategy is so important.
Mm-hmm.
And to make a lot of light of what it is, because that's what we do on this show. We have fun.
Yeah.
But to make a lot of light of strategy on the golf course actually helps people play better.
It does.
Because they realize, hey, I can do that. It's okay to do that.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
You get to the point where you see a hazard between you and the green. And rather than sitting there and saying, oh, I can get over that, you say, maybe I should lay up. Because we all have overestimations of our abilities. No matter what level of golf we play at, I think we have overestimations of our abilities. And I
agree with that.
We tend to think that what we're going to accomplish can only be accomplished by hitting a perfect shot in the scenario we're in.
And of course, you're going to do that perfect shot right now.
Yeah.
It's going to happen.
Yeah, of course it is.
So we're out on the golf course, and I'm out with I play with this a group of clowns that from my town. They go out to Las Vegas and they play some fun golf courses. And of course, we're out there and we're on the second shot on a par 5, and the first guy's only hit his tee shot like 210 yards. And yet the other guys are out in front of us, and they're waiting and waiting. We're waiting and waiting and waiting because he's got his 3-wood in his hand and he's pacing around behind his golf ball. He's hands on the hip in it because the other guys haven't left the green yet. Now, granted, he's hit a 210-yard shot, not a 310-yard shot,
right.
A 210-yard tee shot that he caught relatively solid.
And he's still how far from the green?
He's plenty. Let's say it's 270 or something along those lines.
Right. And he don't want to hit into him.
And he's pacing around, of course, hands on the hip and, making 200 practice swings while the rest of us are sitting in the cart with a beverage and a radio, and we're having a good time. And the story from here.
Yeah.
You've seen it many times. We've all seen it many times. He finally gets it going. They finally clear the green. And then he's all huffy and goes up and rushes up to his ball, and he takes a mighty whack at it and cold tops it about 45 yards. And of course, some of us in our gathering, somebody had to say, we waited for that. Right?
That's right.
And, that's just a typical thing, right? Golfers do things that they overestimate, like you said.
Yeah. Yeah. We have a very high opinion of our abilities, that we just, our minds are writing checks that our abilities can't cash. We'll just put it that way. We got more.
That's right.
We do. We have plenty more. And we're going to give it some thought and come back and give it to you. Hang on. We'll be right back. We are those Weekend Golf Guys.
If you owe back taxes, there's a lot you need to know, starting with rule number 1. Don't mess with the IRS. They are cracking down this year by sending out heart-stopping letters, actively garnishing paychecks, levying bank accounts, and putting liens on homes and businesses. That's all true, but it's also true there's a way out. It's called the Fresh Start Initiative, an important government program for tax debt assistance. It's one of the biggest breaks the IRS has ever offered, so now's the time. You could qualify for tax relief that saves you thousands, even tens of thousands. Nobody knows this program like the award-winning experts at Optima Tax Relief. They have an A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau and will fight to get you the best deal possible. Don't mess with the IRS. For tax help you need, for tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-559-8226. 800-559-8226. 800-559-8226.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
You want to see how great a golf instructor Jeff Smith really is? It's very easy. $5golfclub.com. The number $5golfclub.com. Hey, we are back, those Weekend Golf Guys. I'm John Ashton. He is Jeff Smith. I am in the studio. He is at the Golf Cave, Timbergate Golf Course in Edinburgh, Indiana. And one of the things we've been talking about, and we've been talking about it not only today, but it's one of the recurring themes, and that is getting your head straight, worrying about stuff. And a lot of times you worry about stuff that's got nothing to do with your golf game. I was playing weird scramble the other day, man. And one of the guys on the team, he's over the ball and, he's done his practice swings and he's ready to go. And suddenly he stops and he looks up and he goes, I don't think I closed my garage door. He said, yeah, man, crap. I don't remember if I closed my garage door or not.
Is that the equivalent of I might have left the iron on?
Yes.
Or I left the refrigerator door open?
Exactly. I said, so what are you afraid that, one of those 75 putters you got stuck in the corner is going to get stolen or what? And he just said, no, man, I just worry about, someone coming in and taking my house and, coming in and ripping me off and stuff like that. I said, man, you got worse things to worry about with your house. Don't worry about it. And he said, what are you talking about? And I said, well, as long as you're getting all the Twitter pated, don't worry about the garage door being open. How about your title? Is it safe? And he went, what? I said, yeah, cybercrime. You've heard about it.
Yeah.
The home title theft is like 75% increase in that kind of crime since the COVID thing happened. It's real easy. Somebody can find a title to your home online. They forge your signature on a quick claim deed. And then they refile as a new owner of your home and you're off the title. And you don't know about it until you start getting letters saying, hey, you owe us 90 days payments. And you go, for what?
Right.
And you can lose the house that way, man.
I think that there's some sort of something's out there that can protect you from stuff like that.
It is, man. You should do it too. It's called Home Title Lock. And your home, it's a safe haven. It's your most valuable investment. You need to protect it with more than just, like insurance. But what happens is Home Title Lock puts a barrier around your home's title. And if anybody tries to tamper with it, that attempt is shut down immediately and then you are alerted. So you know that it's going to happen before it happens and you can fix it. So what you need to do now is just go to HomeTitleLock.com, register your address and see if you are already a victim. Then use the code RADIO and you'll get 30 free days of protection. And that's code RADIO, HomeTitleLock.com. And then all you'll have to worry about is, did you close the garage door?
Yeah, right. Then it's all of a sudden you got to worry about your refrigerator and the steaks that you've got out there and the beer that you got in there. That's the only trouble you got.
But at least you'll still have the house,
Yeah. But we got your neighbor John who always wanders in there and starts eating all your food.
That John guy, man, he is always getting in the way. You got to watch out for that guy. It's a shame that we do that, though. We worry about everything. We worry about whether the guys next door are going to be laughing at us, or the guys on the next tee, or the guys waiting for us. One of the things we have posted at Facebook.com/golfguys is for a golfer, the most fulfilling thing you can ever do. It's not great success at your business. It's not making a whole lot of money. It's striping a drive straight down the middle when a group lets you play through.
Yeah.
That is the most satisfying thing a golfer can do. Suddenly they go, you want to play through? And you go, okay. And there's 4 guys watching you, and you don't want their reaction to be, oh no, why did we do that? now this twosome's going to hold us up. There's just too much stuff to think about, man.
There's a lot of that. So when you're on the golf course, and John, you have long said to me that you were a normal guy in the fact that you kind of got nervous playing around people you didn't know.
Yep.
And because you were not as secure as you are today as a golfer.
Exactly. I had no idea where the shot was going to go.
And you didn't want to be that guy that, oh my God, we got hooked up with this guy and he can't hit a ball anywhere he can find it.
Yep.
And, I really understand that because I'm on the other end of that a lot where I don't really care. So mentally, I'm on the other end.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just there to talk to people and have fun and because I don't really care where my ball goes. I mean, I know where it's going, but I don't really care about that.
Right.
So it makes it easier for me to just meet other people and enjoy them. So I'm in a different mental spot than what you were.
Yeah. Well, because you know where it's going, you don't have to care.
Well, that's what I'm getting at. Is that now that you are improving and you know where your ball's going for the most part, it's easier for you. But, you do this great thing that a lot of people do. You start off basically with the self-deprecation sentences and humor to basically take yourself off the hook if the ball doesn't go well.
Right.
And that works for a lot of people. We hear a lot of it, and it's the what is commonly known as the excuses before we play.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, my back hurts today, or I haven't played in 2 years, or these are just rentals, or I'm borrowing these.
Or my wife yelled at me just before we left the house.
Something along the lines of, I'm just a little sore, I'm a little stiff, I haven't done this in a while. Guys, cut me some slack here. That basically saying, I'm trying to lessen my own expectations by lessening everybody else's perceived expectations. Most people don't really expect anything out of anybody anyway.
Yeah.
That would just me.
Yeah, that's the other thing. You put more pressure on you than the other people are putting pressure on you.
Oh, there's no doubt about it. But here's my thought for a lot of the people that are out there that are in the situation that you were in and not so much anymore. Here's a little piece of knowledge that has served me well over the years of playing with brand new people. Conversationally on the tee, I start asking them about them, and then the people become friendlier, and it makes people feel more at ease.
Right.
The other thing is that I've always been taught that you could play with anybody at any skill level if you did 2 things. Walk fast, keep your mouth shut.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And if you do those things, all of a sudden you are more socially at ease, and then better golf comes because you're not making yourself nervous because of what you think someone else thinks about how you play the game.
Right. You just have to get over it. And it's detrimental to being able to play the game. It's a vicious downward cycle because the more you worry about hitting a good shot, the less the chance you hitting a good shot, and
absolutely true.
So, and that again, I highly recommend you go back and listen to Joe Bosco, performance coach from the last 2 weeks at thoseweekendgolfguys.com, and just learn some foolproof and very easy techniques to just ignore it, basically. Ignore those circumstances that cause you pain, or do some of that CBD oil from WellCare Botanicals, because that'll give you kind of a chill atmosphere also out there, plus take care of any aches and pains you might have, which is good. So, but then again, you can always use those aches and pains as excuses for hitting bad shots.
You can.
What do I want to do?
You can still, you could take the CBD, feel better about it, but not let anybody know and go, my back's been really bothering me, and kind of do this little contortion, even though, you're just faking it anyway.
It's true. That's absolutely true. All right, man.
It's funny. I see people do this. They get out of their car. They're perfectly fine. They get in the golf cart. They get out of the golf cart. As soon as they start talking about it, then they start torquing their back.
Yeah.
It's rolling their shoulders, kind of doing this arm lift behind their head thing. Going, I don't know, guys. Oh, it's so funny.
And the only thing funnier than that is seeing some of these stretching routines that some guys work themselves into.
Nobody really needs the sight of certain people or body types, let's say it that way, doing an awful lot of stretchy contortionist routines. That's not really helping anybody here. Excuse me. Waiter, can I have my sunglasses, please?
But let's get back to the whole idea of a playing lesson. Is there a difference? Because I know there would be for a client mentally in a playing lesson and a round with you. Because I know
that's two very different things.
Because I know when we played together, it took almost 4 holes for me to look at you and say, Jeff, what am I doing wrong? Before you said, oh, thank God for asking.
Yeah, right. Because when I'm just playing golf, I'm not going to sit there and try to foist my help on someone that doesn't ask for it. That's the crux of it. They're there to play. I'm there to play until they start to ask. That's the moment when things change into this. And then I give them something to answer their question. And if they ask a second one, now I know that they want to do more than just play golf and ask that one question.
Now it becomes a playing lesson.
Yeah, now it can bleed into that. But there's a time I go and play golf with people.
Mm-hmm.
And like it was when I played with you, there was 4 holes of pain that I watched, and I said 0.
Right.
Because at the same time, I also didn't know if that was good golf for you.
That's true, yeah.
I mean, I was guessing by the wincing looks on your face, but I didn't, the chuckling of your partners really didn't give it away, because that might have been just their daily highlight, and that's why they play golf with you. I don't know.
Could be, yeah.
I just don't know that.
Let's invite John. We need the comic relief.
Exactly. But maybe that's just you. And so I've seen that. Can you imagine if I'd have made the mistake of saying, hey, John, I could really help you with that. And you turn around and go, that's one of the best shots I've ever hit. Like, oh, boy.
Whoops.
Check, please.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, and that's another reason why, too, we encourage you, do not ever give advice. I mentioned to you off air, we were playing in that 3-person scramble, and the other 3 guys that we were playing against, one of the guys, I mean, all of them hit the ball like 300 yards off the tee, but you had no idea what direction it was going in. In fact, we had a little side game going, our team, because we'd sit back and go, okay, he's going to hit this one in the trees on the right. We played that kind of game. But the guy kept saying, man, my slice is bad today. I didn't say a word, but it wasn't his slice, man. He was hitting the ball where he was aiming. Stand behind him, and you could see that. He was lined up, bam, right where he hit that ball. I didn't say anything because I don't have the qualifications to say anything. All you
need to do, John, is, and this is what everybody else needs to do. If you're not qualified, don't try to give advice. Just give them my phone number.
Yeah.
Just send them look, everybody that's listening to this show right now knows how to get a hold of us.
Yep.
Right on the Facebook page.
Yep.
Right. They can go to jeffsmithgolfinstruction.com. They can go right to my website. My phone number's right there. Just give them my number, and I'll do a remote session with them. Because if you give them advice and you're not qualified, you really did not help them.
You can harm them.
If your goal is to help them, yeah. If your goal is to truly help them, send them to a qualified person.
Exactly.
Right?
Exactly. And
if you're listening to the show, well, then send them to me.
Yeah. And even if they ask, if you're not qualified, don't even bother.
Yeah.
To give advice. Just these 3 words. I don't know. Practice now. After me. I don't know.
Wow, you say that so quickly. I mean, that rolls off your tongue like
it does.
You've said that for your whole life.
Well practiced. Well practiced. Again, overcoming the pain. And I think if you learn nothing from this week, try with every fiber of your being to pretend someone else hit your bad shot.
That's right. His name is John.
It could be. And just as you're walking up to the ball to see the results of that bad shot, be bad-mouthing that John dude. Don't worry, he can take it. And that way you can look at your next shot with a much clearer mind. And also keep in mind that if it's a 2-shot shot, take 2 shots and make them the 2 easiest shots you possibly can.
Yeah. Pick easy and easy.
That's it. So
that's what you want.
There we go. So that's it. If you learn nothing from this week, learn 2 things. 1, take the easiest shot you possibly can. And 2, blame that John guy for everything that goes wrong.
There you go. You got the picture.
We got it down. We got more. We'll be right back. Hang out. We are those weekend golf guys. Of course, we have a Facebook page, facebook.com/golf guys. We would love it if you were to go there and like us. Facebook.com/golf guys. You know, if you want a good cigar, you go to a good cigar shop. You want the best cigar, you go to Famous Smoke Shop. So let Famous Smoke deliver your favorite cigars right to your doorstep at America's lowest prices. Now, Famous opened back in 1939, so that's 80 years experience in the cigar business. And they're putting that experience to work for you, making deals on the cigars that you love, from affordable everyday smokes to your favorite cigars for out on the course to high-end luxury cigars for your next special occasion. And here's an exclusive offer just for our listeners. You take $20 off your purchase of $100 or more when you use the promo code GOLF20. That's GOLF20. Go to famous-smoke.com/golfguys and click the activate button to apply the promo code. You can pick from more than 1,000 cigar brands. They're all fresh and ready to ship from Famous Smoke's climate-controlled 24,000 square foot humidor. So check out with the promo code GOLF20. That's famous-smoke.com/golfguys. And it's us, those weekend golf guys. I'm John Ashton. He is Jeff Smith. He is at Timbergate Golf Course in Edinburgh, Indiana. He is the #1 golf instructor in the state of Indiana. And if you don't believe me, if you don't believe him, ask Golf Digest magazine, because they know. In fact, they're the ones who have made that edict. And who are we to argue with them? We're beginning to get into the cooler weather. I think we should put out a list of golf courses in the country or in the areas that are affected by cold that are not Bermuda grass, because it is so difficult to play on a Bermuda grass course.
Oh, what are you complaining about? You're still able to play golf.
Well, that's true too.
You'd play on the parking lot if you could play all year.
And one of the
Here
guys,
you are whining about dormant Bermuda.
Jeez. Talking to some guy who's from Wisconsin originally, and he played in his high school championship in 2 inches of snow at the end of May.
Yeah.
That's why he decided to go to South Carolina to go to college.
I think that's probably has something to do with it. You got to remember, we're still into the fall golf, so let's not start talking about cold weather stuff yet. Let's just not do that.
No, we're in a section.
We got. Hey, look, we got 3 more months to complain about being cold. We're going to keep stretching the fun stuff out for a little longer here, okay, buddy? I'm looking at sunshine. I got green grass right out my window. I don't want to hear about this white snow, the gray skies, and this winter. I don't want to hear you talk about that yet.
Bah humbug, we will not be acknowledging winter at all this year. Although I still have to thank you, man. We did great. We didn't win. We came in 4th in the scramble. But we played at a marvelous golf course, one of those strange country clubs that is not well marked and don't have cart paths continuously. Basically, the attitude is, if you don't belong here, you don't belong here.
Look, we know this is our club. We know where everything is.
And we
got shown once, and that was all.
That's it. And we're not going to tell you. Between what you have taught me over the course of the years and some of the recent stuff I've learned from some of the mental giants that we have been dealing with, I was striping the ball. I showed up as the C player and played like the A player.
It's a good thing to under-promise and over-deliver, isn't it?
And you can do that. Just listen to Jeff. Just listen to Jeff. Check out thoseweekendgolfguys.com. Do just subscribe online. Why don't you do that? And then also.
Well, let's go to the Facebook page too, right? Because that's where all our stuff is.
Facebook.com/golfguys is a good place to go and follow along there too. So there you go.
Yeah. You know what? Go to my website too, JeffSmithGolfInstruction.com, and look at some of the fun stuff I got going on there too.
There you go. And then, of course, once you get all that done, we'll be back next week right here. Until that time, go play some golf.
The game gets interesting when you put some skin in it. BetMGM Sports is making it easy for new customers to turn big plays into big paydays with a risk-free bet up to $500. Sign up on the BetMGM app or website and enjoy parlay bonus payouts, boosted odds specials, and much more. Go all in on the action at BetMGM, the king of sportsbooks. Visit BetMGM.com for terms and conditions. 21 years of age or older to wager. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem and wants help, call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
Regina King for Cadillac Escalade. When people ask, Regina, do you like to compete? I say, bring it on. Those are the moments that drive you to achieve more. And when you win, you keep reaching higher. To me, that's what the Cadillac Escalade represents. It's always evolving in technology, in design, everything. Because success isn't the end, it's just the first step to what comes next. The 2021 Cadillac Escalade. Never stop arriving.
What's going on, Triple Shot Sports family? This is Brandon Combs, host of the best podcast on the planet. That's the Triple Shot Sports Podcast. Be sure to join myself and Soup Boss Chad Lounder live for 2 hours. Yes, I said 2 hours every Sunday, Tuesday, and Thursday at 8 p.m. Eastern and 7 p.m. Central on the RTF Sports Network Facebook page and YouTube. And if you miss any part of the show, you can hear us every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday on your drive home at 5 p.m. Eastern on rtfsportsnetwork.com.
This is Jesse from the Infinity Sports Podcast.
And this is Sully.
Make sure to download the latest episode.
You can find the Infinity Sports Podcast on iTunes, Spotify, Stitcher, pretty much anywhere podcasts exist.
This is Wayne G., host of Infinity Sports, the best sports podcast in the country. Catch us on the RTF Sports Network Tuesdays and Thursdays at 1 p.m. If you aren't already listening to us,
it'd be a lot cooler if you did.
You know what that sound is? That's the sound of a new time and a new day for Mike on the Mic on the RTF Sports Network. Every Tuesday at 2 p.m. Eastern. Don't miss it. Mike on the Mic, a spin-off show of Twist, the weekend sports talk.
Finally, I have my own show to speak my mind about sports. And none of those two idiot co-hosts from Twist cut me off all the time. Green Bay Greg is the show to hear on the one and only RTF Sports Network.
You want to hear great sports content twice a week? Then don't miss Twist, the weekend sports talk. Every Monday and Thursday. New time, new days at 2 p.m. Eastern. Only on the RTF Sports Network.
Hey, RTF Sports Network fanatics. This is Matt Benz with Benzi's Bit. If you like power rankings and off-the-wall fantasy football breakdowns, make sure to tune in at 2 p.m. Eastern on Fridays. I'll make sure to give you a Midwest take on current events in the vast sports universe. Once again, that's Benzi's Bit, 2 p.m. Eastern every Friday on RTF Sports Network.
You want sports talk? We got your sports talk.
I like soccer. You ready for your Cody Bellinger fun fact of the week?
Connor Cook can sling it.
We're Strikeout Beer, and no one takes sports more seriously than us.
Yeah, I'm a bandwagoner.
Pickle!
I am FIFA Dave.
Check out Strikeout Beer live Wednesdays at 7 p.m. on Facebook, YouTube, Spreaker, RTFSportsNetwork.com, and catch the replay anywhere you listen to your podcasts.
Know a lot about golf.
Well, we're waiting.
Trust me, it's worth the wait. Those Weekend Golf Guys, every Monday night at 5 here on RTF Sports Network. Join me, John Ashton, and my co-host, Jeff Smith, Golf Digest's #1 golf instructor in Indiana. You'll learn how to play better, you'll learn how to lower your scores, and you'll learn how to laugh for a full hour. Every Monday night at 5, those weekend golf guys, here on RTF Sports Network.
What's going on, Triple Shot Sports family? This is Brandon Combs, host of the best podcast on the planet. That's the Triple Shot Sports Podcast. Be sure to join myself and Soup Boss Chad Lounder live for 2 hours. Yes, I said 2 hours every Sunday, Tuesday, and Thursday at 8 p.m. Eastern and 7 p.m. Central on the RTF Sports Network Facebook page and YouTube. And if you miss any part of the show, you can hear us every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday on your drive home at 5 p.m. Eastern on rtfsportsnetwork.com.
Hey, RTF Sports Network fanatics. This is Matt Benz with Benzies Bit. If you like power rankings and off-the-wall fantasy football breakdowns, make sure to tune in at 2 p.m. Eastern on Fridays. I'll make sure to give you a Midwest take on current events in the vast sports universe. Once again, that's Benzies Bit, 2 p.m. Eastern every Friday on RTF Sports Network.
You want to hear great sports content twice a week? Then don't miss Twist, the weekend sports talk. Every Monday and Thursday, new time, new days, at 2 p.m. Eastern, only on the RTF Sports Network.
Oh, yeah. You know, there's only one show on the RTF Sports Network that smacks this hard, on and off the field with Durf and Dylan. New season, new time slot, 11 a.m. to 12 p.m. Monday, Wednesdays, and Fridays, only on the RTF Sports Network.
You want sports talk? We got your sports talk.
I like soccer. You ready for your Cody Bellinger fun fact of the week? Connor Cook can sling it.
We're Strikeout Beer, and no one takes sports more seriously than us.
Yeah, I'm a bandwagoner. I am FIFA Dave.
Check out Strikeout Beer live Wednesdays at 7 p.m. on
Fall
Facebook,
is calling.
YouTube.
Make it your own at home with new and exclusive decor, on-trend florals, and fresh project ideas from Michaels. Visit Michaels.com to find a store near you.
You already know. It's live. It's raw. It's going down. Like this. I'm going around and letting everybody know that they welcome to the show. It's the latest thing you ever seen, you already know. But let me introduce you to your host of the hour. It be Mike and Mike. Yeah, it's the man hour. Got the hottest plays, all the breaking news. Every rumor, every trade, every breaking bruise. Tighten knuckle screws. Yeah, it's going down. Have you saying what the fuck and never watered down. It's going down. I'll be rolling up. And if you buy it or you sell it, then you made the cut. Watch me flip it back. I can double up. I got sriracha for that ass, I'ma burn it up. Gotta check the rules and know that it be fair and foul. Rep blow the whistle, coach throw the towel. We can do this on the field or outside the lines. It's the man hour though, now we going live.
And what is up, everybody? Michael Buckasher here with the Man Hour After Dark with my man, Brandon Combs. Brandon, what is up tonight, man?
Hey, man, it has been a great night. Just got off of the TSS set where I was going absolutely bonkers on Matt Benz and his power rankings.
When you say going bonkers, you mean like, oh, he put Bears in the top 10. I'm so happy I can celebrate life now.
Dude, I don't understand how you have the Packers still ahead of the Buccaneers after the Buccaneers just went and waxed that ass this past weekend.
That's not me. That's not me.
Well, no, it's Benz, and that's what I was trying to get past. And everybody's like, oh, you just, because the Bears are so low. And that's another thing, too. The Bears beat the Buccaneers as well. So to have the Bears way down at 10, I don't know. Whatever.
So where would you have the Bears ranked at then?
I have the Bears at 6.
You had the Bears at 6. So they are better than what, 27 teams and whatever.
I've got them better than the Buccaneers. They beat the Buccaneers.
Okay. Hang on one second. So when I think of the power rankings, I think of what team can beat what team, like going into the next week, right?
Yeah.
So let's go ahead and just lay this out. I got the handy pen and piece of paper here.
Yep.
Do the Chicago Bears beat the Buffalo Bills next week if they were to play head-to-head?
Yes.
Okay, and then what about the Dolphins?
Yes.
Even with Tua? Patriots. What about the Patriots?
Yes.
Ravens.
Yes. But I have the Ravens ahead of the Bears.
You are talking like a fucking homer now. Like, let's be honest.
No. The Bears would beat the Ravens.
So
Absolutely.
you are just throwing out your logic here in general here. You said the Bears beat the Bucks, the Bucks beat the Packers, so therefore they're ahead of those two teams. But then you just said the Bears would beat the Ravens, but you have the Bears below the Ravens.
I do have the Ravens ahead
That doesn't
of
make
them
any
right now.
sense. You cannot go back and forth on that now.
Of course I can.
No, you can't.
It's my power rankings.
So your power rankings have no logic whatsoever.
They do have logic. Look, the Bears could beat the Ravens, but the Ravens could also beat the Bears. It's a toss-up game.
So with that being said, you had the Ravens at number 5?
I had the Ravens at 5, yeah.
Okay. We'll give you that one, I guess. What about the Browns?
The Bears would destroy the Browns.
Steelers?
No.
So there's one team so far. Going through here, what about the Tennessee Titans?
No.
How about the Kansas City Chiefs?
No.
I'm going to throw some curveballs at you here. What about the Chargers and the Raiders?
Yes, they would beat the Chargers. They've already beat the Chargers. And they would beat the Raiders. Yes.
And then, I know what you're going to say about the Cowboys, but I think the Cowboys would like beat them.
The Bears.
What about the Green Bay Packers?
So I think the Bears
right
will
now
split with the Packers. I think,
but if they were to play next week,
in Lambeau or in Chicago,
let's say in Lambeau,
Packers would beat the Bears in Lambeau.
But at home they'll win. Okay.
Yeah.
What about the Saints?
Yes, they'll beat the Saints. I have them beating the Saints in 2 weeks here.
What about the Seahawks?
No, they'd lose to the Seahawks.
And Cardinals?
They'd beat the Cardinals.
What about the 49ers? I'm kind of curious about that one.
They'd beat the 49ers.
So, based off your logic, there are 6 teams there that you named off that could beat the Bears going into next week, but you had them at number 6. So, by logic, you would have them at number 7. So, therefore, you don't have any logic in your power rankings whatsoever, right?
I've got the Steelers, Seahawks, Chiefs, Titans, and Ravens ahead of the Bears. I have the Buccaneers, Packers, Bills, and Cardinals to round out the 10.
So what you're saying is your top 10 has no logic. You are throwing Benz under the bus because he has logic.
I've got the Cardinals at 10. I've got the Bills at 9. The Buccaneers beat the Packers, so they're ahead of them. The Bears beat the Buccaneers, so they're ahead of them. What do you mean? That is perfect logic. How can you have a team? How can you say one team is better? How can you say the Buccaneers are better right now than the Bears? The Bears just beat them last week.
Because it's a week-by-week basis. Who can beat who going into the next week? I would lay money on the Buccaneers beating the Bears if they played next week.
Why? What would make it different from 2 weeks ago that the Buccaneers would just win now against the Bears?
For one, the Bucs are more healthy. Chris Godwin is like his back. Mike Evans has another week nursing that.
Chris Godwin had like 7 yards receiving yesterday.
He's still back. He's still healthy.
Tom Brady threw for under 200 yards yesterday.
Okay.
Or Sunday, sorry.
So I'm not worried about the Buccaneers offense. I am talking about the Buccaneers defense. That's what you're worried
about when you're playing against the Bears,
No.
though.
You're worried about the Bears defense.
No, you have to worry about the Bears. Yes, you have to worry about your offense when you go up against them because the Bears only have to score 17 points to win a game.
Same with the Bucs. They only need to score 17 points to win the game.
And that's what happened when the Bears and the Bucs played. I mean, it was a low-scoring game. And I think, to me, I take the Bears defense right now over any other defense in the NFC.
And I would too, because I think the Bears are better than the Bucs. I don't want to get your rouse, get a little rouse out of you. I think the Bucs are highly overrated, to be totally honest with you. But with all that being said, let's go ahead and get into the main topic of today's show. We can talk power rankings all day long, and like how Kansas City Chiefs should be at number 1 week in and week out, even when they stumble against the Raiders at home. But it doesn't matter. They're still going to win the Super Bowl in 2021. The the long-term talk here is it is always going to be Tom Brady versus Bill Belichick. Who is better? Who needed who? That type of situation. And I want to give you the floor. Why is this topic always a topic of choice when people come to talk about the Patriots?
I think it is because people hate the Patriots so much. So people want there to be a reason why they were so good. They were so good because of Bill Belichick, because they hate Tom Brady. Or they were so good because of Tom Brady because they hate Bill Belichick. I don't think that either one of that is correct. I think that they were so good because they had Brady and because they had Belichick. You look at Bill Belichick before he had Tom Brady. Bill Belichick was a under 500 coach. When he was with the Browns, he was 33-45 or something like that. And then he came to the Patriots and started coaching with the Pats, and he was 5-11 the year before Tom Brady. And then Tom Brady, a guy who couldn't start in Michigan, couldn't get anything in front of Drew Henne, and he comes into New England running Bill Belichick's system, and it was just a perfect fit. They needed one another for it to happen. It was all the stars aligned when Bill and Tom came together. If Drew Bledsoe didn't get hurt that year, who knows what happens? Because you're probably not at that point in time. They're not pulling the Miami Dolphins. They're not sitting Drew Bledsoe when he's winning, like the Dolphins are about to do with Ryan Fitzpatrick.
Right.
But the New England Patriots dynasty is a product of Bill and Tom and the system that they ran. Tom Brady is absolutely a phenomenal quarterback. He is not a system quarterback by any stretch of the imagination. He is a very good cerebral quarterback. The guy picks you apart because he outthinks you. And that's what Tom Brady does. That's what Tom Brady has done his entire career. And Bill Belichick knows how. He's a very cerebral coach as well. So it just, all the stars aligned. I mean, so I don't think, I get tired of hearing the talk, oh, is Brady a system quarterback? Did Tom was the GOAT? No, Bill was the GOAT? No. Well, they were both the GOATs. I mean, you had God on the sidelines and Jesus Christ at quarterback is basically what you had for that tenure in New England.
See, I let you have your platform, and then you start to go there. I mean, let's be honest. Tom Brady needed Bill Belichick because of the simple fact that he wasn't a starter at Michigan. He wasn't a starter when he was a seventh round draft pick, 232nd overall, or whatever the hell it was, right?
199th, I believe, right?
I don't know. It was way down there. Ask Tom Brady. He can tell you the exact time frame that he got drafted by the Patriots, right? But let's look at the past resume for Bill Belichick here. People say that Bill Belichick was a bad coach in Cleveland, and you can say this. You can say the win-loss maybe says yes, but look at this. In 1991, he had Coach Scher as their quarterback, who very few people know who he is. He still went 6-10. The next 4 years, he had Vinny Testaverde as his quarterback. Went 7-9, 11-5, won a game in the playoffs, and then lost in the championship game there. And then his last year went 5-11. That is not that bad.
36-44.
That's still not that bad, considering what other Cleveland Brown coach has done better than that.
Is that your consistent 20 years of 12-4 and winning your divisions though?
But it takes time to morph into a coach, right? Like my first year coaching high school, I am not the coach that I am 3 years later, 4 years down the road. I have evolved. I have fine-tuned some stuff. I know, hey, this didn't work this year, so let's try this now.
But that's at the high school level. That's not the NFL. You're acting like the NFL was the only place he ever coached.
But it is still the same way. Like when you are a head coach, his first year coaching as a Browns head coach, it takes time to adjust. It takes time to learn.
So then, why do owners only give coaches 3 or 4 years before changing coaches?
Because it is always a "what have you done for me now" type of league. I mean, like, let's be honest. When we look at Dak Prescott next year, we are going to look at what have you done for me now. Oh, you threw for, what was it, 1,700 yards in like 4 games? Okay, you are an elite-style quarterback, right? But truth be told, most of those yards were mocked up. Is Jason Garrett
still developing his craft, and that's why he's just been a horrible coach?
Who? Jason Garrett? I mean,
would Jason Garrett win if he won? What I'm getting at is when you're in the NFL and when you become a coach in the NFL, you don't get that time usually, especially nowadays.
Right.
You don't get that time to develop into being a coach. I think that when it came to Bill Belichick, I think the fact that Brady came in at the right time, I think the fact that their system and their styles work to one another, I feel like it was just the perfect combination for what we saw over the last 20-plus years.
So what you're saying, it was the perfect system that Bill Belichick built that Tom Brady walked into. So therefore, a system quarterback.
Perfect system for the perfect quarterback.
So you are telling me that no other quarterback could have walked into that system and consistently won 10 to 12 games over the next 20 years.
You already proved it. He didn't run a different system than he ran in Cleveland. He didn't run a different system than he ran with the Jets. He didn't run a different system than he ran his first year with
That is a false statement, because if you look at the quarterback stats those first couple years in Cleveland, they were all 37 to 4,000 yards passing. Tom Brady very rarely got over 3,500 yards in a season.
Because you were looking at those stats of games where he was 36 and 44 in those games. You're going to be passing a lot more when you're down a lot more. Your numbers are going to be inflated because you have to pass the ball more than you run the ball. I'm telling you, it's not because all of a sudden he woke up and he was just the greatest coach of all time. That's
You're
not
right.
What happened.
He took time to perfect his craft, and he went to New England the first year. They were 5-11, 6-10. And look at these stats. Imagine this. Let's look at the quarterback stats here. Drew Bledsoe threw for 3,200 yards. That is almost 700 yards less in a losing season than what he did at Cleveland.
So you believe that year that he got hurt, the Patriots still win that Super Bowl with Drew Bledsoe as opposed to Tom Brady?
Yeah, 100%. I think at that point in time, Drew Bledsoe was better than Tom Brady. That's why he was a starting quarterback, like, obviously. But you get the...
Drew Bledsoe was that also the quarterback that always found a way, and we know we have those quarterbacks, always found a way to throw the interception at the perfectly wrong time, and that was Drew Bledsoe. Drew Bledsoe always found a way to lose you a game. They most certainly would not have won that Super Bowl with the Drew Bledsoe. They did win that Super Bowl with the Tom Brady because Tom Brady doesn't make the same mistakes, because Tom Brady was the perfect quarterback inside of the perfect system.
You know what? Let me tell you this. On that 2000 team, there was a quarterback by the name of Michael Bishop, second-string quarterback from my Kansas State University. There, if Bill would have molded Michael Bishop the way he is working with Cam Newton now, you would have saw Michael Vick before Michael Vick was. Michael Bishop was Michael Vick before Michael Vick was Michael Vick. If that makes sense.
So
with
you
that.
Think
I'm telling you, Bill Belichick has evolved as a coach since those first 6 years, and therefore is a system quarterback, and anybody could have walked in there and would have had success.
So then why right now is Tom Brady having success in Tampa Bay?
Because of the weapons around him. I mean, so John says that the Patriots went 8-8 before Bill went 5 under Pete Carroll, which is a very, very correct statement there. But I'm telling you, Tom Brady is having success in Tampa Bay right now is because of Mike Evans, Chris like they are offensively loaded, and
all of Tom Brady's success is due to everybody except Tom Brady, is what you're telling me.
I'm not saying that, but I'm saying that if Tom Brady played for, let's say, the Jets, those last 20 years, Tom Brady played for the Jets. Would the Jets have won 6 championships? No, they wouldn't have.
Tom Brady plays for the Jets. They're a much better franchise than they have been.
I don't think so.
Tom Brady, absolutely. What do you like? You're out of your mind. The Jets have had some weapons in the past. The Jets
Who?
have had some good coaches in the past. The Jets have had wide receivers. I mean, they had Keyshawn Johnson for a little while Tom Brady was in New England.
Are you telling me that Rex
Martin
Ryan
running the ball for a little while?
Yeah,
absolutely. Tom Brady would have absolutely been able to do the same thing. He would have done the same things with those Buffalo Bill teams.
No, he
Some of
wouldn't
those
have.
Buffalo Bill
now.
teams were very good. If
Come
Tom
on.
Brady was a quarterback of those Buffalo Bill teams in the 90s, they win 4 Super Bowls instead of lose them.
No, they ran into a buzzsaw of all the NFC teams there, like the Cowboys and the 49ers and Packers. No, they were. I mean, the only reason why the Buffalo Bills made it to 4 straight AFC or 4 straight Super Bowls was because the AFC was so weak then. Like, let's be totally honest. I mean, you can say what you want, but if you look back at that time, look at the highlights. The AFC was complete trash.
I think just to think that Tom Brady is a system quarterback is a detriment to Tom Brady and what he has done. Tom Brady's the best quarterback to ever step on the field.
No, he's
Tom
not.
Brady's
no, he's
Tom
not. Come
Brady's
on now.
done so much more with so much less around him. You're absolutely kidding yourself if you have. So who do you have above Tom Brady, Buck?
Peyton Manning.
What?
Yeah. Think about if Peyton Manning
Super Bowls because he couldn't get past Tom Brady 98% of the time.
Do you want to know why? Because Bill Belichick knows how to game plan for Peyton Manning. Knows how to game plan for XYZ. I mean, are you telling me that if Peyton Manning does not run into Bill Belichick, not Tom Brady, but Bill Belichick in the playoffs for what, 4 or 5 straight years? He only wins one of those.
Tom Brady finds a way to win those games because Tom Brady is Tom Brady.
Tom Brady is only Tom Brady because he had Bill Belichick in his corner.
No, that's not. Tom Brady is Tom Brady because Bill Belichick was in his corner, just like Bill Belichick is Bill Belichick because Tom Brady was in his corner.
No.
It was the perfect storm. It was the perfect system with the perfect quarterback. Tom Brady he's not Joe Montana. He didn't have Jerry Rice on his sidelines. He's not freaking any of these other quarterbacks you want to name. Peyton Manning. Like, Tom Brady never had a Reggie Wayne on his team. Right. Tom Brady didn't have those weapons at his, and he still went out and beat those teams.
Do you know why he beat those teams?
Beat those quarterbacks.
Do you know why he beat those teams?
Because Bill Belichick.
Because of the system that Bill Belichick put in place. Meaning you can plug and play anybody you want, aka a fifth or sixth round 5'7" wide receiver that weighs 110 pounds. You can put him in the system and get him open because it is the Bill Belichick system that makes the players. Think about this: who was the player
John Hoffman says Tom Brady would have got the Jets to the Super Bowl the years that Mark Sanchez could not in the AFC. I agree, absolutely.
See, the problem is we have not seen Tom Brady without Bill Belichick ever.
We're seeing it now.
We are seeing it now, but let's see what he can do in the playoffs. We saw what happened when there's miscommunication in his ear, right? When there's not a great coach, a great system in place. Tom Brady thinks it's 4th down when it's 5th down, right?
Let me ask you a question. How many other quarterbacks would you have said at the age 44, let's see what they can do now? I mean, isn't that like we're still talking about Tom Brady playing at an elite level. Let's see what he could do in the playoffs at 44 years old.
Yeah, exactly. What can he do without the system in place that Bill Belichick has put in? We saw what
the fact that he makes the playoffs at 44 without the system, doesn't that go and show you that he's better than what you gave him
Look
credit
at
for?
their schedule for their schedule is in their
the best team in the NFC that everybody thought.
Okay.
They just annihilated the Green Bay Packers.
Okay. So let's look at the schedule that they have moving forward. The Raiders, probably a win. The Raiders are kind of a trap game. Giants, okay, they play the Saints again. Panthers, Rams, Vikings. Yeah, shitty-ass teams. They have 8 more games on their schedule that are
I'm so tired of and this is what Ben's came at me with the power. Oh, look at their schedule. In the NFL, I don't care whether you win by 1. I don't care if you win by 20. A win is a win in the NFL, and you beat the teams that are on your schedule.
So just like the NFC, it is not their fault that their division is so bad or that they had played the toughest
But they're not
teams
beating
in all
the teams on their
NFL.
schedule. They're beating the teams inside the division.
Hey,
they're not beating.
It
teams
is the
outside
teams
of
that are
NFC
what in front of
East.
them, right? Like if you really want to play that card, we can play that card all game long. I can put it on my side of the table. You can put it on your side of the table. Just because you say it and then I say it, that means I'm wrong. No, come on now. Like, you cannot take it back and forth just like that. That's absolutely ridiculous.
Tom Brady right now at 44 years old does not need to be the Tom Brady that he was at 30 years old. Tom Brady needs to be good enough to allow his defense to win the games and score enough points with that offense to win the games. That's what Tom Brady is at 40, but he's at 44 years old.
I don't care.
And
He's
still
still
taking his team to the playoffs.
We wouldn't be having this conversation if he just would have rode off into the sunset. But he said he had a quote.
Oh, we'd still be having
himself,
this conversation, right? Because people love having is it Bill, especially outside of New England. They love having the conversation. Was it Bill or is Tom Brady? So that's what it is. Is people either loved Tom Brady and thought it was all Tom Brady because they hated Bill Belichick, or they love Bill Belichick and they think it's Tom Brady wrote his quota. It's not one or the other. They needed one another.
See, and then John brings up a great point. Defense won that game.
Correct, and that's a great
Brady.
point to what I just said. Tom Brady needs to do enough to win the game and score enough points and let his defense do their job.
So are you saying that Tom Brady doesn't have to be the GOAT anymore because he has weapons around him?
Tom Brady has to be the G-OAT. How about that? He needs to be the good enough of all time.
Right. So he was the good enough of all time when he was in that Bill Belichick system. Like,
he was the GOAT. Look, you're never going to convince me that a guy who is the quarterback of a team that wins 6 Super Bowls in 20 years with less talent than any of these other guys, way less talent than Joe Montana ever had.
So
way
you
less
keep
talent.
you keep bringing up the talent aspect of it. The reason why there wasn't that much talent on there because the system didn't need talent.
The system didn't need talent.
The system didn't need a 4-4 tailback.
So then why hasn't the system worked over the last 2 to 3 years? It's the same system. The Patriots were not good last year. Let's face it, the Patriots were not good. They were in the playoffs. They were not good last year.
They were 12-4.
Come on, they were in the AFC East.
Okay. So you're saying since so your argument here, they are only playing the teams that are in front of them as far as Tampa Bay is concerned. But when it's
Correct.
the Patriots, they're playing the terrible AFC East. But then it's wrong that they got 12 wins. So when the Buccaneers get 11 wins this season,
you're telling me that Patriots team is the same Patriots team that you've seen over the last 20 years. The last 2 or 3 Patriots teams have scared you just as much as the last 20 years have.
Because of Bill Belichick. You give Bill Belichick time to prepare for a playoff game. He is 9 times out of 10. He's going to beat you in the playoffs.
Hoffy, you're fired. Go home.
I'm just saying. I am telling you, if you want to play in front of you card, right? Obviously the Patriots have played in the NFC or the AFC East for the last 20 plus years, right?
Yep.
Those are 6 guaranteed wins year in and year out.
Miami
if you look at the win-loss,
Miami always plays them tough,
right? Which is
they've always split with them, but yeah.
Okay, so 5. So they're guaranteed 5 wins every year. When they're consistently getting 10 and 11 wins, so you're telling me that they're less than 500 versus the rest of the NFL, and this makes Tom Brady the GOAT?
They're not less than. What do you mean? They're not less than 500. They're winning 12 to 13 games a year.
But if you take 5 of those away,
that means that they're
6 and 4. Okay,
or 7. So they're about.
So they're 6. So they're 65%. Does that sound like a GOAT?
And then they get into the playoffs and they do what they do and they find ways to win ball games.
Because of the system.
That's what Tom Brady does.
Because of Bill Belichick. It is because of the system.
It's because of both. It's because of the system and the way Tom Brady plays. The way Tom Brady puts his teams in position to win games.
How does Tom Brady put himself in position to win the games? The defense has put themselves in position to win the games because of Bill Belichick's game planning schemes.
Tom Brady has always been a guy at the line who is calling audibles and reading defenses. Always.
Tom Brady is always the guy that's cussing people out.
When Tom Brady earned my respect, and I'm not a Patriots fan. I don't like Tom Brady. I don't like the Patriots. I don't like their fan base. But where Tom Brady became the GOAT to me was when I watched Tom Brady in the pocket with Ray Lewis come through untouched and sit there and take a hit and complete a pass 15 yards downfield to win a game. That is when Tom Brady, to me, I was like, you know what? This guy's the real deal. And this guy is the GOAT because this guy will do the things that other quarterbacks were not willing to do. The whole thing with Peyton Manning, you could beat Peyton. Peyton Manning would only have one Super Bowl if freaking the Bears defensive coordinator at the time, who was now coaching the Washington football team, just didn't decide to stop hitting him in the mouth in the second half. The Bears were destroying Indianapolis in that first half. And then they laid off of him and started playing in the zone defense, and Peyton Manning picked them apart. Tom Brady would have picked them apart regardless because Tom Brady doesn't care if you hit him.
So let me flash back to your Ray Lewis comment there. Tom Brady became the GOAT when he completed a 15-yard pass in the pocket when Ray Lewis hit him.
No, that's not when he became the GOAT. That's when he earned my respect.
Well, yeah, okay, so that is when he earned your respect, right? So. Yes. Do you know why he knew that 15-yard pass was there? I mean, I doubt he could see it. I mean, like I don't know what play for sure you are talking about, but I guarantee he did not see it. He knew the route was there because of the system. He knew that the system was going to put a 15-yard in route for Tom Brady to complete that pass.
He just blindly threw a no-look pass, is what you're saying.
Patrick Mahomes does it.
A receiver there.
Patrick Mahomes does it because he knows where his receivers are at because of the Andy Reid system. Tell me I'm wrong.
You're wrong. There's no way that he did not know that there was a receiver there and just threw the ball up.
I'm not even going to entertain that comment.
There's no way. There's no way he didn't see the receiver running the route and knew where the receiver was going to be. Tom Brady is the ultimate guy of placement of the ball. The ball is always in the right spots at the right time. Always.
Because of the system. Do you want to know how receivers get in the right spots at the right time? Because it is drilled in their head in OTAs, in preseason, because they know where to go because of the system. Bill Belichick developed a system to put them in the positions to win. Are you telling me that a 7th-round wide receiver, 5'7", 110 pounds, just knows where to go?
Fall is calling. Make it your own at home with new and exclusive decor, on-trend florals, and fresh project ideas from Michaels. Visit Michaels.com to find a store near you.
The Medicare annual election period deadline is coming soon. I'm Meredith Vieira, here with examples of people who found the key to the right coverage at myhealthpolicy.com. Meet Larry. He likes doing things online.
I took my time and found the best Medicare Advantage plan for me at myhealthpolicy.com.
Next is Mary. When she wanted answers, she picked up the phone.
I wanted a local perspective on plans, so I called myhealthpolicy.com.
And finally, Michael.
I prefer face-to-face, so I chose myhealthpolicy.com and enrolled on the spot.
Go to myhealthpolicy.com to learn about top-rated Medicare Advantage plans in your area, including $0 premium plans. Or call 1-800-GO-START. That's 1-800-GO-START. myhealthpolicy.com. Meredith Vieira is a paid endorser. KF Agency operates myhealthpolicy.com, not connected with or endorsed by the U.S. government or the federal Medicare program. A licensed insurance agent may call.
No. Bill Belichick said, come here, little buddy. This is where you go.
So is that what? So then in the NFL in the NFL, you're saying that it's always the system.
I'm not saying it's always a system. I'm saying that New England is a system.
Because you just said that's why Patrick Mahomes is so good.
Yeah, because of the offense that Andy Reid has installed, and I didn't say that is why he is so good. I'm saying that is how he completed that no look pass because of the system that Andy Reid has in place. He knew where he was going to go.
He saw the receiver break and he threw a no look pass. It was like a great play, but it's not just because I know the run of the play, so there's going to be a guy right there. I'm just throwing the ball. That's not what he did. He saw the receiver cut. He saw the receiver being where he was going to be.
You were trying to take away from the play. It was an amazing play.
It was an amazing play. You're the one taking away from it, you dink.
You dink. So, Brandon, let's take a little bit of break here. So
yeah, we need one.
We need one here. We are up against a half-hour mark here. But so just to make this full circle here, why does people always have to talk about if it's Tom Brady or Bill Belichick? Because it makes for conversation just like this, like at the end of the day, and there is no correct answer. Kind of like who is better, LeBron James or Michael Jordan. But there is a correct answer, and that correct answer is
Michael Jordan,
LeBron James.
Out of your mind.
All right, guys, we are going to take a quick little break here. On the other side of the break, it is Tua time in Miami. Are they making the wrong choice of Tua time? Mike and Mike, or Man Hour After Dark, Combs and Buck. We'll be right back, guys. And welcome back to the Man Hour After Dark. Michael Buckeyes with Brendan Combs. Head over to mikeandmikemanhourguys.com. Pick up yourself some merchandise, some hoodies, some hats, some dad hats, beanies, all that good stuff. Or just drop a donation for ourselves just so we can, they both suck. I wonder who they're referring to. Is it Bill Belichick and like Tom Brady, or LeBron James and Michael Jordan?
God, I hope it's none of them. I mean,
right.
So I think they've all proven they don't suck.
Yeah, I mean, like Bill Belichick is probably arguably one of the greatest coaches of like all time. Tom Brady is definitely in the top three, top two conversation of greatest quarterback of like all time, like as well. So speaking of greatest of all time, in Miami, Ryan Fitzpatrick will never be in the conversation of greatest of all time, but he was definitely having a great start of the 2020 campaign season. Miami goes into a bye week this week, and they say it's time for Tua. It's Tua time. What the fuck?
1,535 yards, 12 touchdowns in 6 games, and you have your team in second place in the division.
Yeah.
And they say we're going to your backup. Look, I said this earlier on our show. The reason why I think Ryan Fitzpatrick is so okay with this is because he knows that their next game is against Aaron Donald. And
right.
he said, you know what? Yeah, let the rookie go out and play. Let's see if his hip is going to hold up. Because that is... I don't understand it, man. I don't understand why now. Because what you're doing at this point in time is saying that Tua gives you a better chance to win, because you're only one game out of the lead of this division. You're in the playoff hunt at 3-3. I don't know why right now you go to the rookie who, let's be honest, you don't know what you're going to get from him.
Exactly.
You just don't. And you know what you're getting from Ryan Fitzpatrick. I don't like the move. I think that, if over the next 3 games, you go 1-2 and you're sitting there at 4-5, and you're like, you know what, we're playing the Jets or whatever. Let's bring Tua in. Let's see what we've got. We've got nothing else to lose. We're 4-5. Let's make a push. Maybe he gives us a spark.
Yeah. So
not now.
So as a coach, as a football mind, if you were going to make a move, the bye week is the time to make the move, right? So the reason why I think Ryan Fitzpatrick is so okay with this is, for one, he's like 37 years old. Has been on like 15 teams, and let's be honest, Ryan Fitzpatrick only plays well for about 3 or 4 games in a season, and he has used those 3 to 4 games in these 3 wins that the Miami Dolphins have had. Yeah. With that being said, I think Ryan Flores and the Miami Dolphins went into the season, sat down Tua, sat down Fitzpatrick, and said, "Hey, Fitz, you are going to get us through the 6 or 7 weeks of the season. You are going to get us to the bye week. Then we're going to bring in Tua in." That is the only reason why I think they would make this move is because it is a part of their blueprint.
Rams defense, though.
Because it is a part of the blueprint. Would you rather have 2 weeks to prepare for the Rams, or do you want 1 week to prepare for the Rams with a new starting quarterback?
If you go to Tua, okay, and let's just play, for devil's advocate here. Tua comes into the game, and Aaron Donald gets through the line and crushes Tua, injures him. What did you just do to this young man's career?
You Vince Young him.
Exactly. I don't understand what you're doing because I feel like they're doing is setting Tua up for failure.
Yeah, that's kind of what I said earlier. On the Man Hour on the afternoon show here, is like they are almost setting him up to fail, not because Tua is going to do bad, because of the fact that Fitzpatrick has played up at this level, right? And they're expecting Tua to play at this level plus some. So, and as a rookie quarterback, yes, we've seen rookie quarterbacks do well. We've seen Joe Burrow do well. We've seen Justin Herbert do well. Maybe Tua can, but coming off a hip injury that most people said was probably career-ending hip injury.
Yeah,
I believe in redshirting a rookie quarterback. The game moves too fast. There's a lot to learn. The terminology, yada yada yada.
I think it depends on the situation. If you're the Jets,
if you
right
are
now,
first round
or
pick,
you're the Giants or something, and you want to see what you got before heading into this next draft,
that's different. Yes,
that's different. But when you got a chance to win, yeah, absolutely. I have no clue right now what Miami's doing. We had a comment from one of our listeners on our show. I thought was a great comment. It said the Miami Dolphins are just not used to winning. They didn't know how to handle it. And that's why they're going to Tua. They panicked and they're like, we're winning. Oh crap, here we go.
Yeah, I mean it is it is kind of like last year when they didn't know how to lose, right? I mean, like Robert Flores I believe is the coach's name, is the first name. All they had to do was to lose to like the Cincinnati Bengals, like the second to the last week of the season, and then they would have got the first overall pick or something crazy, but they ended up rolling off like 4 straight wins or something crazy to that effect. But yes, winning is a culture, and you have to learn how to win. That is why I said when the Kansas City Chiefs made it to the AFC Championship game the first year that Patrick Mahomes was starting quarterback, that they had to lose that game to win the Super Bowl last year because you have to learn how to win. So now to bring Tua in this season, looking at the schedule moving forward, it is not very favorable for these games. Like they play the Rams, a very good Cardinals team, a very underrated Chargers team, a Broncos team that people are sleeping on. They're getting healthy, and then you have the Jets and they have a pretty tough schedule.
I would have held Tua out till that Jets game,
and then even then you play the Bengals, Chiefs, Patriots, and I mean it's
but I mean you could beat the Bengals, the Chiefs. The Chiefs would be a learning curve for your young quarterback. I really think that.
Lies.
I really think that you need to hold him out, if not for the rest of the year, at least until that Jets game, because you just put him in a position to not only are you putting him in a position to not succeed because you're going up against some really good defenses over the next couple of weeks, but you put him in a position where you're in a playoff hunt.
Exactly.
You're entering him in second place, and if all of a sudden you start losing, like you might have even lost whether Fitzpatrick was a quarterback or not, now you're losing, and now the talk starts. Did you put him in too early? What is Tua going to do? Should you go out and draft a quarterback in the 3rd round? You know what I mean? Like all of this stuff. You're the only nothing good can come from this is what I'm saying. The Dolphins are still the Dolphins. The Dolphins I don't think are very good. I think 3-3 is about what they are. I think they're an 8-8 team, 7-9, 8-8 team. That's what they are. They're a 500 team with or without Tua. But entering him in this spot right now, I just think is a bad move for the kid. I just do.
Yeah, and just to add to your point there, I mean, they are in a division hunt. Look, I mean, like, we named who they have coming up.
In a very winnable division.
Yeah, and look who the Buffalo Bills have coming up. Yes, they play the Jets, complete trash, right? But then they play the Patriots, Seahawks, Cardinals, Chargers, 49ers, Steelers, and then the Broncos, Patriots, and they end the season at Miami.
Very winnable
That's a tough
division.
schedule.
Yes, very tough.
So I mean, like, it would not surprise me if the winner of this division did come out at 8-8. And you said Miami Dolphins are an 8-8 team. I mean, if you win one game here, one game there, with Ryan Fitzpatrick in there, hell, what do you measure success? Do you measure success of being 8-8 and making the playoffs, or do you measure success as 8-8, missing the playoffs?
Say over the next 4 weeks, okay, they're 2-2 with Tua, okay, so that puts them at 5-5,
right?
Okay, and the Bills have struggled and they've only won 2 out of 4, okay, so they're at 6-5, a game ahead of you, and you're at 2-2. Do you go back to Fitzpatrick? Because at that point, you've got a legitimate chance late in the season to make a playoff run, and Tua is playing subpar ball at 2-2.
Well, it depends what hat you want me to put on here. Do you want me to put on my coach's hat, or do you want me to put on my fandom hat? Because as a coach's hat, once you bench a starting quarterback, you cannot go back to that
unless there's injury.
Quarterback. Well, yeah, and but you cannot go back to the change that you made, because if you do that, you will lose the team. That means you are second guessing yourself 100%. Just like if the Chicago Bears said, Foles, you went 2-2. It is time to go back to Mitch, right? I mean, you as a fan, you'd be like, what the hell, right? Fuck you, coach, yada, 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 right?
Yeah.
But then as a fan, you're like, hey, Ryan Fitzpatrick led us to a 3-3 team, killed the 49ers, killed the who they played.
Putting up some really good numbers. Yeah. I think he's like 4th in the league in passing.
Yeah, so I as if I was a Miami Dolphins fan, and I would love to, because like I'd be talking to Coach Tip here on the Man Hour AM coming up here next week. I would be interested to see how he feels about that change as a fan, because when you see your quarterback putting up those type of numbers and you make a change, you expect the change to do better, right? That is why you're making a change.
I get because at the Bears were 2-0, and I was screaming for Nick Foles.
But
I was screaming that they were at 2-0, and I was like, we need to change that quarterback. We need to change that quarterback. And the Dolphins are 3-3. Big difference.
Nobody was screaming though either.
The quarterback play was subpar. The Dolphins are 3-3, and their quarterback is playing really, really well through 6 games.
I agree.
I just don't get it, man. I think that you're only bad can come from starting this week.
I mean, really the only knock that Fitzpatrick has had this season is the 7 interceptions. They've been pretty ugly interceptions, but he still has 1,500 yards with 3 wins, with two blowout wins. So think about his yardage.
It's the Jameis Winston effect. I mean, people were all down on Jameis Winston last year for the 30 interceptions. He was also the only quarterback in the league that threw for 5,000 yards and 30.
He was also playing from behind a lot, right?
Yeah.
Let's be honest. So
yeah.
So let's go ahead. So let's go ahead and shift gears to what is happening tonight. We do have a World Series game, and Brandon.
8-1.
What's the score?
It's 8-1 Dodgers in the 7th. The Dodgers, the Rays are pushing right now, though.
You had the Rays winning the series, right?
First and third. I do in 7.
Yeah, you just hate LA teams in general, correct?
I do, but see, I also look at it from a realistic point of view. I think the Rays are deeper in pitching. I think that I thought, and I was wrong, Kershaw just now got taken out of the game. I thought that starting Kershaw in game 1 was a mistake for the Dodgers, but he pitched well tonight. I think the Rays are deeper in pitching, so the further this goes, the more it benefits the Rays. If this was a normal series where we had off days in between, I would have picked the Rays in 5. Just because I think the Rays are that good, and if you allow them to set up their pitching staff, it makes it makes them that much better. But I still got the Rays in 7, even despite the game 1 loss.
So, first things first. Like honestly, this is the first Major League postseason that I really haven't been following too much, just because of everything's happening so fast. It's so condensed. Like, are they doing this back-to-back stuff because of the COVID stuff, or because of just to get it done and over with?
Yeah, because of COVID, they had a timeline to get the season in by with the Players Association and the agreement. They had to have the season over by a certain time, and so they put this in effect. They did not know, the players didn't know until after the trade deadline, though, that there was going to be no off days in the playoffs. Which pissed a lot of teams off because they're like, well, maybe we would have made some different moves had we known we were going to go in October with no. But I like it because as a baseball fan, I'll watch every single game, and we have baseball every day. Like the World Series is every day. There's no off day. It's baseball, baseball, baseball. So I've loved every minute of the playoffs. I do feel like not having the off days though does hurt some teams and benefit other teams. I think that it really hurt both teams in the LCS. I think the Braves lost because there were no off days. They ran out of pitching and they weren't able to reset their staff. And the Rays almost lost because of the same reason. Even as deep as they are in pitching, they were tired. They were using all their pitching every night to get through that series, and they finally broke through in Game 7. But
yeah, I really don't believe in like actresses and hey, this is a shortened season and like all this stuff. But this particular 2020 season, it has basically been a war of attrition since the since the playoffs have started. Yeah, it has been absolutely ridiculous. And like yes, I do like baseball like every day because I can turn on TBS or whatever channel like it's on and see it. And I did turning baseball on at 11 o'clock in the morning and watching it just like all day.
And hockey playoffs all day long, man. I've been in heaven for the last 2.5 months.
But on the flip side, it has hurt the play. I think if we would have got those breaks in, we would probably be seeing a different World Series.
I disagree. I think that if you put those breaks in, I think you would have seen worse play. You had 2 Game 7s in the LCS that I feel like if you had off days in between, both series would have been over in 5. Or even sweeps. I think it allowed you to get more baseball. I think it allowed you to get better. But those both Game 7s were absolutely phenomenal.
So speaking of the World Series, the ticket prices, they are sky high than like normal. Our guys over at Strikeout Beer are at the World Series right now, up in the upper deck. Yeah. I saw some pictures of them on Facebook.
I haven't seen the pictures yet, but I can't wait to look.
How much are ticket prices going?
So I saw today in the outfield in the upper deck a set of 4 tickets going for $3,000. So that's $750 a piece.
Right.
In the upper deck, in the out, for me, if you're baseball and you're only selling 11,000 seats, and you're doing this on a field that's a neutral field for both teams, and you want the fans of these teams to travel, you've got to figure out something with these ticket prices. I mean, this isn't a corporate World Series. You get to your Super Bowls and your World Series, a lot of times ticket prices are high, but you've got a lot of corporate sponsors that are going to these events.
Right.
That's not what's happening here. The only ones going to these events are going to be your fans. You're not getting corporate sponsors going to sit out in the upper deck of the outfield. You're not getting your corporate sponsors to sit way up, in the last row of the stadium. So to sell these tickets at so high of a price, I think the lowest ticketed The lowest ticket price is like $400 a piece.
Which
$400
is
a piece.
Which is crazy because you're looking at a 3-hour game. You are going to want some food. You're going to want a beer. You're probably looking at like a $600 like you're going to spend there easily with parking and everything else.
I'm a baseball guy. I mean, you know how much I love this game.
Yeah.
And if the Cubs were in the World Series right now, and I love my Cubbies, man. I live and die with that team. But if they were in the World Series right now and I lived in Texas, I'd be watching the game at home. I'm not paying $400 to go watch a game. I could take that $400 and throw a freaking raging party at my house.
Right.
to watch the game. Like, I'm not doing that. It's absolutely insane when I see ticket prices that high. I don't understand it whatsoever.
And to add on the flip side of that, they're only allowing 20% of fans into the stadium anyways.
11,000 tickets per game.
And you said you had some friends that went to the Houston, Texas game, right, when they had 5,000 people in there, and they said it was the worst experience of their whole entire life. So why are you going to spend $500 to go on an upper deck? Yes, you're still at the World Series, yada, 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 but you're at a blank World Series. You don't get that atmosphere of the World Series. I don't care if your team is in it or not whatsoever. Right. These ticket prices are out of their minds. Even when the Royals went to the first World Series in 30-plus years, tickets behind home plate were only going for like $5,000 or $6,000. I just pulled up ticket stub here. Tickets behind home plate, $13,500 for one. So, I mean,
that's absolutely insane.
I feel like going to this year's World Series is kind of just like flexing on people.
How do you feel about going to NFL games? Would you go to a Kansas City Chiefs game in December to just sit there, or would you rather go to the bar and watch it with your friends, or go to watch it at somebody's house?
If Arrowhead is still only allowing like 10,000 people,
let's say in a normal year, in a
normal year, I'd be at Arrowhead Stadium in a heartbeat. Me and Cindy try to go every year. Yeah,
I'm not that guy. Like, I would much rather. I'm not going to go sit there in sub-zero temperatures to watch a football game for 3 hours.
So the deal about Arrowhead is you don't go there for the game. You go there for the pregame party and the postgame party.
That's football.
Yeah, well,
every stadium.
But I'm saying, Kansas City, hands down, has the best tailgating out there. You can literally come there starving, and weighing like 100 pounds. You can leave. You can walk into the stadium with 7 pounds of barbecue ribs in this hand, some coleslaw in like this hand, and you're going to weigh 200 pounds. Everybody is giving you food, feeding you food. By far the best atmosphere ever. And the fact that is, yes, it is sub-freezing temperatures, yada, yada, yada. Now, if they're playing somebody like the Jets, I'd probably not want to go. But usually in late December, they're playing a division opponent, and we hate the ponies. So, but to answer your question, it's all about who they're playing.
I just couldn't. I couldn't do it. It's just not like, I don't know. I'd much rather just be at a friend's house. If it's an indoor stadium, I might go to a game in December. Like, if we're going
let me ask you this. Soldier Field, obviously bitter ass cold in December because of that wind coming off the lake. They are 10-6 playing they are 10-5 playing the 10-5 Green Bay Packers. They're at Soldier Field. The winner of this game wins division, get into the playoffs. Do you go to that game?
Catch me at Buffalo Wild Wings.
Catch you at Buffalo Wild Wings.
Look, it's not my, like, I'm not going to have fun I'm not a fan of the cold weather. Like, I don't like cold weather at all. So
I don't mind it one way or the other.
That's why I hated New England so much when I lived there. Like, it's just always so brutally cold. Not that it's always warm here in Chicago, but I'm not a fan of cold weather, so you won't catch me dead at any NFL game in December unless it's an indoor stadium.
Yeah, which maybe so. One of the best games that I went to was the Detroit Lions game versus the Kansas City Chiefs last year. Mm-hmm. One of the best atmospheres that I've been to in like a while. Like it was just a lot of fun here. But this is a good conversation that we could have. What is the best city to go to a game to? John or Hoffy says Buffalo will put you to shame. Why? Because they do backflips off of tables and they hurt themselves. Like you guys are idiots.
Crazy.
You guys are stupid up there.
I've been to every stadium in baseball except for 5. I've seen games at every stadium. I haven't been to either of the Florida games or Florida stadiums, and I haven't been to the 3 new stadiums in the league. So I've seen a lot of different fan bases. I still say Chicago, Boston, and New York are the 3 best fan bases around.
And I can't speak that because I haven't been to any of those cities. So
yeah, so all 3 of them, man, they are just so passionate about their teams. And I mean, it's really everywhere you go, you're going to find your passionate fans that are passionate about their home teams.
Right.
But they those 3 cities, watching games at Wrigley, Fenway, I've been to Citi Field and Yankee Stadium, and the atmosphere is just amazing. When you go to a Yankees game, man, and in the first inning, and they're up there and they're chanting every fielder's name before a game, like it's chills. Like you watch it and you get chills. I've been to another stadium that's really good. And a lot of people wouldn't think about it though. Is Colorado, the Rockies, man.
Yeah,
they've got a fun fan base, and their stadium is beautiful.
Is there so fun because they're in Colorado? If you catch my drift. No,
maybe now.
Yeah, maybe. Now. So John over here on our Facebook page brings up a good point. I would rather watch any sporting event on TV. No line to the bathroom, and the beer's cheaper. All great points. And I think, honestly, any sport on TV is just the production value is it's just really good. Like you get listening to Tony Romo on CBS. You gain so much knowledge about the game if you actually sit down and listen to him.
I went and saw the Cubs and Red Sox play a couple years back, and I was on the Green Monster for the game. And I went to go buy a round of beers for me and my friends. There were 6 of us there, and I almost freaking choked when the guy's like $72 for 6 beers for a 6-pack. $72. Oh my god!
5,000% markup on that thing. So
yeah.
But guys, that's going to be it for the After Hours tonight. Join us next time on the After Hours. However, starting November 2nd, in a couple weeks, we're going to strictly be on YouTube.
Hey there, everybody. It's Scott here.
And his buddy Mike.
No, he's terrible. But we make up the duo that you guys might know as the Verbal Shenanigans Podcast.
We're a weekly podcast that does radio-style interviews with some really interesting guests.
For instance, we've had amazing sports stars like Trent Dilfer, Lenny Dykstra, Dave Andrechuk, and Butterbean, to name a few.
Now, we've also done things outside of sports, such as Mark Summers, Matt Pinfield, John Walsh, even William Hung.
Yes. So please catch us every week on the RTF Sports Network from 9 to 10 a.m. See you there.
Bye.
Do you want to get inside the mind of Matt Benz, co-host of Twist, the Weekend Sports Talk? Well, tune in to Benzy's Bit to find out what he really thinks about sports and life on the one and only RTF Sports Network. You want to hear great sports content twice a week? Then don't miss Twist, the Weekend Sports Talk, every Monday and Thursday. New time, new days, at 2 p.m. Eastern, only on the RTF Sports Network.
Worried about keeping up with your fave friends all summer? Or posting every perfectly pink sunset you see? Don't sweat the Connect. You can have it made in the shade with 4 lines of unlimited data for $100 a month. Scroll the staycation pics, find your new go-to takeout spot, or catch some rays on video chat. Whatever you and the crew are into, all the data makes it all that much better. Smile, you're on Cricket.
Cricket Core acquired on 4 lines. Data speed limited to 3 megabits per second. Cricket may slow data speeds when the network is busy. Additional fees, usage, and restrictions apply.
The Man Hour. You already know. It's live. It's raw. It's going down. Like this. I'm going around letting everybody know that they welcome to the show. It's the latest thing you ever seen, you already know. Let me introduce you to your host of the hour. It be Mike and Mike. Yeah, it's the Man Hour. Got the hottest plays, all the breaking news. Every rumor, every trade, every breaking bruise. Tighten knuckle screws. Yeah, it's going down. Have you saying what the fuck and never watered down? It's going down. I'll be rolling up. And if you buy it or you sell it, then you made the cut. Watch me flip it back. I can double up. I got sriracha for that ass, I'ma burn it up. Gotta check the rules, but know that it be fair and foul. Rap blow the whistle, coach throw the towel. We can do this on the field or outside the lines. It's the Man Hour though, now we going live.
And what is up, everybody? Michael Buckhouse here with the Mike and Mike Man Hour, live, raw, and uncut sports talk coming at you on the Tuesday edition of the Man Hour. Guys, head over to mikeandmikemanhour.com. Pick you up some merch. Get yourself a nice little hoodie. If you like the flat back hats, those are in stock as well. They also got the old school trucker hats as well. But as always, I got my man Mike with me, Mike LeBlanc. Mike, what's up, man? How you feeling today?
What is going on, man?
Man, it is do you need a shoulder? Do you need a shoulder to cry on?
No, I told you that was going to happen last night.
Yeah,
I told you they were not going to have an answer for Kyler Murray. That Mike Nolan needs to go. That defense is atrocious.
The defense is pretty bad, but you also have to realize they were playing one of the best young quarterbacks in the league, in Kyler Murray. He was just the third quarterback ever to throw for 30 touchdowns, rush for 10 touchdowns in 25 games or less. The other two, can you name them?
No.
Dante Culpepper and Dak Prescott. So he's in pretty elite category there. So you seem stumped. Dak Prescott in elite category? Yes. Dak Prescott is elite. But it is Tuesday, Mike. That means NFL week is over, and we have to bring one and only Matthew Benz from Benzy's Bit and Twist Nation over there. Benz, what is up, man?
What's going on, boys? I heard you talk about Dante Culpepper, and I was getting my roll on, getting it going. Dante.
I forgot how good Dante Culpepper was.
Yeah, he was electric, man.
If he wouldn't have blown his knee out the way he did, he could have been a Hall of Famer easily, right?
Yeah, easily. And not only that, but just he was a character on and off the field. I know a bunch of guys around the Twin Cities area that got to hang out or be in his presence, and he was like an entertainer on and off the field, dude. Dude was
really?
Oh yeah, he would talk
awesome.
smack. He was one of a kind. Dante, smoking a cigar all by himself, didn't want anything to do with anybody else. So yeah, it's awesome. But yeah, what an interesting week of football. Another key loss for my Minnesota Vikings.
Yeah,
keep it going, boys. Keep losing. Let's go.
Just to spread some clout here, because me and Mike were wrong about the Bears, but I was not wrong about the Vikings. Do you want to apologize yet? Tell you that we're going to be 5-11?
No, I'm hoping that they don't get 5 wins at this point now. But yeah, it's interesting. I definitely think they underperformed. Daniil Hunter is a key to the defense, not having him there. Michael Pierce opting out. There's excuses on excuses on excuses, right? But yeah, it's interesting, but hopefully we can move on. I'm interested to see what they do coaching-wise, what they do quarterback-wise.
They just signed Zimmer to a 3-year extension, right? Wasn't it?
And, if you remember Brad Childress, they actually extended him, and the same year that he got his extension, they let him go too. So it's interesting to see. I don't think that they're worried about that, but they're such diehards for Zimmer. We'll see what happens. But
and in just your defense for your Minnesota Vikings, they have had a pretty rough schedule so far. They played the Packers, Colts, Titans. They beat the Texans, and then they played the Seahawks.
Yeah.
Those are 4 playoff-bound teams right there, and quite frankly, I mean, the schedule does get a little bit easier, so, I mean, 5 wins is still highly in reach. And honestly, just between you and me, I hope you guys sweep the Bears 100%. Like
that would be interesting.
Just to pound Brandon Combs in the face.
Yeah,
right?
Combs
over and over and over.
Oh my God.
So, like I said, guys, week 6 of the NFL season is over. We are approaching week 7. So, obviously, this is the week 7 power rankings. Benz, who do you have coming in at number 10?
At number 10, I have Combs's Bears. They are 5-1. They beat the Panthers 23-16, and they play the Rams on Monday night. I do have another $20 going against Combs since I beat him against the Colts. I told him double or nothing, and he gladly accepted. So I have the Bears at 10.
So many people are going to say, why do you have the Bears at 10 when they've beaten some notable teams like the Buccaneers, for example? Can you tell me why you have them so low?
Yeah, so they are averaging 21 points per game, which is 27th out of 32 teams. They are 28th in rushing and 23rd in passing. They do not have a starting quarterback on that team. And they are not going to continue to win games when you're barely scoring 20 points per game. Now, given their defense, that's why they are in the top 10, not necessarily because of their record, more because of that defense and how their defense week in and week out keeps them in games and wins them games. Let's be honest.
That's pretty disrespectful to Nick Foles.
Oh, Nick Foles, he's a backup quarterback. Like I said, what they should do is they should start Trubisky for the first quarter of every game, and then they should bring in Foles for the last 3. They would win the bowl. They would win the bowl easily.
2-quarterback system, right?
Easily. You don't let him get the start. You let him be a backup, which he is.
So Denzel comes in on the YouTube channel here, says, I had the Rams at number 10. They've beaten all the NFC East teams. Yes, they have beaten all the NFC teams, but also the NFC teams have a combined of, 4 or 5 wins. That's why I would not have the Rams in the top 10 at all.
Yeah, and you know, the Rams are notable, so they definitely, I can see why somebody might have them in at 10. Believe me, I didn't want the Bears at 10. That's for damn sure.
I mean, if you go to toe-to-toe with the Buffalo Bills, like at that point, they were undefeated, playing flawless football. I believe you had them like number 5 or number 4, and like in your power rankings. So I could see it. Who do you have at number 9?
At number 9, I have the Saints. They had the bye. They play the Panthers this week on Sunday. It's a tough one, man, because this is my non-chalk team. You know, that team that I've talked about before that I want to cling to, that I want to hold on to. Hopefully it's because I'm right. But it definitely could go the opposite way. So they are 3-2, and they're at 9.
Mike, I feel like you have some stuff to say about the number 9 team.
Let's hear it, LeBlanc.
Yeah, I definitely wouldn't put Saints above the Bears. That defense isn't that great. I mean, the only thing that the Saints really have going for them is that Drew Brees magic. What team did they play last week? The
Lions.
Yeah,
right? The week before this last
week before when they came back and won the game.
Lions.
Lions.
Yep.
Was it the Lions?
Yeah, they're down 21. I believe.
So, I mean,
well, it's interesting, LeBlanc, though, because you say that like their defense isn't all that great, but they're 8th ranked defense, and they're putting up 5th in points per game. So, I mean, both sides of the ball, they're so dynamic, and I would put them above the Bears simply because that offense is nothing, you know, and really when it comes down to the second half of the season and into the playoffs, offense is what's going to win games. Rarely do you see a team win a championship because of defense. It's usually because the offense has to pick up the pace, especially in today. But I see what you're saying, but
yeah. I wouldn't even have the Saints in the top 10 at 3-2.
Understandable.
See, I can see both sides of point of view. Mike is looking at the side of like, what have they done for me lately, right? Sure. I feel like, Benj, you are looking at as what could they do? Because you guys have to realize they haven't had Michael Thomas for the last 3 or 4 games, right? He was healthy for that game versus the Lions, but they sat him because he got in an altercation with the safety or some of that, and, you know, team rules and like all that crap, yada, yada, yada. So I see both points, but I have to agree with Mike on this one. I don't think the Saints even deserve to be in the top 15. So With that being said,
top 15, definitely not top 10.
The Cowboys are better than the Saints.
You shut your mouth.
Number 8, Benzie.
At number 8, I have the 4-2 Bills. They did lose a rainy matchup to the Chiefs yesterday. They play the Jets on Sunday, which will be a walk. So, I got the Bills there. I mean, the last 2 performances from Josh Allen have been lackluster. It's tough to see him. He was steamrolling with MVP votes at the beginning of the year. I mean, he wasn't the MVP, but he was in the running. So to see what he's looked like the last 2 weeks, and I know the weather had a lot to do with it last week, but you can't let that be an excuse for it. You got to step up in big games, and Chiefs is a big game. So that's why they are where they're at.
Yeah, unfortunately with the Buffalo Bills, I believe they are a great team. I mean, I think they have the potential to make the AFC Championship if Josh Allen is playing at the MVP caliber level. And the last couple games, he was not. Now, on the downside of the Buffalo Bills, they do play 3 games in like 10 days or something, just like that. Something absolutely ridiculous, unheard of, and absolutely BS. Thanks to the Tennessee Titans, but that's for here nor there. Yeah. So on the bright side of the Buffalo Bills.
Before we go any further, I want to clarify. We were talking about the Saints earlier. It was not the Lions. It was the Chargers that they were down. The 1-4 Chargers that they were down 21 points came back to win the game 30-27 with a game-winning field goal.
Wasn't that the same Chargers team that had the Bucs down too? Chargers are not to be slept on, bud.
No, Herbert's a monster.
Yeah,
he is. He's the truth.
So you do have the Bills at number 8.
Yeah,
Mike. Any complaints about that?
No, I like the Bills at number 8. I like the Bills at number 8. They're slowly coming up, and just like Benzie said, the last 2 outings by Allen have just kind of been lackluster. It wasn't like it was at the beginning of the season. So he definitely needs to come out and improve himself. You know what I mean? And yes, they're going to go play the Jets. That's going to be a walk in the park for them.
Wait. It is a divisional opponent. You can never sleep on divisionals.
Adam Gase is still their coach. Dude. They're
Joe
going
Flacco's
over.
His 3rd start, though.
Oh, ick. Pew. No. Put in somebody else, man. Ick. No.
All right. So before we move on to number 7, what do you guys think about 2 Monday night games? I like it.
Love it.
I love it.
I like it.
Can we cancel the Thursday night games?
The earlier games, any day of the week, I don't care if it's Tuesday, Monday, whatever, as long as they're an earlier slot, because I go to bed so early that it's like I can actually watch some football before I go to bed on a weeknight. That's why I liked when it was the Tuesday night football, because I have tomorrow off. So it's just like I can stay up, watch it. Monday night late games are trash, man. Who wants to stay up on the worst day of the week, Mondays, and watch it? Nobody, dude. They want to go to bed and
skip
their week.
Cowboys getting their ass whooped.
Oh, yeah, tapped.
But number 7, Ben, who do you got?
At number 7, I have the electric Tampa Bay Buccaneers. They handed the Pack their first loss of the year, 38-10, and they play the trap game of the Raiders on Sunday. Interesting, man, because I don't want to give the Bucs as much hype as they almost deserve at this point, beating the Packers squad, who I had ranked number 1 last week. Arguably the number 1 defense in the NFL. They're only giving up 282 yards per game, 11 takeaways, which is 2nd in the NFL. I mean, they're steamrolling, but they're so inconsistent in play. They're so hot, so cold. What's going to happen? So I left them right where they're supposed to be at number 7. Thank you, Denzel. And that's what I got.
So the one thing that I have about the Tampa Bay Buccaneers is like people are riding this hype train like, oh my God, they're so good. They have the easiest schedule by far of all your top 10 power ranking teams. You know, they are easily going to get 10, 11 wins because of look who they freaking play, right? Yeah. I mean, it is absolutely ridiculous. But after watching them perform the last couple weeks, they do deserve to be in the top 10. Number 7. it's kind of is what it is. Like I kind of feel like here's your honorable mention award. Like
no,
at this
I
point.
think the Bucks are right where they need to be in those power rankings at number 7. The inconsistency, like Benzie alluded to, like the inconsistency of play, especially with Tom Brady this season. Like I think they're right where they need to be, and we'll see like going down the stretch how they do. We'll see we'll see if the inconsistency comes back and bites them in the ass.
Yeah.
Number 6.
At number 6, we have the Baltimore Ravens. They beat the lowly Eagles 30-28, which was almost everybody who had them on upset alert. There is no reason why that thin core of the Eagles should have even came close to the Ravens in that game. They do have a bye week this week before they play the Steelers the week after. So that is where I have the Ravens.
So the one thing that you said about the game versus the Eagles is the Eagles should have never have had a chance, right? I believe at one point the Ravens were up 21-0 in that game, and the Eagles come back and just lose by 2 because they botched 2-point conversion, which is a horrible play call. Why are you running a read option on the goal line with like Carson Wentz?
No.
But that is besides the point. So my point is like we are seeing a steady trend for the Baltimore Ravens. Teams are learning how to play Lamar Jackson, and their play just he's going right.
Yep.
Yes, they have scored 24 straight games over 30+ points, but at some point that's not going to happen. Some point the NFL has caught up to the Ravens, and they are a subpar team, maybe 10-6, maybe 9-7, like at this point. So 6, I'll keep bumping them down, maybe even number 10, like at this point.
Okay. I don't think bumping them down to number 10 just yet. Yes, they teams are starting to learn how to play Lamar Jackson, like we talked about yesterday on the show. But there was also that article that we read too, that we talked about on the show yesterday. Did the Ravens know, like, hey, we know we could beat the Eagles, so let's go out here and try some new things? Because there were new things that we saw from the Raiders that we haven't seen before, that plays that they were running, different kind of schemes that they were running on defense, so on and so forth. And what was that the case when they played the Eagles? Because when they played their game, they were up 21-0.
True.
Easily. They easily handled the Eagles. And then they started doing different things, and then that's when the Eagles started coming back.
I would almost say they don't have the killer instinct.
Yeah. I would agree with that. I like where you have them. I don't want to just write them off as, teams are starting to learn how to play Lamar Jackson. We're writing the Ravens off. What we're really going to see what the Ravens are made of is not this weekend, but when they come off the bye against the Steelers. That's when we're really going to see what the Ravens are made of, because arguably right now the Steelers are the best team in the AFC right now, hands down.
All right. Benz, who do you have at number 5?
At number 5, I have the Titans, who are 5-0. They beat the Texans in overtime. Great game. Watched it. Awesome. 42-36 win. They do play the Steelers this Sunday, and they are actually second in scoring in points per game out of all the teams. It's amazing for me to have the Titans that when I started looking into their stats and things like that. They're not a very entertaining team to watch. They're not very explosive.
Yeah, did you see what Derrick Henry did to Josh Norman? That was entertaining.
Yes, I understand that, but it's a slow and steady pace to the game. They just slowly trickle up on offense, and they just put numbers on the board. Slow and steady wins the race in Tennessee, so that's why I have them where they are.
I think that's their game, slow and steady. Like, hey, we are just gonna methodically drive down the field. We are gonna methodically do everything, and it's not like, hey, we're going for the big play every single time. Like a lot of these teams, you know what I mean? Like, hey, there is a process and a method of the madness in Tennessee. I think you have Tennessee too low, honestly. I think Tennessee deserves to be in the top 3.
Wow.
I definitely would have them, in the top 3. I don't want to give away the rest of the power rankings, but
sure.
There's a couple of teams in the top 4 or in the top 3 that I definitely would have them. I can't wait for this weekend to see them play the Steelers.
Oh, it's going to be a great
really
game.
Great game.
As they say, guys, the best defense is a running offense, and that's exactly what the Tennessee Titans have. They are simply keeping the other team's offense off of the field. And just like I was telling Ben's pre-show here, I almost feel like you can take the top 5 teams, put them in a hat, and pull them out, and you won't be disappointed where they're at
with any order. Yeah, for sure.
The Titans definitely deserve in the top. Next Sunday, game of the week, Titans versus Steelers, 100%.
100%.
The number one team that you have in the power rankings, I agree with that. And then I would say it was a tie for second between the next 2 through 5 that you have.
Sure.
All right.
I dig that.
Number 4, who do you got?
At number 4, I have the Pack. They did take their first loss of the year to the Bucs, like we talked about. They play the Texans this Sunday, which I feel like that is definitely going to be a bounce-back game. The offense just didn't seem like it was clicking. At first, they were up 10-0, and then all of a sudden, A-Rod throws the pick. And for the first time this year, we got to see something get into the mind of Aaron Rodgers during a game. He wasn't calm, cool, and collective anymore. After humping the air in the end zone after that point, he was just kind of he was human after that point. It was so stupid, but I still think they're very dynamic on both sides of the ball, and that's why I have them where they're at.
Yeah, I mean, like we talked about, it's a tie for second place between all these teams. Aaron Rodgers had an off game. He showed he was human. He's not a robot and a football god. Which, Aaron Rodgers is easily having an MVP season. Easily. Patrick Mahomes, Ben Roethlisberger, and
Russell Wilson?
Yeah, Russell Wilson, I would say. Those are the candidates for MVP. The Packers, it just showed. They had an off game. You can't base the season off of that game.
Do you put Derrick Henry in the MVP conversation?
Nah, no.
I think you have to. He is definitely the most valuable player for
the
team.
Titans.
5-0 team.
But how much does Ryan Tannehill have a play? Have you don't think so?
I don't
Ryan
think
Tannehill
so.
does a great job setting high and the ball.
He does a good job at not making mistakes. That's just what he is. He is the good version of a Kirk Cousins. Where he.
You want to know who Ryan Tannehill exactly reminds me of? Alex Smith.
Oh,
he will not win you games, but he won't lose you games either.
Yeah, exactly.
So
I love that.
And so, Benz, this is where I am really happy where you didn't overreact for a loss, because there are people in the NFL that overreact, flip out when somebody loses, right?
Yep.
People could have easily dropped the Green Bay Packers down to number 10. You had them at number 1 last week. Yes, you dropped them 3 or 4 spots, but exactly right where they need to be. Number 3, who do you got?
At number 3, I have the Kansas City Chiefs. They beat the Bucs 26. They beat who they play yesterday, boys.
Bills.
The Bills.
There we go. Yeah, they beat the Bills. It wasn't necessarily pretty. I love the rushing game. They are 4th in the NFL in rushing right now. With the addition of Lev Bell coming up, I don't expect Lev Bell to be an RB1. I expect him to be a solid, comparable backup. And I think you got to see that with Clyde Edwards-Helaire, and just to see what he can do when you give him the rushes, when you get him more involved. He's still doing what he needs to do.
I think he had more of a reason to put on a show last night because they brought Le'Veon Bell.
Yep.
And, man, he showed out last night or yesterday during the day. He showed out. He showed up to play. He put that chin strap on, and he went to work last night. Man, he went to work. That's the best I've seen him all season long.
So clearly, you have been watching Kansas City Chiefs games, because he has been great between the between the 20s and the opponent's 20s. He has been great in the open field. The problem is once he's inside the 20, he doesn't get in the end zone.
Exactly.
And that is where you saw Darrell Williams play last night, and that's exactly what Le'Veon Bell is going to do. Is he is going to get the ball inside the 20.
Agreed.
And so this is where I kind of frown upon, because you saw the the adversity of the Kansas City Chiefs. The Buffalo Bills kept playing 2-3 safeties deep on them to take away those deep passes, and we saw Andy Reid be like, you know what? Screw it. Run the ball 42 times. This is only like the third time in his career ever that he's run the ball over 30 times in like a game.
Yeah.
So this just shows you how dominant the Kansas City Chiefs are going to be with Le'Veon Bell moving forward. And then once you see them play against the Broncos next week, a trap game, I might add.
Trap game.
You're going to flex on them, and they better be number one.
I like that. That's a beautiful thing. It all depends on performance, It's like we've said already multiple times. It is a trap game for the Broncos on Sunday, but another fun one to watch.
Number 2.
At number 2, I have the Seahawks. They are 5-0. They did have a bye. They also have a very interesting game this Sunday against the Cardinals. But the Seahawks are number 1 in points per game, and they have, in my mind, right now, the MVP in Russell Wilson. So that is why they are where they're at.
And Buck, just remind me again. Going into the season, who did I have at number 1 quarterback?
Russell Wilson.
Thank you.
You did 100%. Which the last 5 games that he has had to play, he has had to be the number 1 quarterback because their defense is complete trash.
Correct.
Their defense is probably not even top 15 stat wise in the NFL. I don't have the defensive stats in front of me by any means, but
sure.
I would say looking at it or just watching the eye test here, their defense is not very good.
Support for this episode has been provided by Ratio Keto-Friendly Crunchy Bars. If counting macros makes your head spin, count instead on a snack by Ratio. They've done the math for you, so you can spend less time studying the label and more time enjoying your day. Delicious and convenient, both their toasted almond and lemon almond flavors have 2 grams of net carbs and a unique combination of sugar and protein, all in a satisfying crunch. Interested? Ratio Keto-Friendly Bars are now available in the granola bar aisle at Walmart.
At Indiana Wesleyan University, you can reimagine, reframe, and redefine what's possible. The School of Health Sciences is committed to empowering our students to fulfill their potential and make a meaningful impact on our world through programs in occupational therapy, public health, physical therapy, and athletic training. Serve your community, promote healing, engage in a fulfilling career. Start today at iwuhealthscience.com.
Even because with you, like when you add Jamal Adams in there and he is your leading tackler, something is wrong. Why is your strong safety a leading tackler? Because the front seven's complete trash.
Right, and when you look at the top 4 teams that I have in my power rankings, I could easily see the Seahawks losing this Sunday to the Cardinals. If I had to look on any of the other opponents, believe me, I know the number 1 team has a very tough matchup, but out of the top 4 teams, I can say that the Seahawks coming out of a bye and with that defense against the Cardinals team with momentum, that's a scary matchup. I wouldn't want to play the Cardinals this coming week.
Yeah, where's that game at? Is it at Arizona or at Seattle?
Oh, let me check here.
Because if it is at Seattle, the Arizona Cardinals have a better winning percentage.
It is at Arizona.
Okay, so just to throw this out there, that the Arizona Cardinals have a better winning percentage against Seattle at home than they do on the road than at home. So I just want to point that out there for those betting people that are out there. And the number 1, obviously, who do you got?
I have the Pittsburgh Steelers. They are 5-0. They've whomped the Browns 38-7. They play the Tennessee Titans once again on Sunday, and they are 4th in points per game. The most balanced team in football right now, easily on both sides of the ball. They dominate the show. And not only that, but what I've really learned myself about the Steelers this year is depth, and just the depth that they have at so many different positions. And obviously